pursuant to that point, to maintain the well-deserved reputation that ACUS has for excellence in its work. That said, I have identified a few areas in which I would like to supplement the good work that's been done already. These include project origination, congressional relations, communications, and implementation. All worked on already a little bit, but I've got some ideas about how to tinker here and there. I also want to see ACUS become the go-to location for information about administrative law. To that end, we're in the process of improving our resources in congressional action on administrative law and on important case law in administrative law. And I plan to bring the Assembly speakers and/or panels on subjects that I hope are interesting and helpful to you. The panel on Chevron today is the first example of that effort. And rather than giving you the usual on Chevron that you've heard and written on over and over, Jennifer has devised a little different perspective on it that I hope you find interesting. And I look forward to your feedback on the panel and the idea to have panels and speakers at all, whether that's a welcome effort or not. And finally, we had the first midpoint meeting of the Assembly to update members, solicit your input, and just talk between plenary sessions. I hope that as well is a welcome addition. We had very good attendance at our first meeting in September, and I think it was a good and fruitful discussion. Another pledge I make to you is that ACUS will continue to be a trustworthy steward of taxpayer money. We asked Congress this year, with the President's approval, for an appropriation of $3.465 million for the current fiscal year, FY 2023, and this is consistent with the number that we've asked for in the past several years. Like most federal agencies, we are currently working under a continuing resolution until Congress passes final 2023 appropriations. The current CR is continuing resolution is set to expire tomorrow, but the Congress is already making efforts to extend that to the 23rd next Friday, and hopefully they'll be finished by then. We're optimistic that Congress will ultimately approve the requested appropriation to fund ACUS through this fiscal year. We've also submitted our request for FY 24 to OMB and are awaiting its passback. I'm very pleased to report, in addition, that ACUS once again received an unqualified opinion and perfect rating in its financial audit. This result in the audit and all our budget success is due to the skillful and expert work of our CFO and COO, Harry Seidman, assisted by, yes, he deserves an applause. We think of him and Jeremy as the indispensable men of ACUS. Chairmen come and go, but they're indispensable. And also with his assistants, Nathan Tomaso and Georgine Joseph. Now let me talk a little bit about governance of ACUS. As I mentioned, in September and October, President Biden appointed 6 outstanding new members to the council. A couple of them are not new. They'd served on the council before, and in one case has extensive experience with ACUS. And I'm talking there about Funmi Alaranipa Badejo, who's right here in the council row. She is presently the head of compliance at Planantier Technologies and a former member of the council and ACUS attorney advisor. Kristen Clark, who I think is with us by remote, is the Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division at the Department of Justice. Fernando LaGuardia is presently General Counsel of AmeriCorps and longtime professor at AU. He's here in our council row as well. Then there's Ann Joseph O'Connell, who we expected, but there you are, okay, behind the mask, all the way from California. She is no stranger to ACUS either, a longtime ACUS member. She's presently the Adelbert H. Sweet Professor of Law at Stanford Law School. Nitin Shah, I should say, Director and Associate General Counsel at Shopify, may be on the computer with us. Another former council member, and he was also appointed by the president as vice chair. And when I first welcomed him to ACUS and to that job as vice chair, I told him the only duties were to call in every morning and check on my health. and then there's Jonathan Sue, partner at Latham and Watkins, and we're happy to have him. We're thrilled to have such a wealth of terrific, experienced, talented, dedicated lawyers who volunteered to do this. So we're happy about that. Let me talk now a minute about ongoing projects and first turn our attention to studies. We have at least a dozen studies underway, most directed or that soon will be directed upon the council's approval to the formulation of recommendations for this assembly's consideration. They include studies that carry forward important initiatives reflected in existing ACUS work, such as studies on the disclosure of agency legal materials, the use and limits of artificial intelligence in agency rulemaking, the effect of nationwide injunctions on federal regulatory programs, and strategies for identifying and reducing unnecessary administrative burdens that members of the public face when interacting with agencies. And that's just a few of the areas we're working on. We'll continue to circulate a full list of ongoing projects in our monthly email updates. Later on this morning, our acting research director, Jeremy Grayboys, who you all know, will discuss all these pending studies, both directed to the formulation of recommendations and those that are not so directed later this morning, along with a number of other long-term forthcoming or ongoing initiatives. The Office of the Chair continues to undertake initiatives to carry out ACUS's statutory charge to, quote, arrange for interchange among agencies of information potentially useful in improving administrative procedure, close quote. Moving on to roundtables. Roundtables provide an invaluable means for government officials to discuss matters with their counterparts at other agencies. Current roundtables that have been meeting regularly include the Interagency Roundtable, the Council of Independent Regulatory Agencies, or CIRA, the Council on Federal Agency Adjudication, the Alternative Dispute Resolution Advisory Group, and the Roundtable on Artificial Intelligence in Federal Agencies. Another roundtable in development will seek to identify helpful lessons for federal agencies in the administrative procedures of state and local governments. So we look forward to that one. Through working groups, another valuable tool, the Office of the Chair brings together experts to develop model materials. A new working group will take up this Assembly's proposal in recommendation 2021-10. And I call on Jeff Lubbers to tell us exactly which one that is, because I think he knows each one by heart. And this one was called the Regulation of Representatives in Agency Adjudicative Proceedings. And that recommendation directed the Office of the Chair to develop model rules of representative conduct. The working group will be chaired by Aaron Worth, Chief Administrative Law Judge of the Federal Maritime Commission, and Professor Lou Varelli, Professor of Law at Stetson University College of Law, will be serving as its reporter. We're grateful to both of them. Meetings will begin in the new year. The second working group, co-led by the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service, will develop model materials for use in agency ADR programs. That working group had its first meeting earlier this year. Then there's the White House Legal Aid Interagency Roundtable, which was shut down for a while, reinvigorated by President Biden, reinstituted under the leadership of the Attorney General and the White House Counsel. ACUS is one of about 24 members of this roundtable. The roundtable has met several times this year and will submit its annual report to the president soon. Jeremy and I attended, and I spoke at, a principals meeting last week. That was a good opportunity to introduce ACUS to top government officials. including the Attorney General himself, who was there. Last year's report highlighted, among other things, ACUS's work in enhancing access to adjudicated proceedings through video technology. This year's draft includes 2 other ACUS recommendations. Much more remains to be done, of course, to enhance access to justice in agency proceedings. I made the point that when we hear access to justice, we often think of courts, and that's important and appropriate. But we also have to think of administrative proceedings as well, not often included in access to justice work, because access to administrative proceedings or representation is equally important. Let me talk about public forums for a minute. Accordingly to our work on access to justice, ACUS has partnered with the Legal Services Corporation to organize a virtual forum, which is called Assisting Parties in Federal Administrative Adjudication. This forum will feature multiple panel presentations over the next several months, one of which we've had already. It examines ways to improve support for parties in adjudicated processes in which they are frequently self-represented. First panel examined why many parties, especially members of historically underserved communities, do not have professional representation, and address potential strategies for expanding access to that representation. Future panels will address ways to promote effective representation and expand services for self-represented parties. Public forums provide an opportunity to expand our conversations about administrative procedure beyond the family of ACUS. We also issue many publications to keep ACUS members and the public informed about matters of administrative procedure. The information interchange bulletins offer one-page overviews of important topics. Another monthly publication keeps agencies, Congress, and the public informed and updated on adjudication-related developments. And with your input at the last plenary session, we published our first statement of principles, which provides a single convenient resource summarizing all of ACUS's recommendations on the disclosure of federal administrative materials. We'll continue to update that document as the Assembly adopts new recommendations on the subject of government disclosure of information. And we hope to issue other statements of principle in the near future. In addition to these initiatives, the Office of the Chair provides technical assistance to agencies and Congress. And in the last 6 months, we have provided technical assistance to Congress on a number of bills. We also promote implementation of the Assembly's recommendations across all branches of government. I believe following through on your recommendations to the implementation stage is a vital ACUS function. We all here at ACUS start to think about implementation at the project orientation or project origination stage. In fact, I've coined the phrase that Chai has heard, that origination is implementation. So we continue to look for implementation opportunities throughout our projects. We have an active implementation working group co-chaired by public member Chai Feldblum, as I said a moment ago, senior fellow Carol Ann Siciliano, and special counsel Andrew Emery. And on the subject of implementation, I'd like to highlight a major recent success. On December 1st, supplemental rules for Social Security litigation went into effect. The amendment to the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, which the Supreme Court adopted earlier this year, directly implements Recommendation 2016-3, Special Procedural Rules for Social Security litigation in district court. We are delighted that the Supreme Court adopted the ACUS recommendation to issue these rules and that the Congress allowed them to take effect. The new rules will go a long way towards improving the experience of Social Security disability claimants in federal courts across the country. Thank you to Senior Fellow Alan Morrison for his tireless efforts before the Judicial Conference that led to this achievement. And Alan, before you came in, I thanked you for again arranging the room and for allowing us to be here. Okay, some initial procedural business. I'll turn to the rules for debating and voting. The privilege of debate extends to all ACUS members. That includes ACUS's approximately 100 voting members who together constitute the assembly when, as today, they sit in plenary session, and all our non-voting members. Debate is open to all. The voting members consist of all council members. The voting members consist of all council members, government members, and public members. The non-voting members consist of our senior fellows, liaison representatives, and special counsels. Only voting members may move an amendment or vote. You received guidance for participating in today's plenary session. That document provides separate instructions for in-person and virtual participants. For each recommendation, we'll start with the manager's amendments. These consist of stylistic changes, some from members, some from staff, that I expect and hope can be adopted by unanimous consent. General debate on the recommendation will then follow. We'll then consider, in the following order, council amendments and then pre-submitted amendments. Only then will we consider first-degree amendments from the floor, which I hope will be few in number, consistent with the provision of our bylaws, providing that all amendments should be pre-submitted. Members here in person can seek recognition, please, by raising their hand. Wait for the microphone. We have two, one Conrad Dryland on this side, one handled by Jennifer Seelan on that side before speaking. Members participating virtually, please seek recognition by sending a short chat message in Zoom, so indicating that you want to speak. And I have an iPad up here with which I can follow the conversation. Forgive me if I don't see it immediately, but I will be checking it. Well, when you try to vote from remotely, please send the chat message to everyone, not just to host only. State briefly why you seek recognition, nothing more. Please remain muted in Zoom until you are recognized. Initial votes will be taken by yeas and nays unless we can dispose of a matter by unanimous consent. If you object to an action on which unanimous consent is sought, members here in person should raise their hand, and members participating virtually should send a chat message that says, "I object." When we call for a vote by yeas and nays, voting members who are here in person, please vote by raising your blue voting cards. Voting members who are participating remotely should use the virtual hand raising function in Zoom. If you don't have that function, or if you don't know how to use it, please indicate your vote by sending another chat message to everyone that says, of course, yay or nay. Now I'll turn to some initial procedural business. The first item on our agenda today is approval of the minutes of the 77th plenary session, of which you'll find in your pockets. So approval of the minutes from the last session. Is there any objection to approval of the minutes? Without objection, therefore, they're approved. The next item is the adoption of the resolution governing the order of business, which is also in your packets. It provides, as reflected on the agenda, for 75 minutes of debate on each recommendation, which can be extended for up to 30 minutes by majority of vote. The resolution also provides, per our bylaws, that pre-submitted amendments will receive priority. Is there any objection to the approval of that resolution? Seeing none, the resolution is adopted. We'll now turn to the recommendations up for discussion. You'll find in your packet each recommendation in both clean and red line form. The clean version represents the recommendation without any amendments. The red line version reflects, among other things, all pre-submitted amendments. So I hope everyone can find both of those. We'll show each red line version up on the screens. Note, please, that when I refer to line numbers and paragraph numbers during today's discussion, I'm referring to the line and paragraph numbers as they appear in the booklet you all received. The numbers on the screen will change as we consider amendments. Lastly, before turning to the recommendations, I'd like to thank everyone once again, our members, committee chairs, staff, and consultants for working so diligently this past fall in preparing the recommendations and preparing this plenary session for your consideration of them. So, as it says in your agenda, our first recommendation this morning is precedential decision-making in agency adjudication, which comes to us through the Committee on Adjudication. For their work on this recommendation, I'd like to thank Nadine Mancini, who is making her way to the front because she's chair of the Adjudication Committee. I'd also like to thank our consultants, Christopher Walker, Melissa Wasserman, and Matthew Weiner, and our staff counsel, Matthew Gluck. All of them are here at the table on my right. For the record, Matt, Chris, and Melissa have recused themselves from any other participation on this recommendation. I'm pleased to recognize Melissa, so we can hear from her first on the report, and then Nadine on the committee's proceedings. So Melissa, it's over to you.
So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. So today, what I'm going to do is just start by giving an overview of the methodology that we utilize and some of our key findings, and then oops, sorry. Okay, there we go. So the methodology that we utilized was primarily case studies of 20 different agency adjudication systems that were selected to be a representative sample of the predominant structures and appellate review. So we included systems in the executive department and those within independent freestanding agencies. We looked both at regulatory and benefits conferring adjudication systems, and we tried to pay some special attention to the volume of adjudication. So we wanted to include mass adjudication systems such as the Social Security Administration Appeals Council and the Board of Immigration Review. And so to better understand how these systems use precedential decision-making and how they operated in practice, we conducted semi-structured interviews with at least one high-ranking official at each of these agencies. And in most cases, it was the head of the system. And in total, we interviewed about 24 agency officials, and these interviews were conducted remotely. So we just want to thank everyone, all of the agency officials and the agencies for making those individuals available to us, as well as everyone who provided feedback on the report to really improved its quality. So just some of our findings that I wanted to highlight, right? Most of the agencies that we studied, at least some or all of their opinions, they designated as precedential. There are some notable exceptions. The VA Board of Veterans Appeals and the SSA Appeals Council, both high volume systems, did not designate opinions as precedential. And a number of agencies also used an intermediate designation, such as informative, where the decision wasn't binding, like if they designate something as precedential, but nonetheless may have been noteworthy for particular reasons. What I wanted to highlight is we found a vast diversity of approaches to precedential decision-making. And perhaps this is not surprising, given the structures and objectives and procedures of agency adjudication vary considerably across the administrative state. And in the report, we go through and try to highlight a number of the different objectives associated with precedential decision-making, policy-making, consistency, predictability, efficiency, rule of law values, among others. But what we found at many agencies, right, the objectives for precedential decision-making were not necessarily widely known or perceivable, or in many instances, it appeared the agencies themselves may not have systematically, right, considered what factors do or should dictate whether the decision is designated as precedential. Now, of course, there are always exceptions to those rules, and there were several agencies, including PTAB and the BIA, for example, that had promulgated rules or operating procedures as to identify the criteria as to when they designate an opinion as precedential. And one thing is interesting to us is why there was a lot in the literature that suggested agencies designate things as precedential for this objective of policymaking. When we interviewed agency leaders, right, we surveyed for the study, they didn't suggest they use precedential decisions for implementing like presidential administrative policy preferences, but for more modest policymaking, such as filling the interstices of statutes or regulations to address novel or recurring issues in administration. In addition, right, we found that many agencies haven't published rules or regulations on the process by which they determine a decision should be designated as precedential. And we also found wide variation in the processes that agencies utilize, right, to determine which decisions they should designate as precedential. Some were very cumbersome and lengthy. For example, the U.S. Citizens of Immigration Services, they needed approval both by the U.S. CIS director at DHS and the Attorney General at the Justice Department. And perhaps not surprising, those appellate systems that really had a lengthy or more cumbersome process did not tend to designate a lot of opinions as precedential. And finally, we just want to note that agencies, right, obviously, unlike courts, really didn't have a theory of stare decisis and agency adjudication. And really thinking about the circumstances as when a precedential opinion, right, an agency adjudication should be overruled. Now, the exception to that is many agencies, almost all agencies, right, have thought extensively about when they need to revisit agency precedent in light of intervening statutory, regulatory, or judicial developments. So I won't go through the recommendations. Obviously, that's what we're here to do. But I would say at least a number of them really tried to get at making things more transparent, right, and pushing for more systematic thought about when the criteria you're utilizing for making decisions precedential, when to overrule them, right, and the processes by which you designate something as precedential.
Nadine, please.
Morning. I was waiting for my cue. Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say quickly at the outset, if you'll indulge me, that proof that the universe revolves around the administrative conference can be found in the fact that my daughter, a third-year law student at Columbia, is taking her administrative law exam today and using a textbook co-authored by Peter Strauss and Jillian Metzger. So here we are. I'm sending my good ad law vibes to her today. Oh, yes. We are in great hands today with Matt and Chris and Melissa. They have together produced a comprehensive report that provides the foundation for today's recommendation. I want to thank them for their incredible work on an interesting topic that had its origins in the report that was written by Matt and Chris for recommendation 2020-3, titled Agency Appellate Systems. I also want to thank our ACUS staff member, Matt Bluth, who kept the committee on track and provided valuable input along the way. And of course, Andy and Jeremy for their outstanding leadership, and all of the ACUS staff who continue to support the work that we do. Finally, I want to thank each of the adjudication committee members who participated in the 2 meetings we held to discuss this recommendation. Your contributions and the collaborative spirit that you bring to every one of our projects is so greatly appreciated, and our work is all the better for it. This recommendation explores an area which I had wrongly assumed was easily understood. Of course, my agency's decisions are precedential, and our ALJs know they have to follow them. But there's so much more to this in terms of how and when an agency might consider establishing and identifying its decisions as precedential. With the usual caveat that all agency adjudication schemes are not created equal, I view this recommendation as an opportunity for an agency to pause and actually reflect on what precedential decision-making means for them and their stakeholders, and also the objectives that precedential decision-making can serve. So just a few points that I wanted to highlight from our deliberations. We spent time considering what a precedential decision is and how best to define that. We discussed the process or the procedure an agency can use to designate a decision as precedential, what criteria should inform that procedure, and why. In addition, we explored whether there are other ways to convey that a particular agency decision is important or persuasive, even if it's not precedential. And finally, we considered how best to inform and involve agency personnel as well as the public in this process. So I look forward to hearing from everyone, including my fellow committee members, and I turn it back to Andy. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadine. Thank you, Melissa, for those excellent summary presentations. Our first order of business then is to consider the manager's amendment. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendment? Hi.
There's no objection, but as a logistical piece, maybe as a reasonable accommodation for those of us whose eyesight is bad, but maybe for everyone. I just want to check whether other people can see the screen, because I'm definitely finding it very difficult. And I don't know if it's the lighting or if you want to maybe go in and just, I don't know if you can bold everything. Okay, can I just get from everyone, can people, this is better, but it's blurred. Okay, I didn't know if it's my eyesight.
Is there
Okay,
anything
see,
we
that's
can-
why I raised my
anything we
hand.
can do about that, Kaja?
Discuss, because this is so important to us to have the screen. We all know that.
Yeah, up here it seems crisp, but you think the lighting is making it blurred?
Could we just try
Sure,
No.
Conrad's got it.
trial and error?
He knows this room.
Oh, that's definitely getting better. That better?
Hi, better?
I defer to Jeff on everything. No, not everything, but little blurry, and definitely the lighting was better.
Better, but it's a little blurry. That's what this. You want to sit over here? It seems fine.
Yeah,
Is it fine over there?
Can you get any closer?
This one's
Other than that.
Okay, I think this is the best
Good.
we can do technically.
Exactly.
So maybe if you can get closer somehow. You want to sit up here and read the one that's
I'm good, and I'll move over to the right side, and I
okay.
think we're good.
Okay, you scared me there for a minute. I thought you had an objection. Yes, sir.
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow.
Ron, thank you.
I think the change at line 57 calls at least for some discussion. So if you would exclude it from the unanimous consent motion, I would appreciate that.
Okay, I don't, well, actually I do. Line 57,
Recommendation 1C.
1C, yeah. And I'm sorry, what's your point about it?
I think if the edit's wrong.
You think it's wrong, the whole C?
No, the change in the
The
first
edit.
line should not have been made.
I see. Okay, Jeremy, what do you think? All right, any discussion on whether it's wrong or not? Whether the amendment should stand, or is Professor Levin's point well taken?
The second line's fine. The first one should have stood as written, I think. But all I was saying right now is it shouldn't be unanimous consent. We could talk about it whenever you think you want to talk about
Right,
it.
okay. So is your amendment to strike the from which?
Go back to that.
Go back to that, yeah. Okay, anyone have a thought on that? But I heard a yeah, Ron?
I agree with Ron that it reads better to have it back toward its original, but I don't think that this is a major issue. I think Ron's right. It reads more clearly in the original.
Okay, all right, then we'll seek unanimous consent to the amendment as amended, striking which and going back to that. Is there any objection to that? Or to which? Oh, we've got to thank you, Kaiser. We've got a comment on the screen here. Oh, suggesting maybe such that instead of which. This is what happens when you open the manager's amendment. Ron. Microphone, please.
Ron Cass, council member. I would not put another such in there. We already have one such. And I think suches are surplus.
Okay, yes, Professor Levin.
Well, we could go with the none such option, but I think if you take the first such out, I would be okay with putting it after the large value decisions. That would be equally good.
So it would read, they issue.
So it would say a large,
volume of decisions.
they issue a large
such
volume of
that-
decisions such that adjudicators cannot reasonably be expected.
That sound okay to you, Ron?
I would leave it as it is.
Do you wanna vote?
Much more time. on it.
Did you want to vote on that? No, as I figured. Okay, then as amended, do I hear any objection to unanimous consent? Hearing no further, that amendment, set of amendments is adopted. Okay, at this point, we have general discussion. Open the floor before we get to pre-submitted amendments. Is there any general discussion from anyone, including on the chat? And I will look here. Nothing yet. If no one has anything to say, then we can move on to the 9 council amendments. Give you one more minute to think. And then we'll bring the gavel down on that. Okay, 9 council proposed amendments. Council amendment number 1. The first council proposed amendment revises the first 2 paragraphs for clarity and to remove redundancies. It appears in line 120. There's also a revised definition of precedential at lines 18 to 20. And I'd like to turn to our consultants in the first matter for a reaction to the proposed amendment, including the revised definition of precedential at lines 18 to 20. You guys are surprised? Matt, we talked about this. Oh, I'm sorry, Ron, I didn't see your hand. General discussion?
Ron Cass, council member. I would like to just amend lines 18 and 19 and take out that same and insert the word and in 18 and take out interpreting the agency's authority from line 19. And I believe most of the council members have discussed and agreed to this.
Okay, any objection to that amendment, to the amendment? Alan?
I had suggested. Alan Morrison, senior fellow. I had suggested taking the language unless the precedent is distinguishable out, because if it's distinguishable, it's not precedent. And seems unnecessary until it's over. Then it would be until it's overruled. As long as we're working on this now, it seemed to me we might as well clean up this whole sentence, whatever we decide to do with it.
Okay, does anyone else want to be heard on either one of those? Yes.
Jack Bierman, I think that the until it's overruled language is important here. And this was discussed at the committee. I'm a member of the committee, and I would not go along. I understand that you could take those words out, but I would leave the unless the precedent is distinguishable or until it is overruled, to make clear that agencies maintain the normal sort of flexibility that happens when you have a body of precedent in adjudication. I don't think it does any harm, and it may be somewhat reassuring to agencies to know that the normal workings of precedent still apply.
I don't think Alan is going that far. Alan.
No, all I wanted to do was to strike out unless it's distinguishable. I left. I don't understand why, if it's distinguishable, it's precedent. If it's precedent, it's not distinguishable. I mean, it's not precedential if it's distinguishable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's not a misnomer to call something a relevant precedent, even if it's distinguishable in a particular case. And I think that this makes it clear that the recommendation doesn't take away the normal flexibility that agencies or any adjudicators have when there's a body of precedent that may be relevant. I don't see any reason to take it out.
Okay, Ron Cass, microphone coming.
Ron Cass, council member. I don't think it hurts anything to leave it in. I don't think it hurts much to take it out. but I would opt, since it's in the recommendation that was circulated, I would opt to leave it in, particularly since some members of the committee believe that it's helpful.
Okay, all right, so let's break these up. We're talking about Alan's suggestion.
I withdraw it.
Withdrawn, okay. All right, then there's Ron's previous amendment to the amendment. Any discussion or objection to that? Do you need it restated? Everyone remember Ron's first one? Okay, then without objection, we will adopt Ron's amendment to the amendment. Any further talk on the amendment? I think we're going to recognize the consultants at this point. No, nothing to say? We're happy? Okay. Nadine, anything from you?
Very happy.
Okay. I would also like to recognize Fernando for his thoughts, if any.
Fernando LaGuardia, council member, and I just grabbed the microphone to say that, no, I agree with the changes. Thank you. And
Okay,
thanks to
very
Ron for
good.
proposing.
Okay, is there any objection then to the amendment as amended? Very good, so adopted. Now we'll move on to council amendments 2 and 3. The second council proposed amendment removes the term adopted from the list of terms. Okay, I'm going too fast. Thank you, Matt. I think it's amazing that they can do this at all, much less quickly. It's like the old joke about the dog that doesn't play the piano particularly well. Well, it's amazing that he plays it all. Okay, the second council proposed amendment removes the term adopted from the list of terms for describing useful non-presidential decisions appearing in line 23. A parallel amendment listed in the red line version in your booklet as council amendment number 3 appears at line 80. So it's 2 and 3 that we're doing together. I'd like to recognize council member Ann Joseph O'Connell to explain the proposed amendment, please. And the microphone is coming from Jennifer.
Sorry. Ann Joseph O'Connell, council member. I just thought that adopted was confusing when we're thinking about presidential and non-presidential opinions. And so I wanted to remove the word adopted.
Okay, any further discussion on that? Any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Whoop, somebody raise a hand. Nadine.
It is what the agencies use, though. I mean, USCIS does use the word adopted. And I think they do in a way that's really helpful since it's so hard for them to go through the process of making presidential decisions. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have a strong preference either way, other than that is actually one of the terms that agencies use for this already.
Nadine?
No, I would agree. That's why it was included in the list as an example.
Microphone, please. Thank you.
I think if we retain the word adopted, we should explain how it is different than precedential, because I found that confusing. I take Chris's point, but if we're going to use a term like that, that many of us would, in ordinary parlance, assume meant that it was precedential, we should explain how adopted decisions are different than precedential ones.
And you have any response?
Just to Chris, in the council meeting, I was informed that only one agency used the term adopted and that the recommendation is going to all agencies. And because of the confusion, it didn't, the one agency's practice didn't suggest to me that it should be a paragon for others.
Jeff Logers.
Even though one agency does use it, our recommendation says it's useful. And if we think it's confusing, I don't think we should include it. I mean, there's no harm in not including it.
Okay, Chris, Nadine, any response to Jeff and Don? Thank you. Yes.
So John Duffy, public member, maybe it would be good to actually strike the word useful in the preamble, and which just is a statement of fact that this is what, the agencies use. And then in the recommendation, which is on line 80, strike the word adopted, because that's where we're recommending that certain words be used. And I agree, adopted seems confusing to me. But Chris Walker's, if it's a statement of fact that agencies use this, then it's a statement of fact that agencies in fact are using this. So, but if we're going to recommend them to use words, it seems to me that adopted seems a little bit confusing. So I agree with the council's suggestion that adopted is confusing, but if it's a statement of fact up front, then we should just say some agencies highlight non-presidential decisions by these labels, but then get rid of that word in the recommendations. That's what I would suggest as I guess a compromise. It seems to have Jeff Lever's view, right? Okay, so that's my suggestion.
Okay, let me stop the room for a minute to turn to remote suggestions. Bill Funk suggests dropping a footnote to explain it.
Well, I just meant that if you wanted to keep adopted in and it was confusing and need to be explained, the way to do it would be just drop a footnote and cite to the report where they mention this, or say some agencies use this term for procedural reasons because it's difficult to adopt precedential decisions, but that's just a way to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Ann, do you have a response to that? Would a footnote work? I don't see how.
I agree with John Duffy's suggestion that the first mention is descriptive and the second mention is normative. And so I think it's fine. I like the idea of deleting useful in the descriptive part, and maybe a footnote would also help because it is so contrary, I think, to our intuition of word usage. So I would definitely support what John suggested.
Oh, okay. Matt, are you keeping track of this? Can you read back what Ann's proposed amendment as amended is now?
And insert footnote immediately to USCIS.
And does that make sense? Okay, very good. Hi.
Hi, Feldblum, public member. I would definitely not recommend taking out useful from this sentence, because the whole point about this sentence is not that we're saying that these terms are useful. What we're saying is that some agencies have decided, even though they have non-precedential decisions, that certain useful ones that they think are useful, they label them informative, notable, or a similar term. One of them also uses the term adopted, which is very different than informative or notable. So I think the point we're trying to say in the report here, and the committee discussed it, is we do want to note that some agencies have come up with these terms. I'm very fine taking out the term adopted, given the confusion it has clearly already created, as if we were saying the term adopted is useful. So I would take out the term adopted, that's one agency, but say some agencies highlight what they consider useful non-precedential decisions with these other terms. And in our recommendation, we think that's also a good approach. Again, I don't think we have to suggest adopted as a good term to use. That agency will continue doing it. Other agencies that have not done it yet, for example, the EOC, where I came from, this is actually, that's part of our recommendation. So what I have on the table is not to drop a footnote, not to drop useful in front of useful non-precedential decisions, but to accept Ann's first recommendation of simply deleting the word adopted.
Okay. Ann wanted to respond to that, Jennifer.
I misunderstood on the useful, so I agree with that. Or you could, I mean, you could, John might suggest, some decisions so as not to labeled them in certain ways, but I'm fine with useful remaining.
Don?
I think two of us have suggested that if we retain the word adopted, we should explain what it means as opposed to, I don't care whether it's in a footnote or someplace else or cross-reference to the report, but a lot of us have found it confusing because we don't understand what's different between an adopted decision and a precedential decision. And I note that both Chris and Matt are nodding. So I think if we're not going to explain it, we ought to take a vote on why we're not going to explain it. If we retain the word adopted, it should be explained somewhere.
Okay, Don, do you have any specific language that you can propose for us? Jennifer, back to Don.
No, I don't, because I don't understand how it's different. That's why I'm raising the point. So I think people like Chris, who understand how the agency uses that to be different than precedential, should explain it to me. But I can't suggest language because I don't understand it. I misunderstand it.
Okay, well, then it's hard for us to take a vote on non-language, but okay, I understand.
With all due respect, a couple of us have suggested it should be explained in a footnote. So that's something on which you could take a vote. The last speaker deleted that from her recommendation and said that she was opposed to having a footnote or an explanation. So I think it is a votable issue whether or not, if we retain the word adopted, that it should be explained.
Okay. Ron?
Ron Levin, Senior Fellow, I have a specific formulation that might do the trick. I would take the word adopted out of the text. I would drop a footnote that says USCIS uses adopted for a similar purpose, although it is susceptible of confusion with the ordinary understanding of precedential. Or don't name, you don't have to name the agency, but do it that way.
Hi.
Okay, clearly my suggestion had been misunderstood. If you thought that, I think you were referring to me about, yes. My recommendation is that we go back to the very first suggestion by Ann and accept it. And what that would do, and as I understood, Chris, you were fine with that because, you know, this was simply a factual statement. So my recommendation is that we go back to Ann's first suggestion. We drop the term adopted for the reason that everyone has just been discussing. We simply drop it. That's it. And then anyone reading this recommendation will read, additionally, some agencies highlight useful unprecedented decisions by labeling them informative, notable, or similar term. And that's it. And this whole discussion will have resulted in something positive, which is we have dropped a term as Ann suggested and the council to do so. I think that's a positive change. But I'm sorry that you misunderstood what I was saying before.
I'm still misunderstood what you were saying before.
Okay.
I think the approach would be fine with me.
Okay, we've got Don taken care of. Ron, does that takes care of it? Okay, Ann, you good with it? Okay, and Dean, consultants, Chris, maybe not.
I'll just stand on what I said before. This is one of the words that agencies use, one of three. So the John Duffy proposal seemed fine, but I mean, it doesn't matter if we want to cut out one of the words agencies use to identify useful decisions that aren't precedential. Adopted is one of them. So that's all I was trying to say.
Okay, I'll take that as not asking for a vote. Ron?
Just before we leave this, I think that Ron Levin had it right, that while we dropped the term from both places in the text, in the first time it would have appeared in the descriptive part, we drop a footnote just saying one agency uses the term adoptive, although some people find that confusing, period.
Okay, let me read a couple of the comments in the chat here. Kristen Hickman agreed with John Duffy. And let me just remind everyone in the remote world that on the chat, you should just be saying you want to be recognized, and then we'll go to you on the screen and have you explain it. Okay, so I see a vote here. By showing yays and nays, please, how many support Ann's amendment as adopted by, amended by High and approved by Ron Levin? But not yet that. We'll go to a vote on that separately. Yays or nays? Everyone in support say yay. Everyone opposed? Okay, so that's adopted. Now let's vote on Ron's amendment. Good. Oh, the yays have it. I'm sorry. Thank you. Ron,
It was just a drop of footnote saying 180. It is a fact. In fact, we can put a period.
okay. Chaim, you're saying yes?
Yes, love that. Me, this is point and.
Okay. And is that okay with you? Don?
Okay with me, but if we're gonna say that an agency uses the word adopted, I still think we should explain what that means.
Andy,
What they mean.
Nadine, yes, please.
could I just suggest that maybe rather than calling an agency out and suggesting that they're using the wrong term, that we just cite to the report where you discuss this rather than highlight the word?
Don?
Be fine.
That'll be fine. Okay. Ron's okay with that? Okay, so then the previous amendment, Fernando, you have a,
So this is Fernando LaGuardia, council member. Is there an amendment? And the amendment is now amended to the footnote citing the report?
yes.
Okay.
You don't seem happy.
I will just, I just will state, I don't think it's a good idea to call out an agency. I don't think it's a good idea after they cooperate with our research to call them out or to call them what they're doing
Completely
peculiar
agree.
or unusual. So.
Please.
I mean, because just for Don's, so USAS has, it's one of my favorite best practices of the whole study. So, and maybe that because USCS has to get approval from DHS head, from OLC, and from the Attorney General in order to make any of their decisions binding on their adjudicators. They said, this is crazy. Like, no, we can do this maybe once a decade. So we're going to adopt this innovation, an adopted decision where the head of the USCS can say, I'm designating this decision adopted by the USCS, which actually means it's binding on the agency adjudicators, but it's not binding on the BIA and the Attorney General and all of that. So it's not the policy of the government, it's just the policy. So I like that. I do recognize it's different, and I'm convinced by Ann that it's different than informative or the like. But I think I would hate to suggest it's not a good innovation. In fact, I think it's an amazing innovation that other agencies such as Social Security and, okay, I'll stop there, might want to consider adopting as well.
Matt? No? Oh, I thought you were, I thought you were bending over towards the microphone. No. Yes, Emily Brenner.
So in light of that much more complex explanation and the fact that the Senate seems like a sensible workaround in that context, I would go back to Nadine's suggestion of just dropping a footnote to refer to the report's discussion of the use of the term adopted and leave it at that.
Okay, Fernando, is that more palatable? You're saying no with your face.
No, I understand Chris's comment that the report speaks of this favorably. So citing to the report as an example of how this can be done. I hear you. I am not in favor of slamming this agency for using a term and using it in the way that they do. So I agree with you.
Ann, hi, just to check in back with you guys. Ann, okay? Hi. Back to Fernando.
C generally or CF or something like that, that's fine. Some specific citation to the word and poking a finger in the eye of CIS, no. So I don't know what the amendment is. What's blue book form for the citation? Use something that is, along the lines of a CF, that's fine.
Okay, we'll call it a signal and let the committee on style pick it. That's reasonable. Yeah, Jeff.
Jack Bierman, public member. I just want to point out that it says that the as written, it says informative, notable, or a similar term. And I think or a similar term captures the word adopted, and then you put the footnote after the end of the sentence, and we're fine. And I think we capture everything without singling anyone out. USCIS is that what they've done is is great. Maybe the word they used is causing confusion among us. And that's fine. I mean, I think we're fine just by putting a footnote to the place in the report after the words a similar term.
Okay, Jack, so just for me, if no one else, is that an amendment to the approved
No, I
an
don't think- I
amendment
think
or
that's
instead?
fine.
Okay, so that's a replacement for Ann's approved amendment. Okay, let's have a vote on that, starting with the yeas and nays. All those in favor of replacing what we just approved with Jack Bierman's suggestion, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's kind of middle of the road. All those opposed say nay. No nays. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, and you have. We need the mic.
There, what it looks like.
This was just what's going to be in the footnote, right? Just a reference to the report.
Jack
Okay.
Bierman, yes. Okay, Ann's okay.
I have a small, not comment on the last amendment, but additional, I'm afraid, amendment, which is smallish, and I will withdraw it if there's opposition. But I like the language in the recommendation much better about what useful is, which actually says non-precedential decisions that may be useful to adjudicators by designating them, rather than just throwing the word useful non-precedential decisions in there. It is much clearer what, how it's useful and what that means to have that, the language in the report duplicated in the language in the recommendation duplicated in the report as to what the concept of useful is there. So I would suggest saying that some agencies highlight non-precedential decisions that may be useful to adjudicators, and then the rest and that, rather than the word useful, because I think it's unclear what it means to be useful in this context, and it's clearer in the recommendation.
Okay, let me just make a finding on the last vote that the Bierman amendment was adopted by yeas and nays. Okay, anyone have any response to the word useful?
Ron Cass, council member. I agree with John Duffy.
Other comments? High's agreeing. Anyone else? Jack's agreeing. All right, can we take this by unanimous consent then? Seeing no one, the John's amendment is adopted. Okay, Sean, can you give me a check on time? I feel like we're using a lot of time. 33 minutes left. Okay, we've got a few things to go, so please keep that in mind, everyone. All right, the next council amendment we call number 4, proposed amendment. This proposed amendment removes paragraph 5 in lines 82 to 83. And Ron, I'd like you, if you would please, to explain this one.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a statement of the obvious, and we don't need to say it. Shouldn't be unduly time consuming unless we think that there are people who are in favor of doing things that are unduly time consuming. And if so, they should come have a day or two here. Us.
Okay, Chris, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think this one's actually really important because a lot of agencies complained in the interviews that they are too unduly burdensome. And I think it's really important for the conference to send a message to the agencies to give them the support they need to say, hey, we need to rethink how time intensive the process is.
Further discussion on that, Alan Morrison.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. This is a kind of standard recommendation that we have in many of our recommendations that tempers the thrust of the other recommendations, saying we recognize that resource and other limitations may prevent you from doing all this, and we're not saying that you have to do it absolutely. So I don't think this does any harm, and I think it's worth saying that we're showing that we're being reasonable, and I would keep it in if I had a vote, which I don't.
Okay, anyone else on this? Ron, you'll withdraw?
It does no harm.
Okay, first do no harm. Okay, Ron's amendment is withdrawn. Next amendment, council amendment number 5. This proposed amendment appearing at lines 86 to 100 revises numbered paragraph 6 to present procedural options as subparagraphs. Nadine, I recognize you for a reaction to this amendment.
We spent a lot of time on this particular section. I think to the extent it teases out some of the issues that, or unpacks some of the issues that are here, I think it's fine, but I welcome any input from our committee members as well.
Okay, discussion on this, please. No one? Okay, then, Ron, you want to vote? Sure. Okay, let's by yeas and nays first, vote on adopting this amendment or not. Everyone in favor, say yay. Yay. Everyone opposed, no. Okay, the yeas have it and it's adopted. Sorry, Chris. Council amendment, let's see, number 6 revises original paragraph 8 at lines 101 to 104 to clarify the procedure being recommended for requesting that the agency designate a non-precedential decision as precedential. And Nadine, I'll go back to you to start off.
And I think this is fine. It retains the spirit of what we were trying to capture here.
Any discussion? Any opposition? Then by unanimous consent, this amendment is adopted. The 7th amendment at lines 105 to 108.
I'm so sorry. I tried to raise my hand, but I was slow. I had one question.
Okay, Jen, thank you. Jen Dickey, go ahead.
It seems like it weakens the recommendation slightly in that the recommendation previously was affirmatively saying agencies should consider accepting nominations, and the new language is saying agencies should consider establishing a process. And it seems like the former recommendation was a little bit more forward leaning, that we think that they should accept nominations, whereas here it's like consider a process. And so that's a slight change in meaning to me. And I do think we want to encourage them to accept nominations or accept, so I wonder if there is language that could be a little more forward leaning, that agencies should accept nominations to make decisions precedential.
Okay, we just got unanimous consent on that, but
Just because I was slow with my mute, sorry.
oh, that's okay. And I'm not great yet at checking the iPad.
Ron Cass, council member. I think that the establishment of a process allows for more variation across agencies, allows the agencies to think about what works best in each case. And I think that the nominations language is one that's more limiting, and I would favor sticking with what we just did.
Okay. Jen Dickey, did you hear that?
I did. I still think, we would, I guess I'm wondering if there's language that could more affirmatively say, more than just establish a process, but should consider, receiving recommendations, that to me, there is a substantive difference between just establishing the process and saying you should consider receiving the recommendations or that a decision be made precedential.
Okay, I see that. Yeah, of course. Chris.
So I think one reason we should consider throughout this is some agencies actually have all their decisions precedential or none of them. And as the committee did not weigh in on on that big issue, and I don't think the conference should either. So that's why these are all should consider, because they shouldn't establish a process to have people asked to designate decisions as precedential if they have no precedential decisions at all and the like. So I just as a technical matter, I think that's why these are all should consider and not shall establish or something like that.
Okay, I see there's a comment here from Alan Morrison. I'll let him explain, but it says in number 4, instead of nominations, which usually refers to an individual, I would use suggestions or recommendations. Alan, you want to explain?
The proposed council amendment is adopted. then my suggestion becomes moot because the word nominations is taken out.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, Jennifer Dickey, do you want to vote?
I would suggest, my suggestion would be another sentence that says, such requests may be beneficial to the agency and the public, or something just more affirmatively saying, we think that the requests are beneficial.
Okay, back to Ron, you still opposed to that? Yes, he says. Okay, we're gonna then have to, oh, yeah, Jack.
This is Jack Bierman, public member. I think that I understand Jennifer's hesitation, but I actually think that suggesting that agencies establish a process for doing this is a stronger recommendation than just telling them that they individually, maybe they ought to accept suggestions. So I actually think that, that Ron's suggestion better accomplishes what Jennifer is concerned about. So I would leave it as the council amendment.
Okay, and I see Nadine out of the corner of my eye, nodding. Or jumping up and down. That's
Thank you, Jack. That's exactly the point I was going to make, that I think that's, I think I understand, is it Jennifer, what she suggests? Accepting nominations to me means you can make that suggestion and we'll accept the suggestion, but we won't actually accept it. Like, we'll accept your nomination, but we're still going to think about it. And I'm not sure if Jennifer's reading it as, if you nominate a decision, we will accept that and do it. I think having a process is much more a better way to phrase this. And I think it makes it more formal. It makes the agency have to set up a procedure for having someone come to them and say, this is what we would like to do, and hearing them out. I think it's stronger. I agree with Jack.
okay. Thank you. First to the screen, Don. Bernard Bell seeks recognition. Bernard, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Bernard Bell, public member. So my suggestion would be to take out the consider, and given Chris's explanation, which I thought was very valuable, put a couple words at the beginning of the sentence that says something like, when appropriate, agencies should establish a process. And that may be too cryptic. I mean, maybe you would have to write out the concept of when agencies decisions are either all presidential or none of them are presidential, then agencies should do that. But I hopefully when appropriate would do the trick rather than having to clutter this up with more language. So that's my suggestion.
I'll get to you, Don.
Well, I appreciate the thought behind that. I think it's less general and slightly more confusing than leaving it that agencies should consider this, because I think that leaves to the agencies what they do then in terms of the establishment of the process, and it doesn't limit who ought to think about doing it.
Okay. Don, is your comment on this, on Bernard's? Yes. And then hi, you're next.
Sure. I think that I support the idea of leaving consider in. I don't have a real objection to where appropriate, but I think we need to be sensitive to the point Alan Morrison made earlier, that these recommendations apply to a whole plethora of agencies, which are really very different, and they need to be tailored to a specific agency context. I can imagine agencies in which public requests to designate various things as presidential could virtually shut down the agency, or at least consume significant resources. So I think that agencies have to balance both the costs and benefits. And therefore, I would be opposed to simply noting the benefits without also recognizing the costs. I think it's better to say that agencies should consider this in their own context. And by calling it out, calling out public suggestions, we certainly indicate that we think it may be useful in some circumstances because we call it out as something that they should consider. But I think that goes as far as we should go, because I don't think we've really thought through what the potential costs for a variety of agencies are for having to address numerous requests from the public to designate various decisions as precedential.
Okay, Kai?
Kai Feldblum, public member. I want to align myself with what just Jack and Nadine said about, I really think this council amendment as written captures even better what we were trying to do in the committee. So I know we had already accepted it before Jennifer brought her point, but Jennifer, I'm hoping you now understand that at least from committee members, we actually think that this council language strengthens what we were trying to do. And again, I would speak though against adding, if appropriate, or any other language. I think what the council came up with is really quite beautifully written and would pick up from there, given that we voted for it.
Okay, Allison, then Sally.
Alan Morrison.
No, Sally, waving off. Allison, Alan, I'm sorry.
Senior fellow. Please, let's do not start adding where appropriate. It suggests that lots of things are inappropriate and we could put it in almost every recommendation. We should have a macro that says all recommendations are only where appropriate. And if you put it in number 7 here, and what about 6 and 8 and so forth and so on? So I oppose it.
Just leave it where it's appropriate. Okay, but Bernard seeking recognition again on his amendment.
Yes, so I would like to modify my amendment to make it more precise then. So it would be when agencies selectively make decisions precedential, and then agencies should consider. Agencies should establish, etc. So I think that at least addresses some of the concerns that were raised, although clearly not all of them.
Okay, any discussion on that? All right, so
Again, for Bernard, if we
thank
want to
you,
insert it.
thank you, Matt. Bernard, can you repeat that language?
Sure. When agencies selectively make decisions precedential.
Then agencies should consider?
Agencies should establish, I think. So agencies should establish a process.
Alan says, say they instead of agencies.
That's fine.
Okay, let me check in with Nadine and the consultants on this as written. Oh, Funme.
I mean,
I'm sorry, let Nadine and the consultants
I mean, I
speak.
think you'd want to, I mean, all of these are the same. If you add that, you add it to all of them. I mean, it's already built into the should consider.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that it's sort of baked in. I understand there's a desire to maybe be more expressed, but then we would have to, I think, go through and maybe adjust other recommendations along those lines.
Okay, Funme, then I'm going to call a vote.
Fumio Lorni Badajo, council member. I agree with Nadine and the consultant here. I think removing the word consider now requires the agency to do so in all circumstances. And to the earlier point about resources and the fact that if they were required to do this for all precedential decisions, there could be a real cost to the agency. So I think I would strike the language that was requested and keep it as should consider. Because as it's currently written, requiring all agencies that make decisions precedential to have to establish a process regardless of what their resources are, seems like a pretty, it just seems like a pretty, could be a pretty heavy lift depending on the agency.
Okay, so yeas and nays. All those in favor of Bernard Bell's amendment, say on the language on the screen. Matt Morgan.
So for the chair, just a point of order for us to understand. Originally, the council amendment was at least it seemed like adopted by unanimous consent, but then it seemed like Jen objected and it was accepted as an objection. So I think what the council members here are trying to figure out is, was the council amendment, is that language in and now we're amending that? Or is this an amendment to the council amendment? If the chair could just clarify which piece of the language is in and out right now, I think that'd be helpful.
Yeah, I believe it's an amendment to the council amendment, but let me just, Nadine's nodding. Let me check with Jeremy. Is that right? Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So all those in favor of the amendment to the council amendment offered by Bernard Bell, please say yay. Bernard, I don't think you have a lot of support here.
Yay.
Say no. No.
No.
Okay, sorry, Bernard, the noes have it. Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay, hearing none, that's adopted as, well, no, yeas and nays on the amendment or unanimous consent. Could I get unanimous consent on the amendment? Yes, yes, yes. Everybody nodding. Unanimous consent. The amendment is adopted. Mine's 6.
You are on. You finished 6, you're on 7.
Right, good. Okay, I just want to make one comment. I've been lenient in doing this because I want a full discussion. But in the future, if we've adopted an amendment, I'm not going to recognize people to go back and reconsider that amendment. I hope that's okay with everyone, including people on the chat. Please, Kaja is following you, so if you can't raise your hand, just say you want to be. Well, raise your hand is for both, but just say you want to be recognized, and if I don't see it, she will. Okay, the 7th council amendment at lines 105 to 108 clarifies the procedure for soliciting amicus participation and public comments. It's meant to clarify that the agencies might consider inviting amicus participation in cases that are likely to become precedential, not on the question of whether a decision should be precedential. Ron, anything more you want to add on that? Shaking his head no. Nadine, is this consistent with the committee's intent?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so therefore, any discussion on the amendment? Can I get unanimous consent on the proposed amendment? Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs and no objections. Without objection, the amendment is adopted. The 8th council amendment inserts a clause subject to available resources to former paragraph 16, new paragraph 15, appearing in line 131. That's a lot to keep track of. Any discussion on this amendment? Yes, Don.
I don't object to it, but I note that there are several previous recommendations that agencies should do things which are not subject to available resources. So I think that may create some confusion. My understanding is that all of our recommendations are subject to available resources. So singling this one out implies that the 3 or 4 previous recommendations are not subject to available resources, but I don't feel strongly about it. It's simply a stylistic comment.
Okay, Ron?
Ron Cass, council member. The only reason for inserting it here is this seemed to be one that could involve a great imposition on agency resources, significantly more so than some of the others. And so we thought it was worth flagging for this one. That's the only reason.
Okay, Don, that okay with you? Okay, seek unanimous consent. Any objections? Oh, more people to speak. Emily
No,
Brenner, sorry.
The Emily Bremer, public member. I think Don's right.
Alan. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I can't see you behind your mask. Oh, is that Eloise? That's Eloise. There you are. Okay.
Eloise Pesek, a public member. I'm just agreeing with Emily, so I was just nodding.
Okay, thank you. Alan Marson. And then Sally Katzen.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. And we specifically left in a prior amendment said all these things are subject to resource allocation. So to single out this one here seems doubly inappropriate.
Okay, Sally?
Concur.
You're with Alan. Okay, we've got some momentum here, Ron. Hi.
So I want to actually strongly support the council's amendment here, even though usually I do not like this additional pieces, because at least in the committee, we did discuss this and we didn't end up doing something like this, which is why I sort of really appreciate the council's look at it. we actually think they should update their manuals and they should effectively communicate to their adjudicators. I mean, obviously those are all subject to resources, but we really do think they should do all of that. Now, there's one other thing which is really bigger. I mean, when you're dealing coordination with the commercial databases and all that. So I really like that signaling from the council that this is sort of different than the other. So just to say that I support the council's amendment as is.
Okay, yes, Jack.
Jack Bierman, could I suggest maybe moving the reference to resources to after the words commercial databases? Because I think if I'm understanding correctly, there could be a restriction on spending money with some outside group that may be unique in a circumstance like this, whereas everything else is obviously subject to available resources. Would that help, Ron, in conveying the special concern that this one raised?
First, yes, I think it would. And second, with respect to Alan, we had not actually had something that said with respect to everything in here, just with respect to the designation of what is precedential. So it is quite different than what we're dealing with at this point.
Okay, Sally.
Sally Katzen, Senior Fellow, or what, Senior Member, what? Senior Fellow, thank you. Instead of subject to available resources because of all of the discussion that has taken place, what if we were simply say that agencies should consider the additional step of that would reflect our appreciation that it is going beyond, but does not link it specifically to resources. I'm not, because I'm senior, very senior, I can't move that, but I leave it out there for someone to grab onto if they'd like.
All right, does anyone have a motion on the floor? Yes, ma'am. You're a senior fellow as well? Okay, anyone care to make a motion on Jack and Sally's amendment to the council amendment? Seeing none, I'm sorry, we can't consider that, Sally. But Jack's, let's go to Jack separately. Somebody wants to speak. I'm getting, yes, ma'am.
Hi, Renee Landers, Senior Fellow. So,
Oh, Renee.
yeah,
Oh,
I know.
I haven't seen you in years.
We all look different now.
Yeah.
I
I used to work with
We all
Renee
look
in the
different.
Justice Department in the 90s.
In the 90s, DOJ, right? So I would like to object to that, adding any suggestion about this provision being subject to available resources, because I think it just goes to the heart of what agencies are supposed to do. They're supposed to understand what the law is that's relevant to the decision and to make and to educate people about that, including people within the agency. So I think that's it's just part of the job. And I think I think we should not add that language that the council amendment is suggesting.
Okay, thank you. But we're going to go back to Jack's. Jack, you want to just restate it so that we're clear? And Nadine has a comment.
The only thing I would say is I was trying to make it clear that using commercial databases was the only thing that we were singling out as far as resource availability, because there could be a problem with spending money where there's no, authorization or something like that. I thought that maybe was what was the council's concern here. So if there's a way to tweak the language to make that more clear, that's fine. Otherwise, I agree that we should just leave it out altogether.
Okay, Nadine, then Bill Funk on the computer here.
I just wanted to chime in and say, as usual, I'm in sync with Hi here and Jack. If I'm recalling our deliberations correctly, I think we actually considered striking this from the recommendation because of concerns about how difficult it might be for agencies to do this and basically replicate commercial databases on their own websites. The cost, the effort, is it accurate? I know for my agency, a small agency, it would be very difficult to do. So I was happy to see the addition of this phrasing, and I do think it's deserving of highlighting it versus the other on the other ones on this list.
Okay, so that's in support of the council amendment, as Jack has, or Ron has discussed it. Okay, let me go to Bill Funk online.
I would take out the subject to available resources along with what everybody else has said, because we're all saying is they should consider. Should they not even consider on the basis of available resources? We aren't even going to consider it because available. The resources come in whether or not you're going to track, not whether you can consider it. So writing in agencies should consider, I mean, resources goes into that consideration. You don't need to say it.
Okay, thank you, Bill. All right, I'm gonna call for a vote on Jack's amendment to the council amendment and then on the underlying council amendment. First, sir.
Michael Hertz, senior fellow.
Michael Hertz, I've seen you on the computer. Hi.
I'm with Bill. I was gonna say something similar and slightly more expansive. When you look at this whole list, going back to Don's original point about this different in language, is it meaningful? Paragraphs 10, 11, 12, and 13 say should. They should do these things. Paragraph 14 and 15 say should consider. And the should consider, as Bill just said, implies, well, if you can, then there'll be a lot of relevant circumstances, including resources. The change I would make, I'm a senior fellow, I can't move it, is to get rid of the should in paragraph 14. So, I mean, agencies, I'm sorry, get rid of the consider in paragraph 14. They should post these things. And I will say that your consultants on the availability of legal materials are going to say exactly that in their report. We'll see where the committee ends up. But if you get rid of consider in paragraph 14, then 15 is the only paragraph here that says should consider as opposed to should do. And that adequately sort of makes the point about the other considerations here not present in the other discussions.
Okay, so is that an amendment to the Jack?
I
Amendment?
can't make a motion.
Oh, you're a senior fellow. Okay. Anyone who can vote? Any voting members? Emily? Okay, Jack.
I just want to point out that it's true that there's no, we use the word consider on page 6, but on page 5, there's plenty of it. So, I mean, I think we're, you know, the point doesn't really hold in terms of what Michael said. I'm not disputing the spirit that it's wrong, that you take consider out of.
Okay, Emily, based on that, do you have a modification to your amendment?
No, because I think all the ones in this section on availability of precedential decisions, I think that's where we should confine our focus.
Okay, then I've got to have a motion to extend time.
Right. Well, first of all, we have now two things on the floor by this new thing. So number one, there is the amendment to keep in subject to available resources, but moving after commercial databases, which we don't have voted on yet, but hopefully we will, and I will vote for it, assuming Ron, as I understood, agreed with that. Two, I would oppose Emily's motion, however, to take out should consider in what is, now number 14. We talked about this at length. There were some things that we felt they absolutely should do, like effectively communicate and update their manuals. It is not going to be easy for every agency to do a brief summary of every presidential decision. There are just too many. So we are messaging to the agencies now, thinking about implementation, the things we think they should do. And don't tell us you don't, I mean, you might not do it based on your assessment, but we think you should, versus things we think you should consider. And they go in this order. So I would oppose Emily's motion, and I would support, when we get to it, the vote for the council's motion as amended by Jack, as accepted by Ron. Thank you.
All right, we have to think about time now. We've gone through our allotted 75 minutes. We can extend up to 30, but I'm going to ask for unanimous consent or a majority vote if we have to vote to extend by 15 minutes. And let's see how we are after that. Okay, unanimous consent to extend by 15 minutes. Excellent. All right, what Jeremy has suggested here is that we take a vote on including the following language, subject to available resources, without regard to where it's placed, and Committee on Style can place it. Ron says yes, I says yes. Do I have unanimous consent on that? Okay, that amendment that language is adopted. Final vote on the. Oh. Okay, separate vote on the language then. Unanimous consent, so adopted. Oh, we have to do yes and nays, I'm told. Okay, all those in favor of what I just read out, say yay. Yay. Opposed, no?
No.
Okay, just a couple, so the in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Okay, now can we go to the council amendment? Jeremy? Yeah, okay, council amendment number 8, subject to available resources. Nope, we're done, we did that. Okay, that was the exact council amendment. Council amendment number 9, the ninth amendment at line 160. I'm sorry?
Number
14.
Somebody's.
It was the Bremer.
Bremer amendment.
Oh, okay. Should or should consider. Emily, I'm sorry for forgetting you. Okay, all those in favor of the Emily amendment to drop consider and leave just should, say aye. No one? All those opposed, nay? Okay, the nays seem to have it.
I'm sorry,
Emily?
I thought the vote we just had was on the council amendment. I'm very confused about what we're voting on.
The vote we just had was on the language subject to available resources, including it or not, straight up or down. So that was not with respect. Yes.
So then we went back to your should or should consider. And that was not adopted. Okay, council amendment number 9, the 9th amendment at line 161 to 165 removes the recommendation to use notice and comment procedures for soliciting public input when materially revising existing or adopting new procedural regulations on the subjects of this recommendation appears in lines 161 to 165. And once again, to discuss this amendment, I call on Ann Joseph O'Connell.
I propose this amendment because I feel there are costs to notice and comment rulemaking, and so I wanted something with a lighter touch.
Nadine, would you like to
Just all
respond
the
for the
paper
committee?
hearing mandates along with it.
I think that would be in line with the committee's deliberations to the extent that seeking public input could include notice and comment. And I think some agencies might opt to do that. But I think it's reasonable to take that into account that there may be agencies who don't want to.
Okay, if there's no, I don't see anyone seeking recognition, so I will seek unanimous consent on this amendment as accepted by the committee chair. Anyone have any objections? Seeing none, the amendment number 9 is adopted. Okay, now we can move on to pre-submitted conference member amendments and comments, and these come from Alan Morrison and Jeff Lubbers. In terms of pre-submitted comments and amendments, Morrison, okay. All right, moving on to Morrison comment number 3. This comment applies to lines 35 to 36 and removes the clause such as the solicitation of public input. Alan, would you like to explain?
It's not a big, Alan Morrison, senior fellow, not a big matter, but the only question was whether we need that in there. It seems pretty obvious, but I don't have any strong views about it. Since I can't move it, I was told that it had to come to the floor.
Right, okay. Anything from the consultants or Nadine on this? No, no. Okay, would anyone care to put a motion on the floor to this extent? Anybody on the computer? No, I'm sorry, Alan. Without an amendment on the floor, we can't vote, so this is not adopted. Comment from Alan again, number 4, 5. We did 4, okay. 5 at line 150, Alan suggests the word treat or use instead of consider. Alan, do you care to speak on that? No, so I need an amendment from a voting member. in Alan's place on the computer. Anyone?
I submit the amendment in Alan's favor. Jennifer.
Which word do you suggest? Jennifer, I recognize you for that.
How the agency will treat.
Okay, that's the right answer, Jennifer. People were saying.
First choice.
Alan's first choice. People were all whispering that. So, okay, a vote on the Alan Morrison comment and the Jennifer Dickey amendment to substitute consider with treat. Can I get unanimous consent on that? Everyone's nodding. Any objections? Okay, so adopted. Thank you, Alan.
I may have another one line back. What was line 14?
Line 14 and 15. This is only this is applicable only if council amendment number 1 is voted down. This was adopted with, you don't need this. Okay. All right. Alan.
So Alan, that language was changed by the council amendment, so it was replaced.
The next paragraph.
You're referring to the reference to policymaking, correct?
It's the phrase, as well as allowing for policy making and encouraging efficiency. Wherever that language is, it's over there.
It's gone.
Gone, done.
Yes.
Then I won, okay.
By council amendment 1, which was kind of long.
It's a little hard to follow.
Yeah, understood. Okay, that concludes all the council amendments and comments from, do we have any amendments from the floor? Jack Bierman.
I have one and it's really monumental. On line 68, I suggest changing the word cases to decisions because we've been using decisions throughout.
Okay, I think Alan Morrison's in support. Nadine, consultants, any reaction to this? It's fine. Okay, unanimous consent, any objections? And you seek recognition? Nope, okay, then seeing no objection, the Bierman amendment is. Allison's Eve, okay. Okay, Allison, do you have a comment or an amendment?
Well, I can't do amendments, but I have a question and comment. Can we put recommendation 4 up? So I was late, so I don't know if we've discussed this, but it seems to me sort of, I understand that the preamble says that some agencies do this, but it seems odd to me to have like 3 tiers of decisions: precedential, non-precedential, and informative. Like if agencies think that they're informative or notable, they should make them precedential. So I just question ACUS sort of blessing the idea that there are 3 tiers of decisions instead of the usual 2. If I were able to make motions, I would move that we delete number 4.
Okay, I think we dealt with this previously.
Okay, sorry, I thought that might have, I know there were edits to it in what I saw last night. I was not here when we discussed it though, sorry.
Okay, thank you for the comment nonetheless. Okay, are there any other amendments from the floor to precedential decision-making? Seeing none, I'm ready to call a final vote on the amendment as amended or on the recommendation as amended. Can I get unanimous consent? Anyone have any objection? Do I have to go to a vote here? Yeah, all right, let's go to a yay and nay vote. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Oppose or aye, oppose no. Okay, the recommendation number 1 is adopted by unanimous consent. Good job, everybody, and we only went a little ways into our 15 minutes. All right, people want to take a 5-minute break here? Okay, 5-minute break, come back at, it's 7 minutes, come back at noon, please.
Yeah. Oh. I agree.
Hey, Jeff. How are you? Good. Oh, okay, skip that sentence. It's 2 steps. Okay, I'll try to remember that. Thank you. It is very hard to. Okay, thank you.
I'm right.
No.
Hungry. I wasn't hungry.
Yeah.
But about what's not like it's gonna be that much. Then out here. But I'm here tomorrow. See everyone's getting. That's great. All four. We living out. Already. We're in Fort Myers. Because that's where I live. Okay, yeah. That's a more conservative area. By car, by car. We went to our center girls. Mary, right old town. Same area as me. No, the church. No, the church is kind of. Yeah, but no, but the school's all the way down. All the way down, like, they're not like. Is that near like? There's an old parish house there. The park that's underneath. Yeah. Oh, I did, that's a little way. Yes, oh, yeah. They would only go like once a month. Right. That's where. Right on the, right down the parkway.
It is the season, so.
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm
Still in Boston?
That's.
Yours there.
No, right.
Not yet.
And I knew this. They had finally gotten told that my allergies abated, but I knew coming down here was gonna start. Yeah, so today is miserable,
Oh,
so,
sorry.
but that's the way it goes.
Good session, so.
I was on that adjudication. People were like nice to see one's work progress, you know?
Absolutely. We're gonna have to get Alan out the video.
Yeah.
Okay, could everyone take their
Yeah,
seats
no,
again,
no.
please?
A little bit more fine tuned editing at that point. But you know, in all of these committees, it's yeah, right, yeah, there's only so much you can do. Yes, exactly.
We're past 12. If I could ask you please to take your seat so we can get this done before lunch.
All right.
Okay, you need gavel.
Everywhere.
Well, I'm in the West.
I did.
Highly to get.
Okay, I'd like to call us back to order, please. I need a gavel, yeah. Okay, thank you all very much. We'll now move on to recommendation 2, regulatory enforcement manuals. This comes to us from the Committee on Rulemaking. And Bertrand Ross is chair of that, and for his work on this recommendation, and the project consultant and our committee members. Project consultant is former ACUS Williams Fellow Jordan Perkins. And thank you as well to attorney advisor on this, Alexandra Saibo, who is in the pilot seat here. So first we're going to hear from Jordan and then Bertrand. Jordan, please, I recognize you.
Thanks, everyone. And my apologies that it's not possible for me to attend in person today.
And
Just a few
Jordan,
words.
I'm gonna ask you to please speak up as much as you can. You know, you're talking at us from a very long distance. So please, some people have said they had trouble hearing people on the computer. So as loud as you can, please.
Okay, is this okay?
Louder.
People are saying louder.
Okay, so I
Turn
just
up
have a
your
few.
volume.
I think I'm about as high as I can go at this point. Am I not audible?
I hear you, but I'm not sure everyone in the room does. So go ahead, do
Okay.
your best.
Okay, so the empirical study behind this report was an attempt to gain a fuller understanding of agency enforcement practices, and particularly of the staff manuals and related guidance documents, which serve to control the activities of line staff involved in regulatory enforcement. I was particularly interested in the extent to which the contents of enforcement manuals are of interest to the public, and where they are of interest, whether the information in the manual is effectively communicated to the public through public availability of the manual or some other means. Regulatory enforcement encompasses a large range of activities, including audits, site inspections, investigations, pre-adjudicatory negotiations between the agency and regulated entities, and so on. In order to understand how agencies use enforcement manuals and related guidance, I began with an empirical study of publicly available agency enforcement manuals located on agency websites and elsewhere, which yielded a data set of 15 manuals. These manuals generally contain a range of information about the agency's overall enforcement mission, the procedures used for undertaking audits, inspections, and related activities, the standards for assessing the severity level of discovered violations, and related matters. Much of this information is potentially valuable to both regulated entities and members of the public. I also spoke with attorneys at the enforcement divisions and general counsel's offices of a half dozen agencies about their enforcement procedures. Some of these agencies had publicly available manuals that we could discuss, and some did not. Regardless of whether the agency had a publicly available manual, I was interested in the range of guidance documents the agency used to communicate its enforcement policies and procedures, both internally and to the public. My report also discusses some of the legal issues relevant to the public availability of enforcement manuals. I found that while there may be circumstances in which agencies may make some of the contents of their enforcement manuals public under FOIA, there appears to be a large realm of discretion on the decision to publish or not publish agency staff manuals. Many of my recommendations were thus concerned with weighing the costs and benefits of public availability. As my report emphasizes, the assessment of costs and benefits will differ from agency to agency, given the diverse missions and practices of federal agencies. On the cost side, the agency has legitimate concerns in not tipping its hand in ways which might allow bad actors to evade detection of regulatory violations. There are also significant costs involved in ensuring that enforcement manuals are kept accurate and up to date. Deciding to maintain a centralized enforcement manual can take a great deal of time and energy away from the agency's lawyers, and agencies may decide that it is not worth the expense compared to using less comprehensive forms of guidance. Balanced against these costs are a range of benefits, primarily related to the transparency that enforcement manuals can bring to agency enforcement activities. My report stresses that there are multiple distinct publics, each with different interests and enhanced understanding of agency enforcement policies and procedures. As a few examples, regulated entities are interested in how sensitive information handed over in enforcement proceedings will be protected by the agency. Workers injured on the job might want to know how to bring complaints to the agency. Local communities protected by environmental protection regulations may want to know how to bring relevant information to the agency, and when and how the agency will bring relevant information to the public. And each of these groups has its own unique interest in enforcement proceedings. My report stresses that each agency should be sensitive to the range of these interests and their strength within the broader context of the agency's overall regulatory mission and goals. I also stress that the importance of public availability is a function of the extent to which all relevant information is provided through other forms of guidance. Finally, I want to thank the committee and the council for their work in adding their knowledge and experiences to the recommendations in my report to formulate the recommendation now under your consideration. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jordan. We'll next hear from the committee chairman, Bertrell Ross. Bertrell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Andrew. It's great to be here. And I'll use my professor voice and hope that everyone can hear me okay. I'll start by thanking Jordan, our consultant, for a report that was very informative and very much guided our recommendations in the proposed recommendations that you have before you. Thank Alexandra for shepherding this newbie chair through the process of convening and deliberating with the committee on rulemaking. And finally, to thank the committee on rulemaking for their engagement on the issue, their informed deliberation, and their and just their general willingness to tolerate my mistakes. So I'll start by I'll just be brief in the interest of time and look forward to the discussion ahead. The main thrust of the proposed recommendations is to encourage agencies to develop, use, review, and revise regulatory enforcement manuals when capacity and resources allow. Regulatory enforcement manuals promote transparency in administrative enforcement processes, communicate agency enforcement policies and practices to the public, and finally, can facilitate internally consistent, fair, efficient, effective, and legally sound enforcement processes. The committee also recognized, as Jordan mentioned, the downside risk from making regulatory enforcement manuals transparently accessible. Such transparency in certain instances could open the door to circumvention of the law, thus making it more difficult for agencies to detect violations of the law. So we try to account for that in our report. I look forward to the discussion to follow and am at your disposal.
Thank you very much, Bertrell. First order of business is to consider the manager's amendments. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendment? Seeing none, the amendments are adopted by somebody, Alan. Okay, thank you. The manager's amendment is adopted. Before we get to the specific amendments, does anyone have any general discussion on the recommendation? Nope, seeing no one. Okay, we'll move on to the 10 council amendments. Number one, the first council proposed amendment adds generally to the preamble in paragraph 2 at line 18. Is there any objection to that amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. The second council proposed amendment streamlines the language throughout preamble paragraphs 3 and 4 in lines 20 through 44. Yes, Alan.
In line 43, this is Alan Morrison, senior fellow. In lines 43, they're talking about an exemption, and it says agencies should or must disclose their enforcement manuals. Well, either we should say should or we should say must, but putting should or must in there seems confusing. And I want to ask the council what they meant.
Ron, was this yours?
I don't think it was, but I'm happy to speak to it. Unaccustomed as I am to publics. I think, Alan, the thought behind that was that there are some instances where they must, and there are other instances where we think it's a good idea for them to do it. There aren't, it's not the entire universe where they are required to disclose it. But I think the additional language that you proposed inserting is helpful there.
Two things. One is the preceding sentence talks about FOIA, and that's the must language. And then this say begins in other circumstances. I think it's the should. The other language I had put in there was modified, a different version of where they didn't make the distinction between the FOIA and the non-FOIA matters. So, I mean, I guess my question is, do we need should or I think it should be should in this case because the must is the FOIA part. But at least we ought to understand why we're putting should or must in a non-FOIA part, non-FOIA exempt part.
Okay, I want to go to Bertrand for comments on this amendment, but first, is there, Funme, would you seek recognition?
Fumi Alorni Babadajo, council member. I just wanted to note that this change actually mirrors a change that was at the end of the original sentence, where the original recommendation said the manual should or must be disclosed. And then it points to a footnote, which for some reason in my copy, it looks like the footnote was erased, but I think the should comes from our past recommendations. The footnote references a number of ACUS recommendations where we have noted that agencies should consider disclosing their enforcement manuals, in addition to the must for example, FOIA disclosures.
Okay, I need an amendment from the floor to go any further on this. Is there an amendment from any voting member? Motion? Jack Bierman.
I just have a question. I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble finding the statute that's mentioned in the footnote. Is that supposed to be 552A without the parens, which is a separate one from 552 itself? I'm not, because I was hoping that maybe the statute would clarify why we have should or must in the recommendation, which, as I noted, is part of the original recommendation. That language wasn't added by the council amendment.
Okay. All right, let's give us a minute to look that up. Let me go to Bertrand now for general comments on the recommendation, on the amendment, I'm sorry.
So I would say that, yes, as I understand it, I welcome committee members to provide further input, that the must refers to FOIA obligations, and the should refers to non-FOIA obligations. And so to the extent that the must is already referred to earlier in the recommendation or in this preambulatory paragraph, then perhaps it should only say should. But again, I welcome other committee members' input.
Okay, good. Jeremy will answer Jack Bierman's.
Yeah, first of all, Jack, to your point, I think that's actually a typo. I think it should be A7A, not A8A, which refers to records or information compiled for law enforcement purposes. Here it refers to information that could reasonably be expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings. So it should be A7A, not A8A.
Hey, Jack, you got it?
FOIA exemption 7. It's the law enforcement exemption in FOIA.
Jack, Nadine seems to know what's going on. Let me ask Nadine to just speak privately, Jack, and let's move on. So do I have an amendment on the should must question?
I think it's B7.
Yes, correct. Thank you.
B7A.
That right, Nadine?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Alan?
I want to be clear on this. I don't necessarily care what the answer is, but in the same sentence, we hadn't, when we shouldn't be having a should and or a must, it doesn't tell anybody anything. Fumi's earlier remarks was correct because the should or must was there when we didn't differentiate between FOIA exempt and non-FOIA exempt. It made sense to say that. That's why I added my suggestion in there, at least as to the non-exempt portions. But now it doesn't make any sense. We've got the FOIA says FOIA is the must, and then even if it is FOIA exempt, we should consider in light of the 2016 amendment saying that we should do it unless there's a good reason to withhold it, even if it's technically exempt. So I think the conference, I don't care what the right answer is, but putting should or must in the same sentence is not a very good recommendation or even a statement in the preamble.
Okay, one last time, any amendment on the floor? Okay, Alan, thank you. There's no amendment, nothing to vote on. Oh, we've got someone on the computer. Kristen? You're recognized.
Yeah, just having listened to this conversation, I'm going to, I think the answer is that it should disclose, agencies should disclose their enforcement manuals. And so, since Alan can't move to amend it, I'll move to amend it.
Okay, thank you. So Kristen has so moved that we strike must. Any comments further on that? If not, I'll go to a yay or nay vote, actually to unanimous consent first. No, let's do a yay and nay, I'm sorry. How many people, anyone in favor of, anyone who's in favor of the Hickman amendment as discussed by Alan, please say yay or yes. All those in favor?
Yay?
Okay, not much. All those opposed? No one. Sure. Oh, okay. Well, Kristen, thank you. The amendment is adopted. Alan, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move on to council amendments 3 and 4. Jack,
I'm sorry, can you explain, can you just identify which statute you're meaning to cite there? Because I'm finding the provision of 552B7A, which is one of the number of exemptions for law enforcement records. And I'm just not clear what's being cited there. I don't think we should cite a statute that's not the one we mean to cite unless
It was meant to be from the committee, it was meant to be the law enforcement exemption of FOIA.
But 7A is, first of all, it'd be a large A.
Yes.
And it would, okay, it is a large A, and that's only one of them, which is reasonably expected to interfere with enforcement proceedings. There's also would deprive a person of right to a fair trial. And there's B, C, D, and E, and I just don't understand why A is the one they're focusing on here. That's,
I'd have to defer to the committee on that. That's not my inclusion.
Yeah.
Okay, anyone on the committee? Bertrand, you're right. You're on. Before I turn to you, Bertrand, Bernard Bell would like to be recognized.
Yes, Bernard Bell, public member. So I think the answer to Jack's question is that is a correct site, because I'm assuming that the committee is actually citing to the foreseeable harm standard, and the committee can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that citation is to the foreseeable harm standard, and I think that the sentence with the footnote call is talking about the foreseeable harm standard. Is that helpful?
Jack, were you able to hear Bernard? Fernando, you're recognized.
Fernando LaGuardia, council member. I think it is correct in the text. I do think that it is the FOIA foreseeable harms, the standard 552, little a, 8, capital A, which is the entire foreseeable harm provision. But I think that that's something that can be corrected, in drafting or whatever. It doesn't have to be debated now. I do believe it is correct as stated.
Yeah, absolutely. Bertrand, do you have any final comment on this?
No, I Fernando basically expressed what I was going to express. So no further comments.
Okay, we'll make that typo correction at the staff level and proceed. The third and fourth council proposed amendments break paragraph 2C into 2 separate paragraphs, 2C and a new 2D at lines 64 to 65. Yes. And add a new 2. Oh, wait a minute. You're right, Alexander. We did not. I'm sorry. I skipped over a final vote on the second council amendment. We voted on the Hickman amendment, but not finally. So all those in favor of the council amendment number 2, please say aye or yay. All those opposed say no. All those in support? Aye. Opposed? Oh, the ayes have it and the amendment is adopted. So I'll repeat the council amendments 3 and 4. The third and fourth council amendments break paragraph 2C into 2 separate paragraphs, 2C and the new 2D at lines 64 to 65, and add a new 2E at lines 68 to 69, which recommends that agencies consider, quote, identifying any safe harbors upon which regulated entities may rely. Bertrand, would you speak to this, please?
So I would say that this is basically what the committee recommended ultimately, but what it does is it breaks it down into component parts and such that it's much more comprehensible. And so whereas putting all of this all together in one subsection, it separates out to 3. And so what it's designed to do is, again, is provide instructions or guidance on what what the enforcement manuals should do. And I think that the rest of it is pretty clear in what C, D, and E say.
So I'm sorry, but Charles, so are you then supportive of the amendment?
I am supportive of the amendment, yes.
Okay.
Oh, he's asking about,
member-
yes, and I'm okay, I'm sorry, just to clarify with respect to the safe harbors provision, yes, I am supportive of that amendment as well.
Okay, thank you. Any council member care to speak, or Jordan? Seeing none, I will ask for unanimous consent. Anyone object to acceptance of the amendment? Seeing no objections, the amendment is adopted. The 5th council proposed amendment edits recommendation paragraph 2H at lines 76 to 77 to clarify what is meant by the phrase selecting among enforcement alternatives. This proposed amendment would revise the sentence to read as follows: selecting among options available to the agency to compel remedial action. All of the changes in this paragraph relate to rendering this whole list, which I'll get to in a moment. So Bertrand, I recognize you for a comment.
Yeah, I'll say that I appreciate this council amendment. It does make clear what was vague phraseology. So I think that this is an improvement on what the committee put forth.
Any council member or consultant Jordan wish to be heard? Is there any objection to adoption of the amendment to the recommendation? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted. The 6th council proposed amendment reorders the subparagraphs in recommendation 2, moving paragraph F in the original to the end of the list to become a new paragraph P, and moving original paragraph L to new paragraph O. So it's reordering the list. Anyone care to speak on this? Do I see any objection to adopting the amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. The 7th council proposed amendment adds the clause "and the nature of information that may be disclosed" to recommendation paragraph 2O at lines 101 to 102. Ryan, I believe this is yours. Do you have any comments?
Well, I just thought we needed a few more words.
Exactly. Yeah. Words, 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 said the Queen, right? Anyone want to be recognized to speak to this? Okay, do I see any objection to this amendment? Seeing no objection, the amendment is adopted. The 8th council proposed amendment removes the phrase "managing" in paragraph 5 at line 111 and changes "managing" to "revising" in paragraph 7 at line 123. The council believed it was unclear what the term "managing" means in this context. Anyone want to speak to the amendment? Ron?
I had no idea what managing meant. Probably manage better,
Okay. Okay, Bertrand, recognize you on this?
So yeah, this is language that I think the committee struggled a bit with. Again, but I welcome the input. I think the reason why we did use revise as opposed to manage is because manage was meant to encompass more than revising. It might encompass, as set forth in the subparts, review as well. So agencies might periodically review their manuals and decide after those review that there are no needs for further revisions of the manual, but we do think it's important that this review nonetheless take place. And so I don't know if revise captures that entirely. Maybe it's enough. Maybe it could be review and revise, but that's the reason why the language, a reason why manage was put in there.
Okay, last row with the mask, please. Thank you, Bertrand.
Hi, Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. I was just going to make the same suggestion that Bertrand did, replace revise with review and revise.
Emily Brenner, please.
Emily Bremer, public member. Whoa. I would just point out that the heading for that entire chunk of recommendations is managing enforcement manuals. So I think the reference to managing in the last recommendation refers to all the stuff that's in that category.
Okay, Ron. Microphone, please.
I care less about the headings than I do about the actual content of the recommendation. And I do think the word managing is completely imprecise and unclear in this context. I think adding reviewing is helpful here. But other than that, I think we ought to have some clarity to what we mean by the term. And I don't think there really is any with the term like managing.
Okay, so anyone else want to be heard on this? If not, we'll go to a vote. Yeas and nays on the council amendment as amended by was it Nina? Did you say review or Emily? Yeah, you can't. But I'm gonna adopt review by unanimous consent. Anyone have any objections? Seeing none, that's adopted. So the amendment as amended, reviewing and revising instead of Bertrand. Oh no, I'm sorry, Bernard Bell. Before I call the vote, go ahead.
Sure. I don't know if this is in order or not. I may not have been fast enough, but it might help to add words like monitor, evaluate, review, and revise. So I think, I suspect that part of the intention is that agencies should continue to, on an ongoing basis, figure out how their manuals are working, whether they need to be then revised to address some issue. So although it's wordy, I might add, I would suggest adding monitor, evaluate, reviews, monitor, evaluate, review, and revise.
Okay, Ron, in your effort to use as many words as possible, do you accept monitor and evaluate?
I think reviewing and revising, reviewing, and keeping them up to date sufficiently captures all of that. So I think we save the extra words for use later on.
Okay, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. Final call. Anyone else wish to be recognized? Are we good on the computer? Okay. All right, then call a roll call vote, not a roll call, yeas and nays on the CAS amendment or the council amendment as amended, reviewing and revising instead of manager. All those in favor say yay, all those opposed nay. Yay or aye. All those opposed say nay or no. Okay, the amendment, council amendment number 8 is adopted. The 9th amendment adds the clause, who may be unfamiliar with the existence, purpose, and legal effect of enforcement manuals. To recommendation, paragraph 9 at lines 135 to 137. And as indicated in the red line, so you're jumping back and forth, this amendment is meant to clarify why in making enforcement manuals publicly available, agencies should consider the needs of historically underserved communities. We had some discussion about this at council, and this is where we came down. Bertrand, you want to be recognized on this?
Sure. Yeah, we, as a committee, we really wrestle with the language to include here. And I think that the council has done a great job in reflecting the meaning that the committee had with respect to this particular provision. But I do hope that if there are other members of the committee that have an alternative viewpoint, that they step forward, but it accords with how I would have framed it if I were as linguistically gifted as the council.
Okay, thank you, Bertrand. So Bertrand supportive of the amendment. Ron, you're okay with this as rewritten by the staff. Is there any other objection to the proposed amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted by unanimous consent. Council amendment number 10, the final one, removes the phrase in a public forum from recommendation paragraph 11 because the council felt it might also be beneficial in appropriate circumstances to solicit public feedback on manuals through direct outreach. Okay, I got to go to Bertrand first and then Bernard. Bertrand, committee view?
Yeah, I as chair, my view is that this is correct and that is a point well taken. So I agree with the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Bernard Bell, you're recognized.
Thank you. I understand the import of the amendment. I agree with taking out in a public context. I'm not sure I'm seeing the language right now in front of me. But I think part of the point of this is to make sure that feedback that's presented by some people is accessible to the public so that other members of the public can respond to that feedback. And I think that's missing from the paragraph as revised. So if the sentiment to believe that that's correct, I do have a suggestion to add that back in, which is at the end of put in a parenthetical that says, and make accessible to the public the substance of the feedback received. So just to do it more slowly and make.
Bernard, can you say that again, please, nice and loud?
Yes, and make accessible to the public the substance of the feedback received.
Okay, any comment on this? Yes, Nina.
That's sorry. Sorry about that. Nina Mendelson, Senior Fellow. My concern about the council's amendment as well, possibly as Bernard's additional amendment is that it depends on the agency to identify in advance who they want to get feedback from. And so I recognize that putting something out for notice and comment or convening a public forum could be expensive, but it has the advantage of making the policy available to members of the public that the agency hasn't pre-identified. That could be especially important in cases of underrepresented communities. So I wonder if there's a way to kind of capture the emphasis that agencies should make enforcement manuals open for generally available public feedback.
Heifel, you're next.
No, but you need a mic.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Bloom, public member. I want to align myself with that thought and suggest an amendment to the council amendment, so I can move it based on what was just said. I actually think saying that they should consider a public forum, as well as just all of the private stuff that they often get from people who are in the game, is actually a very helpful thing. I don't know if the committee, it seems like the committee must have thought about that to put that in. So I would just move an amendment to the council's amendment. Instead of striking it, I would say should solicit feedback on them, on those manuals, comma, including through a public forum, comma, from a wide range of persons. I would want to hear from Ron and the council whether that addresses their concern, and because it would address a concern I would have of not dropping the idea of a public forum.
Okay, and don't forget, we've got Bernard Bell's amendment as well. Ron. Yes. Microphone. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, you're.
No, I want to hear what Ron says about that, because that's fine with me also.
Yeah.
I think the concern here wasn't designed to eliminate the possibility of making the information publicly available. It was designed instead to expand beyond simply in a public forum the means for soliciting information. It may also be that there is information that may be useful to the agency in designing the process of tailoring the enforcement manual that would not be provided in a public forum or in a way that would be available to the public. So I think we want to capture here, at least my thought on this was that we want to capture as wide a net as possible for getting information that may be helpful in improving the enforcement manuals.
Okay, now to Jack.
I agree with both Kaya and Ron, and I think the way to do it is to add the reference to direct outreach rather than subtract the one to public forum. So I would favor including in a public forum and through direct outreach.
Hi, what do you think of that?
Yeah, that's a friendly amendment, to my amendment. So including through a public forum and. direct outreach.
Alexander, you got that? Okay. Ron, so I take it you disagree?
The only thing I would add is possibly. I would just add the word possibly, which gives the agency the range of options. And we've now identified two different sorts of options, but it's non-exclusive.
Okay, Jack's good with that. Kai's good with that.
Another friendly amendment.
Yes, and our original gangster OG, Warren.
Warren Belmar, public member. If you accept the amendment as proposed, I would just suggest we delete the phrase "a wide range of" and just say persons.
Okay, I agrees with that. Jack? Good, Ron? Okay, Alan, were you seeking? Yes, you do. You have a mic.
I wonder why the last phrase that's been added there is necessary. There's no FOIA exemption, and so all written comments would be available. And the substance of it sounds like if there were oral comments, somebody would have to summarize them. So I'm not quite sure what function that serves. I'm certainly in favor of making that information available. But I wonder why that phrase is necessary.
Okay, would anyone on the council like to speak to that? Ron?
I agree with Alan. I think we could just put a period after proceedings now, since we've included the public forum notion in there as well.
Okay, hi, can I make that a part of your amendment? Oh, Bernard, I'm sorry. All right, so we've got two amendments pending, but Funme wants recognition.
Fumi Alorni, Badajo public council member. I agree with the proposed language. I was just wondering if we would consider as a friendly amendment, moving the sentence that starts with, or the part of the sentence that starts with including to the end, so that it reads, publicly available should solicit feedback on them, comma, from persons interested in or affected by agency enforcement proceedings, comma, including possibly in a public forum. Because I think it's more important that we sort of reference where the feedback should be coming from, and then sort of the means in which the feedback should be presented.
Bernard Bell, you recognized again?
Yes, I just wanted to make the point that if the amendment now being discussed is adopted, I think that makes it unnecessary to add my parenthetical at the end.
Okay, hi, smiling and nodding yes. Have agreement on this. Can I seek unanimous consent? Any objection to the Feldblum amendment as amended by a couple of people and Alan? Although Alan can make the amendment. Any objections? Council good? Without objection, the amendment as amended is adopted. Okay, now we'll turn to pre-submitted conference member amendments and comments by non-voting members. First, the pre-submitted amendments. Morrison, Alan Morrison's first proposed comment would change the word should to do at lines 15 and 67. If revised, the sentence at line 15 would read, although enforcement manuals do not necessarily bind agencies as a whole, rather than should not necessarily bind agencies as a whole. Bertrand, you want to speak to this, please?
I think that for me, and kind of reflecting back, it's a bit of an audience question in terms of who this should.
Bertrand, a little louder, please. We can't.
Okay, sorry. For me, it's a bit of an audience question as to who this should not is targeting or directed at. I kind of consider it to be targeted at the agencies, and so it leads me to rather than the public. And it leads me to be more inclined to keep the should not language as opposed to the do not. But I think it has to be made consistent. I think that Alan points to an inconsistency later, I think in the recommendations in which do is used rather than should. But my inclination would be to keep should. But again, I, as always, welcome committee input.
Okay, thank you, Bertrand. Kevin Stack, you seek recognition.
Hi, Kevin Stack, public member. I want to speak. Losing power. Power up my voice. Okay, so Kevin Stack, public member. I want to speak in favor of the Morrison amendment because I guess I'm reading the sentence as a descriptive one, not a normative one here. And so it's although agency enforcement manuals do not necessarily bind as a factual state, some do, some don't. So I think I would be in favor of do and then the corresponding amendment later.
Okay, Kevin, so do you make the amendment on Alan's
Sure.
behalf? Okay, that's a yes. Nina?
Hi, thanks. I wanted to speak in support of what is now the Stack Amendment and just add that I think this issue is raised in a couple of places in the recommendation. I don't know if you, Kevin, if you want to consider adding these on, but this, the point of this recommendation, right, is to urge agencies to be transparent and clear about what their policies are in this area with respect to enforcement manuals and not necessarily to advise the public generally on what the legal effect of a enforcement manual may or may not be. So what we really want to say to the agencies is we want you to be clear about what you're doing rather than commenting on what a court might later conclude is a legal effect of a manual. So to me, that suggests definitely changing should to do on the lines that Kevin mentioned. And then also possibly deleting the sentence on lines 18 and 19 about whether the public should or should not rely on enforcement manuals. That to me also raises a similar issue. It could be that an agency has put a statement in a manual, don't rely on this. And I think we want to encourage agencies to be clear about it. But at least in some settings, guidances have generated enough reliance interests for a court to say, agencies, we need you to explain why you're changing that guidance. Otherwise, we're going to just declare that the change is arbitrary and capricious. So there's some reliance issue kicking around in the law there. And maybe that's just something we shouldn't be commenting on in this recommendation. So I would suggest as a friendly amendment to the changing shoulds to do to also strike that sentence on line 18 and 19.
Okay, Kevin, you're nodding. You accept the amendment to your amendment?
I agree with what Nina just said.
Alan? Mike?
As long as we're on this topic, the same phraseology problem appears in line 67. Kevin referred to, and I think it should be the agency do not normally bind the agency and the public should not necessarily rely. Just as long as we're amending one place, we ought to fix the other at the same time.
Yes, ma'am.
As Carol Ann Siciliano,
Of course, I recognize you even with the mask.
peekaboo, that's right, senior fellow. And I want to support this conversation and encourage us not only, so I support the Stack Amendment as modified by Nina, and I actually suggest that the phrase in line 67 and 68, public should not necessarily rely, should be struck. And correspondingly, the very next recommendation that was added by the council, at a minimum, line 70, upon which regulated entities may rely, similarly needs to be struck. And we can talk, I'd like to separately speak about that entire sentence, but I wanted to identify that for a corresponding change. Because my concern, and just to flag this, is that as EPA knows very, very well, safe harbors cannot be established by guidance. And
Okay,
no
Alexandra,
one
you
can
got all
rely
that?
on them.
Does anyone make that amendment to the Stack Amendment? And I'll get back to you, Alan.
Can I just propose that we deal with these separately, which is, let's finish off I also want to embrace in line 67, if we need to move it, that should be replaced by do, corresponding to Alan Morrison's suggestion. And also that the sentence be finish as with a period after whole.
It does not, right.
That's what it does, yeah, sorry.
Does not. Yes,
And
those
maybe
are
we
all
can,
together.
we can resolve that and
Does
then
not do,
separately
end
deal
the
with.
sentence early. Okay, so that is the stack amendment as amended by Nina. With motions, I'll take it from Allison and Carol, made by Kevin, both, not Carol's, just Alan's.
One was the proposal that's reflected up here to delete, and that the public should not necessarily rely. So I think that's been picked up. The next paragraph is a different conversation.
Okay, we good? All right, I was told not to accept amendments to amendments, and here I am, fourth degree. So I'm glad you're all keeping track of this with me. All right, can I call for a vote on the stack amendment as amended to the council amendment? Ron, do you have any thoughts on this before we vote? Okay, Alexandra, are you?
103, 104, changing should to does, and then removing the clause about the public relying upon the manual. So the original changing should to does was suggested by Senior Fellow Alan Morrison, adopted by or moved by Public Member Kevin Stack. The suggestion to remove the secondary clause about the public relying upon the manual was suggested by Senior Fellow Carol Ann Siciliano and moved by Public Member Kevin Stack.
Okay, and Nina's, did you get Nina's?
Yes, I believe that includes Senior Fellow Nina Mendelson's thoughts as well. Is that correct?
Great, everyone agreed on that? Ron, a thought? Oh, Nina, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, are we talking about this together with the amendments to lines 18 and 19, and then before that, changing the should to do on line 15? Is all of this part of one amendment?
The should to do is included, yes, in the prior preamble language. Did anybody officially move lines 18 and 19? Yes,
Nina moved
okay.
it to Kevin
Okay.
as the first one.
All right, then yes, that's included as well. Sorry.
Okay, my old friend Victoria Nurse, excuse me.
No,
Old friend, I'm mispronouncing her name. Oh, yeah.
I think you mean long time.
Long time, right? Not old friend. All right, Bertrell Ross, I recognize you.
Yeah, I just like to add just one cautionary consideration. And I don't know where I stand on the public may not rely language. While we're encouraging in the recommendations that the agencies engage in the periodic review and revision of regulatory enforcement manuals to ensure that they comport with actual enforcement policies and practices. We also recognize that agency capacity and resource constraints may mean that they do not update REMs as frequently as might be necessary to ensure that they comport with agency enforcement policies and practices. And I guess the one worry that I have is that, to the extent that we are removing language with respect to public reliance, does it act as a disincentive or discouragement for agencies in producing and putting forth these regulatory enforcement manuals as for public consumption, which I think is the general thrust of what the recommendations are trying to encourage agencies to do.
Okay, thank you. So does that translate into an amendment to the stack amendment or just opposition?
I mean, it would be just in opposition to the amendment to take out the language, whether the public should not necessarily rely upon the manual. So it would just be a proposal to keep that language in.
Okay. All right. Yay or nay vote then on the another Warren?
I'm just trying to understand where we are. We're telling the agencies to issue manuals. We're telling the public not to rely on what they're reading and when they get the manual.
And Carol?
Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow, and that is the peril. That is the dilemma that agencies face every day with guidance and policy documents. If they bind the agency, we promulgate a rule. If you want the public to rely on it, promulgate a rule. Everything else is notice, and it's at your own peril. Do we like that system? Or past tense, I'm not we anymore. I don't know. I believe that's how our laws require agencies to operate in the public.
Warren?
I understand the problem, but you could change the guidance manual at any time without having to go through a rulemaking. And I think it is important for the manual to tell the public how to conduct their activities in areas that the manual chooses to address. And to encourage the agencies to publish them and then disavow what they're saying in them strikes me as inconsistent with good government.
Okay, so do you have an amendment to the stack amendment, or you just want people to consider your argument?
I don't have any language to suggest, but I would think that if the agency is willing to create a safe harbor of some sort in its guidance that is in the manual, and it's free to change it at any time, then the public ought to be entitled to protection as long as the agency doesn't change the guidance in the manual.
Okay.
Separate from safe harbor, which I know we're going to discuss next, I just want to say again my support for the stack amendment. And just because the chair of the committee noted his concern, I just want to say something about why I would still be supporting it, because I take very seriously certainly anything that a chair of a committee says. So just to remind ourselves, what we're voting on now, the stack, on line 15, we're just saying, although enforcement manuals do not necessarily bind, right, instead of should, and we're simply taking out this, what is a current statement of law, that you should not necessarily rely. And I just think given that that is a complicated issue about the fact that we do them and then they can't rely, it doesn't really, it detracts from the strength of this recommendation, which is about transparency and revising and keeping up to date. So I support the stack amendment for both the first part in the preamble and then as it appears again on the recommendation itself on line 66 to 68. And I hope for the chair that just explain that would be why I think this is a good amendment without opining on how good or bad the law is right now on this.
Hey, Victoria, I have to go to Julian Metzger first and then you. Julian?
Hi, yeah, I just said better than I could have why I support the stack amendment or would if I could vote. I think that it is better to not put in references about whether you could rely or not, given the area of the law. I had similar concerns about putting in the safe harbor, particularly given Carol Ann's comment, but we're not on that yet.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to be heard on this? Victoria, of course.
I just want to concur. I think that the discussion over here about, whether you can or cannot rely is just, that's the whole issue of guidance. So let's not get anywhere near there. I understand why Bertrell wanted it in, but I agree with Professor Stack and Heifeld-Bloom and Jillian.
Okay, I think it's time for a vote on the stack amendment as amended a couple of times. Everyone in support, say yay or aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no or nay? Bertrell, is that you saying nay?
Yes, from a distance.
Yes.
Very loudly, though.
Unfortunately, Bertrell, the ayes have it. The amendment as amended by the stack amendment is adopted. Okay, and then we have to have a vote on safe harbors separately from that. Any more discussion on that? Did anyone want to discuss safe harbors? It was, yes, Carol.
Carol Ann Siciliano, Senior Fellow. So we're looking at what had been line 69 and 70, identifying any safe harbors, and then it proceeds. At a minimum, I propose an amendment that would say, identify any, strike safe harbor, i.e. descriptions, resume with conduct that the agency will not treat as a violation of a statute or rule, period. If we want to keep this concept in, upon which regulated entities may rely, because often there are citizen suit provisions where a citizen may enforce a regulation or a statute, and what the agency in the exercise of its enforcement discretion may choose to do will not control a court and cannot foreclose a citizen enforcement action. So I think, let me see, I think you've got the, my proposal there. I'd also consider deleting the entire thing. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion on the floor?
I will move this language, but I'll move the language, not the deletion.
First option.
I will move the first option, which is to say, identifying any, delete safe harbor parentheses, i.e., identifying any descriptions of conduct that the agency will not treat as a violation of a statute or rule, period.
Over here
Oh,
first.
not descriptions, any conduct, sorry, any conduct.
Okay, everyone get that motion? Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, Sandbag, whoa, very loud. Sandbag and Stas, government member. Maybe I'm sitting very close to a speaker. So I appreciate the intent and to completely agree with the intent of the motion here. I think the problem I have is that if we're talking about exercises of enforcement discretion, an agency may well exercise enforcement discretion, but not based on a determination that this is not a violation of a statute or rule, but instead it's a violation that in the allocation of enforcement resources or for other equitable purposes, we will not be going after. And so I would be concerned about identifying any descriptions of or any conduct that the agency will not treat as a violation of a statute or rule. You know, I might be, I'm not going to propose an amendment to an amendment, but it seems to me that the way I would think about it would be identifying any conduct that that will not trigger enforcement action by the agency.
Okay, I've got to go to the screen first, but first let me ask Kai, do you like that better or not? Mike, please.
This is the problem when you're, now I'm, okay. Yes, I never disagree with Sam, but I definitely agree here. So I wonder if I should just withdraw this amendment completely and allow some conversation about whether there should be anything like this added, which Carol was your other piece. So I think I will withdraw my amendment for the moment and allow conversation about whether there should be anything in an enforcement manual about something you're not going to do, because maybe that doesn't belong there.
Okay, before I get to the three hands, I have to go to the computer here. First, Jillian again.
Hi, yeah, thanks. So this is Julie Metzger, Senior Fellow. I would support the suggestion that maybe this shouldn't be included at all. Going back to the question of sort of the legal standards, as changed and now as it currently is, it suggests to me it's a little bit better than it was before, but it does sound to me a lot like binding the agency in a way that seems to me odd in this context. It could obviously be incorporating binding rules separately adopted. But I think in general, I think this might be better, something that was just omitted from the enforcement manual, something that should be clearly included, because it seems to me that this is not something that you would want to necessarily put in a guidance manual in these terms that will not trigger enforcement action. Seems very definitive to me.
Okay, thank you, Jillian. Now to Bill Funk and then to the room.
Well, just to take issue with what Gillian just said, which is this whole started with the idea, if an agency wants to create a safe harbor, then what do they say in their enforcement manual, if anything? And the thing is, if they want to create a safe harbor, they want to make it public. And I certainly agree with Sam's change to make this will not trigger an enforcement action is a better way of saying it. But this all, and what I see in my screen, I can't even see the introductory language, but It's not that they should identify any conduct, it's they should consider if they want to grant safe harbor. To consider among other things. I mean, I think it's the idea, go back down to the substantive provision. I think the idea is if an agency wants to create a safe harbor, it should identify any conduct that will not trigger enforcement action. I mean, that's the whole idea is if they want to do it, this is how to do it.
Okay, thank you. Elsie, I don't remember who was first, but Carol Ann, did you want to seek recognition again? Okay, Don.
Don Elliott, Senior Fellow. I agree with what I believe it was Jillian said about the phraseology in E being too absolute. If I were able to move an amendment, I would propose saying identifying any circumstances or identifying circumstances that the agency will consider in exercising its enforcement discretion. I think the purpose of a non-binding enforcement manual is to help the public understand how the agency behaves with regard to enforcement. And as others have indicated, exercises of enforcement discretion are very important. So I think as an informational matter, the phrasing should be asking the agency to identify circumstances. And I would take out the word any, because again, I think it's too absolute. So identify circumstances that the agency will consider in exercising its enforcement discretion.
Okay, thank you, Jack. I'll see if there's a motion for you, Don, in a minute.
Thanks. You know, we're like 3 or 4 levels into amendments, so I'm not sure that I would want to throw another amendment on top of an amendment, but let me just say
The
that.
high amendment.
Okay. Well, I actually disagree with watering down the language this way. And I think that maybe people have the wrong impression about when an agency would want to do this. And remember, this is only consider. It doesn't say they should. It says they should consider doing this. The example I think of is from a case that anyone who studies or teaches administrative law knows well, Heckler versus Cheney. The FDA had a policy that said that it is illegal under federal law to prescribe a drug for an unapproved use. But there's a concern in terms of federalism because the federal government doesn't regulate the practice of medicine. That's for the states. So the FDA had an enforcement policy which said we're only going to go after people for unapproved uses for prescribing unapproved use of an approved drug if there's a danger to the public health or fraud involved. And I think that there may be good reasons to let the public know when an agency is going to use its enforcement discretion with regard to particular conduct that people that are likely to be affected by agency enforcement would want to know. So I think we want to encourage more transparency. The change that was just proposed makes it less transparent. It's not that agencies are going to give people clues like if you put down the number 4 on line 26, we automatically don't audit you or something like that. It's not that kind of a tip off. It's letting the public know when there are policies that the agency has adopted as a blanket matter that guide its enforcement decision making. So I think that the amended language was very good and captures something important in what ought to be in these kinds of manuals.
Okay, thank you. John?
Hi, John Duffy, public member. I think one of the problems here, at least for me, is the future tense, which is misleading. It should say something like is not currently triggering enforcement action, because when you use the future tense, inevitably people think that it won't, it will not happen. But that, of course, is exactly the problem with, an agency enforcement manual can tell what's happening today, but a new administration can come in tomorrow. And, the sort of telling the public, we will not do this is inherently misleading. I think all they can say is they are not doing this, or, is not currently triggering enforcement. So I would agree with Sam's amendment, but I would put it in the current tense, the present tense, because otherwise I think it's inherently misleading.
Okay. All right. I withdrew her amendment. Sam, does yours stand on its own without
I
Chai's?
didn't propose an amendment. I just made a suggestion.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Okay, so what we need to do is, how are you seeking
Well,
recognition?
Sam, you can move an amendment, right?
I can.
Well, honey, this is for. And no, and I mean it because this is a very tough issue. This is an example with, oh, I'm sorry. This is an example where the discussion on the floor matters, right? This is something where the council added something because they thought it was important in terms of safe harbor. Carol Ann has noted some concerns in terms of the language about it. I think we've heard good discussion about why we do want to communicate to agencies that they should do something. And now we're at a point of, well, what's the amendment? Should it be what the council suggested? Should it be something else? And I hand the microphone to Sam or to someone else who wants to try to at least have their name attached to the language that will then be discussed. Sam?
I think Jack wants to.
Ah, Jack, of course, Jack. Jack.
Actually, Jack, before we go to you, I've got Jillian up here next. Jillian, you're recognized.
Hi, thanks. And I don't mean to confuse things further. I just wanted to respond. I think that the present tense point is a good one that John made. The change that Don made, which I think is particularly important, sort of gets at my concern, is the agency will consider. It's exactly what he said. It was the absolute tone of the language. I have no concerns with the point that Jack made about transparency. I agree, that's very important. But I do think it's important to put it with that qualifier of the agency will consider in order to preserve that aspect.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
Yeah, well, now I know I'm probably wrong because I really strongly disagree with both Julian and John. I think that the point is that agencies have rules that govern their enforcement discretion that they've communicated to their enforcement staff, and people ought to be able to rely on them until they're changed. The point that John makes is if you say, well, right now we're not prosecuting this, that doesn't tell anyone in the public what's going to happen next week. But what's going to happen next week, if there's a new administration, they ought to have to change the manual, it seems to me. So I actually feel pretty strongly about this one. Maybe I'm wrong because two of my favorite administrative law scholars are on the other side of this. But I think that we want to allow an agency like the example that I gave, if they want to say we're not going to go after you for this conduct, then that's something that they ought to tell the public. And if the administration changes its mind, then they just got to change the manual and tell people they're going to do that. That to me, I don't understand the problem, but I guess because I'm thick-headed on this because these other people disagree with me.
John?
Well, I'll defend my point a little bit because the new administration can come in and prosecute you for conduct that happened last week. And the statement that, we are currently not, it's currently not triggering enforcement action is, I think, more accurate because it doesn't tell you anything about what might happen next week. A new administration could come in. Prosecutions are inherently retrospective in the sense that they can say, you did this last week. I know that, the last administration thought this was fine, but we don't. And, whether you change the enforcement manual or not, it still is inherently unreliable, unlike a rule. Jack actually used the word rule, which if it's a rule, it has to be prospective. So I think actually using the present tense and using something like Sam's language, though he doesn't want to perhaps defend it, but something like that is more accurate as to what these enforcement manuals do and sort of inherently flag to the public the risks of relying on just an enforcement policy.
Okay, John, thank you. Let me say that we don't have an amendment pending on the floor at the moment. Does anyone want to move Don's a proposed amendment as on the screen as modified? Don, you okay with the modification? Yeah, okay. Someone has to move this for us to vote on it. Okay.
I'm ready to move, but because of my eyesight, I actually cannot read. So I'm ready to move. Will you please read what the amendment would be?
Alexandra, please.
Happy to. Thank you all so much. So what I have as the Bag and Stoss amendment as moved by the lovely Miss Feldblum is identifying any circumstances that the agency will consider in exercising its enforcement discretion, which I believe was also amended by Mr. Duffy, if that's correct, or.
Okay, so actually we can make this easier. None of this has been amendment. All of this was just discussion. So there will
Okay,
now be an amendment. I will
Okay.
move an amendment,
Thank
but I
you.
will try to move an amendment that is John's language that I wrote down. Okay, John, tell me if this is right. I mean, what you were saying was something like, and identify circumstances in which the agency is not currently exercising its discretion. Something like that. I know that's different from what you want, Jack, but I'm just saying in terms of the amendment. Or Sam, I love it. You're raising your hand. Take it. Go ahead.
Sam.
So I think we can capture the intent of what's on the screen as well as John's intent if we just change identifying any circumstances the agency considers in exercising its enforcement discretion. So we're present tense. We're just talking about circumstances. We're not specifying too much about what's going to happen in the future.
Put that in and that can be my amendment.
Okay.
Can I make a friendly amendment to that? It's just, I really like that is currently considering. I like the word currently. It just flags that, this is something that we have to think about the present tense only. So I would hope that would be a friendly amendment.
Sam? Yes.
Okay. So, yes, Jack again.
I'm sorry, I would prefer the original amendment, which I thought was on the floor, which said identifying any descriptions of conduct that the agency will not currently trigger enforcement actions by the agency. That's what I would prefer. So I would vote. I'm going to vote no on this one, I guess.
That was more or less Don. Is that more or less yours?
His original amendment.
But he can't make an amendment.
He can't make an amendment. So I would prefer Don's original proposal. And I don't know. I mean, I guess issue is, vote no on this one if. Right.
Vote on these two things separate.
Yeah, I agree. Victoria.
Victoria Nurse, a public member. I just have a question about whether one proposal is in the negative and the other in the affirmative. I mean, I tend to support the Bagenstos/Duffy amendment because in fact of using, enforcement could change on a dime. But I want to be reminded about the original Elliott suggestion.
Okay, Alexandra, do you still have that? Okay, Don, could you repeat it, please?
I think the language currently on the screen is the original Elliott proposal.
Okay, which is now a Hi Sam amendment. Hi. And after Hi and Sam, I have to go to the computer. Oh, I'm sorry. Michael.
This may be a great provision. It is completely unrelated to the safe harbor thing that it's replacing. And what it now says, so for example, if I read this, I say, okay, well, is it the first offense or the fifth offense? Were people hurt or nobody hurt? Did the violator make off with millions of dollars or save no money on the deal? All those other considerations that are a big part of the agency's enforcement decision-making, and whether it proceeds administratively or judicially or makes a criminal referral or does nothing, they're covered by this. And that's a much broader, different kind of proposition than safe harbors. It may be worth having, but we're in a whole different, this is a whole different provision.
Okay, I've got to go to Bill Funk. He's been waiting on the computer. Bill?
I agree wholeheartedly with what was just said. This is completely different from the concept of a safe harbor. I mean, remember, we're talking about using a statement, public statement, to tell people to the extent that you can rely, and how much you can rely depends on all sorts of factors like due process, reasonable reliance, so forth, even applying to policy statements and enforcement manuals. The idea is that if you want to try to create a safe harbor, you should make it public. And I like the Bagenstos. I like the Duffy amendment to the Bagenstos. Either way, it says this is something we are not currently going against. And I think that's an important concept to get across, different from what's here.
Okay, Don? Thank you, Bill, by the way. Thank you for that comment.
I agree.
Problem.
Is Bill
Bill is still on, but finished speaking.
This works.
Placement on. Let's turn that off. You must have a microphone on you somewhere.
Yeah. I agree with the last two critics that this proposal for identifying circumstances.
Go ahead, just speak loud. We can hear you.
Those two critics who make the point that this proposed amendment, which has been moved, is different than creating safe harbors. And that's why I said earlier, I thought we should vote on those two issues separately. They're not really related. So I agree with that observation. One of the reasons that I proposed this is it was my sense that we didn't have sufficient support in the room to get the strong safe harbor provision. So I think this is a lesser version, but I think they should both be considered and they should both be voted on. But I do not think that identifying circumstances that the agency currently considers in exercising discretion should be posed simply because people believe there should also be a provision about safe harbors.
Okay, all right, we will vote on that amendment as soon as I extend the time. And then, Michael, can you and Don put your heads together and come up with a safe harbors amendment language and see if someone, well, you can propose it, Michael. No, you can't? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Hi and Ron, and then debate is closed. But first I need unanimous consent to extend this time by 15 minutes. And let me remind everyone that we're late for lunch. So do I have unanimous consent? Any objection to extending by 15? Alan?
We're not gonna get done in 15 minutes with this anyway. Why don't we break now and have lunch and then come back? Because there's all these amendments and all sorts of discussion. And better off doing that rather than trying to add 15 minutes and then we'll be adding another 15.
Okay, we do have a number of more comments from people pre-submitted. So, all right, let's get this one resolved. And then, does everyone agree with Alan? Break for lunch then? That's fine. We have time built into the afternoon. Hi.
Okay, so you're going to try to wrap this up before lunch?
Yes.
Okay. So there is pending at the moment, only one amendment, I believe, that I have moved since neither John nor Sam have taken it on officially. Is that right? Jeff Lubbers has correctly noted that we should all look at line 83 that says that in this manual, you should identify criteria used to classify the severity of alleged violations, recommend or assess penalties, or prioritize investigations or prosecutions. I want to make sure that before there is a vote on the amendment that I'm still fine to having my name to, which is about identifying the circumstances in which, whether you believe that, whether that is redundant of what is already in identifying criteria. Is it not redundant? You think it's something still separate and apart? I can see how it could be. I just want to, okay, then, and I completely agree with Don. This is different from a safe harbor type concept. So assuming people feel this is still a useful thing to add, it's not redundant. That can be the federal amendment that can be voted on yay or nay, or whatever else we have.
Okay, Ron Cass, final speaker.
I have a completely different, Ron Cass, council member, I have a completely different amendment in mind that does deal with safe harbors and only with safe harbors. And let me just read what I have in mind so it will help in the debate in this. Take E and say identifying any quote safe harbors in quotes, and then leave in parentheses, i.e. conduct that does not trigger agency enforcement actions and upon which the agency expects regulated entities may rely. I think that puts it in terms of what we mean by safe harbors, what sort of information will be helpful, and it has it as something that the agency expects people to rely on Obviously, nothing on this absolutely commits the agency to keep with this in the future, but it would make it incumbent, I would think, on agencies to make some sort of announcement if they are changing their position.
Okay, let's go to High first, what she thinks of this, since it's her amendment, and then Don and Michael.
Can I consider this a substitute Cass amendment? Withdraw mine, put this in as a Cass amendment.
Okay, thank you, High. Don?
It's no longer relevant in view of the fact the amendment is, has been withdrawn. But I think the two are two separate ideas and they should be two separate sections voted on separately.
Yes. Yes.
Emily Bremer.
So on the question of adding an entirely new paragraph that has a committee and about which we've got no views from the consultant, I wonder if that's wise to do that on the floor. Coming back to the one that was actually part of the committee's recommendation about safe harbors, I just point out that you can identify safe harbors. That doesn't mean you're creating them in the guidance or in the enforcement manual. I mean, the enforcement manual is going to refer to all manner of things that are outside of the enforcement manual. And I don't think we have to, and I don't think we are opining on the ability of the agency to create safe harbors through its enforcement manuals. We're just saying that if you've got safe harbors, they should be identified in your enforcement manual, which seems like a completely unobjectionable proposition. What we started with.
Was from the council, not the committee.
And I was on the committee.
Carol
I was
answers.
gonna ask Bertrand to close out with any thoughts he has on the way this has turned out. The former High amendment as amended by Ron, which is now Ron's amendment.
Yeah,
Amendment to the amendment.
it's a lot to
Yes,
take
John.
in.
Well, let me hear
I
from
just-
Bertrand first.
I just want to join on Emily's point that she just made, and I think that, you know, the whole, as I understood it in my conversations with the council, that the point of this particular amendment was to add transparency to whatever safe harbors the agency provided. Transparency through identifying them in the manual. And so I think that keeping it at that level, I think it's very simple. I think it's rather unobjectionable. I don't have really much thoughts on what has been proposed, Don's suggestion that's turned into amendment. But with respect to the safe harbor provision, as it's currently identified, I think it's an important addition. And I think it should be remain in place in this way.
Okay, so Bertrand's for the original, not surprisingly. John Duffy again.
So I'm opposed to safe harbors for the following constitutional reason. I don't think one administration can bind the enforcement discretion of the next administration. I think if an administrator, except through rules. I think if an agency wants to say, so if we take this current language, let's say administration A says, we want this to be a safe harbor and we want people to rely on it. That's creating a problem for the next administration who absolutely disagrees with that safe harbor and maybe even ran on a platform that said, we're going to prosecute this bad stuff that's currently going on that the current administration wants to let go. And they run on that policy. They get elected. And then they say, look, all you people who relied on a non-rule, some sort of safe harbor, there was some enforcement manual, we're coming after you. And I think that administration constitutionally has now has the executive prosecutorial discretion and can say that conduct last week, last month, when the old administration was in office, we're coming after you for that. I think that that's part of the executive power that's vested by Article 2. So I think this is, a safe harbor. I'm sort of vehemently opposed to for pretty fundamental reasons. People might disagree, but I definitely would vote against this because I think the entities should not be able to rely on that from a constitutional standpoint.
Ron, do you have any response to that? And then I'll go to Jack, and that's it then. And I mean it, kids.
So first,
Let me stop this car.
First of all, we're not creating safe harbors. We're identifying ones they have. We're saying, make it clear in the manual what they are. If you want to change it, a new administration comes in, change it. But this is simply saying what it is that is the current policy. And it says that in the present tense.
Okay, Jack Bierman, then a vote.
Ron is correct.
Okay, all right, we'll take a vote by yeas and nays. All those in favor of the Cass amendment, please say aye or yay.
I had a comment.
All those opposed, no or nay?
Yay.
All right, that's real close. We've got 5 minutes left in the extension. So I think we're going to have to go to a blue card vote. Emily.
Can I just suggest, because I think this is I don't think we have to get into constitutional questions. And I think where we've set up a false dichotomy where there is the enforcement manual and there is other rules. And the enforcement manual refers to rules. I read this as identifying, not creating, identifying safe harbors. And the law tells us very clearly, as Carolyn has pointed out, that safe harbors can only be created by rules. So we're talking about referring to things that are part of the law. And that doesn't get into the issue that Professor Duffy has raised. So if we need to say identifying any safe harbors created by law or whatever, fine. But I reject the false dichotomy that has been set up in this conversation.
Okay, thank you. You have the blue cards in your possession. Please, everyone who's in favor of the amendment, say, or hold up your blue card. Right. And of course, Kaja's counting online. So let's see, we're gonna count. This is yay for the Ron Cass amendment.
Raise your hand if you're on Zoom.
Jeremy, you counting? Okay, Kaja, what do you have? Okay. 7, okay, that's 12 in the room, 7 online, so that, thank you, put your cards down, that's 19. I don't know what the total is of participants, so let's do the nays. Anyone opposed, please hold up your blue card. 6.
If you're opposed on Zoom, please raise your hand and keep your hand raised.
If you don't know how to raise the hand online, put a vote in the chat, please. Nays? Nays. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, what's the total? 5? Yeah, but I just want to give the numbers. You have 4, you have 6. Okay, all right. It's in favor 17, 17 to 10. Is that right? 17? You're 12. You're how many? 7. 19 to 10. 19 to 10. The yeas have it. Yes, Sally.
I was Sally Katzen, Senior Fellow. I was impressed by your opening statement this morning, Mr. Chairman, about finding consensus. And on this issue, we don't have consensus. We have deep divisions, part of which I think relate to the last part of E, which is regulated entities may rely on it, which sends a message sort of beyond safe harbor. But even if I'm wrong as to whether that particular clause is the trigger, I think, given the closeness of the vote, that the chair ought to entertain a motion to eliminate this provision before we go to lunch. I can't make it, so it's.
Because we have time for that. So I move to, no, this is right on the vote we just did. I just voted no on this. The reason I voted no, even though it was just amending language that was there, is based on the conversation, I became convinced that what the council had suggested adding was not actually worthwhile adding. So again, the vote might be the same, but my motion is to remove this provision completely. So it's not there from the committee. And obviously I will vote yes on that motion.
Not just the
On that
last words that Sally recommended?
Now we have this fancy, we have these words. My motion is we take out any reference, I'm sorry, My motion is that we're taking out any reference to what agencies should put in their enforcement manuals about safe harbors, reliance, whatever. I'm just recommending that this addition from the council not be accepted. So I'm just, even though I hardly ever disagree with Ron Cass, that's what my amendment is.
Okay, but we voted on that.
No, what we had before, Andrew, was
Yes.
we,
Hold on,
Believe-
Alan Morrison.
That is a motion to reconsider, and a motion to reconsider can only be made by a person who voted in favor of the motion. And I believe it's therefore out of order, and I ask the parliamentarian to so rule it so we can go to lunch.
I think that's right, Hi.
that is right. That is completely right.
Yeah.
So what you have is what you have is what you have, even though I voted no.
Okay, but what about Sally's last few words?
Well, I don't know, Sally, did you? I can't vote. Okay, if there was anyone who voted in favor, but actually thinks we shouldn't have this at all.
After lunch, I'm happy to make,
My parliamentarian tells me that we voted and it's done. But,
after lunch, I'm happy
let's
to
talk
make a
about-
motion
let's talk about it at
to,
lunch.
to reconsider.
Not so much for consensus. Okay, everyone, will please come to order again, please.
Yeah.
I understand that a rebellion has been brewing and that there's an amendment. Please. Okay, everyone, will please come to order again, please. Okay, who did you all decide is going to make the motion? Jack Bierman.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our last vote on approving that amendment for the purpose of deleting.
There's an amendment. Please. Okay, everyone. I'm sorry, who's speaking? Okay, who
I
did
think
you
it's a-
decide is going to make the motion? Oh, that's me. That's quite an echo.
Hello. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Sorry, everybody, hold on one moment.
Of deleting. This is because one of the relevant precedents is the Fox TV, which requires that they use the delay. You know,
Hold on, Jack. Let's try to figure this out. That's me. That's quite an echo.
hello. Listen to that. I'd like to make. I could say something really nasty in the room and I'd go on. This is because one of the relevant precedents is the Fox TV, which requires that they use the delay. We do.
Hold on, Jack. Let's try to figure this out.
I'd like to make this or Tunk Pro Nunk. One of the relevant. We do. I wonder if we're back to normal. Nope. Okay, so. Oh, now I can't even read what's, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our last vote approving the amendment that is now codified at letter E. And what the purpose of the vote would be to. Nope, strike the language after the word actions. Okay, so. Oh, now I can't even read what's, okay, so I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our last vote approving the. I'm seconding my own motion. And what the purpose of the vote would be to.
So Jack, is it to strike the whole thing or just the language after safe harbors?
After the word, strike the language after the word action. Enforcement actions, right where the cursor is right now. Just put a period after enforcement actions. Oh, a paren and then a period. Seconding my own motion.
All right, Jack, I think that's out of order. That's not a motion to reconsider the last amendment.
So I'd like to make a motion to consider, then we vote enforcement actions, right where the cursor is right now. Just put a period after. Three steps into one.
Okay, let's do that. I don't think we need any more debate on this. All those in favor of Jack's motion to reconsider and strike the entire section, please.
Do what happens.
Want to do it in two steps?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, all right, what are we striking then? If not the whole section?
Just a motion to reconsider, which reopens debate.
Right, but I'm not going to recognize anyone for debate. We've done this long enough. We only have 15 minutes to do everything else on this recommendation. Yeah, and also Harry reminds me we've got to have unanimous consent to extend that time by 15 more minutes. Without objection, we'll extend. So okay, so we'll do this in two steps. Motion to reconsider the last amendment, which is the whole thing, right, Ron? Yes. Yeah, okay, so all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, say nay. Or no? Okay, it seems like the ayes have it, and the section is struck entirely. Jack, I recognize you for the last motion on this recommendation.
Okay, I move that we adopt the language on the screen ending with the actions close paren period. So identifying any quote safe harbors unquote, i.e. conduct that does not trigger agency enforcement action. End of provision.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Final vote on the amendment, please. Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Everyone opposed? No? Nay? Okay, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Congratulations to you. From a lot of dissent and disagreement, we got to a consensus answer, so very proud. All right, this is another Alan Morrison comment concerning paragraph 8 at lines 130 through 131 regarding what information agencies should not include in publicly available versions of enforcement manuals. Alan, I need you to give us some language.
What is it? What language is this? Because I have the other version without lots of things struck from it. What?
Okay, this is regarding information agencies should not include in publicly available versions of enforcement manuals. At lines, the written version 130 through 131. Want me to come back?
Well, 130 to 1.
Alan, I'm going to give you some
No, this amendment, now that you told me what it is, I withdraw that one. I have some others, but I withdraw that one.
Okay, now let's go back to your to your other comment where you ask about public reporting of misconduct by agency personnel at lines 71 to 74. As written, the recommendation refers to complaints that personnel are engaged, quote, are engaging.
Yeah, I withdraw that one also.
Withdraw that one as well. Okay, now we're making some progress. Okay.
I did have another one.
Yes, you're up again. Paragraph 3, lines 105 through 106.
Yeah, agencies should ensure that contents enforcement are presented in a clear, logical, and comprehensive fashion. Does that mean that other documents don't have to be presented in a clear, logical, and so forth fashion? Yeah, I think
do we have an amendment on the floor?
Strike it as duplicate redundancy.
No, I don't see anyone offering an amendment.
Okay.
So
It's late in the day.
Yes, it is indeed. And I think this is your last one on this recommendation, Alan. Paragraph, no, we did that. Okay, thank you. So we're finished with amendments. Oh, Lubbers, I'm sorry.
It's around, it's with respect to this is Jeffrey Lubbers, special counsel. It's respect to the ordering of the list and recommendation
All
too.
right.
And I completely agree with what the council did in reordering the list, but I just had a few other reordering suggestions, and I'm willing to just treat this as a committee on style and talk with Jeremy about it if that's expedites things.
We'll accept that. Thank you very much. Okay, so it's final vote on the recommendation. All those opposed say aye. All those in favor say It is late in the day. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No or nay? Okay, the ayes have it. The recommendation is agreed to.
That's what I was.
All right, our third and final recommendation is public availability of settlement agreements and agency enforcement proceedings. This comes to us from the Committee on Regulation. And for their work on this recommendation, we thank Eloise Pasikoff who's headed up to the stage, and our project consultant, Elisa Dishman, as well as attorney advisor Alexandra Saibo, who got two of the recommendations today. So we'll start. Is she on the computer?
I'm here.
Lisa?
Yes, can you see and hear me?
Elisa, you there?
Yes, can you see and hear me?
Nope, because I'm going to recognize you first. Oh.
I'm here. Can you see and hear me?
Okay, I'm told it's a volume issue.
Which volume?
It's a great question. Okay, the folks on the computer say they can hear me.
Lisa, can you talk for us, please?
Yes, can you see and hear me, everyone? Hello?
Yep.
Okay, there's a volume issue in the room, but online people say they can hear. Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I can hear you. Can you hear me in the room?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead with a report. Is that what's in order now?
Yes, it is, please.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for those helping us manage these technical difficulties. My name is Elisa Dishman, as mentioned. I'm an associate professor of law at BYU, and I'm really excited to be here to talk to you a little bit about the report on the public availability of settlements in agency enforcement proceedings. I know we're running a little behind, so I'm going to make my comments even more brief than I was planning before, and I will certainly look forward to being a resource for you as you consider these recommendations. So what was really striking about this study was just how often federal agencies rely on settlement agreements to resolve disputes, that the vast number of enforcement proceedings are resolved by settlement. And okay, wait, I guess we have an audio issue in the room. I'll pause. Consider these recommendations.
Elisa, I'm going to have to stop you. We have a problem here.
Federal agencies rely on settlement.
the echo or is that
agreements to
the-
resolve disputes.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have a problem here with an
Enforcement
echo.
Proceedings are resolved by settlement and, okay, I guess we have an audio issue in the room. I'll pause. Consider these recommendations.
Elisa, I'm going to have to stop you. We have a problem here. Oh, we have a problem here with an echo.
They are.
They are.
They are. Log off and log back on again.
Elisa, I'm going to have to stop you. We have a problem here. Oh, we have a problem here with an echo.
Stop. Stop. Broken up. Gone.
Go to penalty kicks next.
Elisa, I'm going to have to stop you. We have a problem. We have a problem.
Broken up.
James.
Test 1, 2.
That's it.
Testing, testing.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
Okay, am I echoing?
I don't think so, no. Go
Okay.
ahead, but can you
Okay,
start from the beginning, please?
okay, yes, I'll start from the beginning. Okay, all right, so take two. The first one was great, the sequel will be even better. So I will speak briefly because I know we're already running a little behind. So I'm talking about the study I did on the public availability of agency enforcement proceedings, in particular how they relate to the recommendations that we'll be discussing today for the plenary. And I will be more brief than I had planned on before because I know we're running a little behind. So agencies, they resolve the vast number of their enforcement proceedings through settlement and heavily rely on settlements when it comes to their enforcement proceedings. And what was really striking about this study was really the diversity that we found in settlement agreements across agencies. We found everything from settlements with public companies that involved millions, if not billions of dollars, and highly consequential settlements that had terms about business practices with sophisticated attorneys. And we also talked to agencies that had settlements with individual people in very humble circumstances that did not involve attorneys. And these settlements just really run the gamut across agencies in terms of what their enforcement priorities and authority is and the agency mission. So we have constructed these recommendations to try to meet a really broad array of agency enforcement and the different types of settlements that agencies use to carry out their enforcement missions. Overall, agencies talked about important goals that settlements met for the agencies, and most notably, it's conserving agency resources to be able to resolve disputes efficiently without having to continue on to adjudication, as well as relatedly provide consumers more expeditious redress and potential restitution. Also importantly, some agencies talked about not only resolving disputes with settlements, but also using settlements as a vehicle to communicate important things about agency enforcement, their priorities, and what regulated communities can expect from agencies in enforcement in the future. We also talked about how important access is to stakeholders and the public to these settlements. And one of the most important things addressed was the importance of transparency for agencies, and that to increase public trust, that there were no secret kind of backroom door deals happening between federal agencies and regulated entities, as well as encouraging the uniform enforcement of the law and treating like cases alike, and providing notice about fraudulent potential consumer scams and the potential for redress. So settlements are very important to agencies. They can provide very important information to stakeholders and the public, but there's no central repository for agency settlements like we might see in the context of rulemaking with regulations.gov or with federal court litigation documents in PACER. And so as a result, if you want to access a settlement in an agency enforcement proceeding, you're going to have to go to the agency's individual website. And so these settlements are really scattered across individual agency websites with kind of varying degrees of ease of navigation through the websites. So this is really, this is kind of results from the legal framework that's happening around disclosure here. So generally, FOIA does not require that agencies put all of their settlements up on their websites, and instead relies on the FOIA request system. However, some agencies, recognizing the real importance of access to settlements on websites, have gone ahead and proactively put settlements, all of their settlements up on their websites. And there is really a lot of variation among agencies in terms of posting their settlements, posting some information about their settlements, or not posting information at all about their settlements on their agency websites. And of course, this inconsistency can make it difficult for people to access settlements across federal agencies. I mentioned some of the policy considerations in favor of making this information more accessible. And as you see, when you look at the recommendations, the idea behind the recommendations was to create, because there is no kind of uniform framework about discretionary decisions about putting settlement information up on the websites, some factors for agencies to consider as they are making decisions about what to put up online versus what perhaps they might just rely on the FOIA request process for. The only one I want to talk specifically about is confidentiality, because I know there was a question raised by someone, which will continue to address that question as it arises in the recommendations. But there are certainly instances where settlements can be withheld under FOIA and other federal substantive law. And so there are situations when we talk to agencies where they would say, this particular act would prohibit us from disclosing this settlement. And that, of course, is an exemption under FOIA as well. And so you will see language in the recommendation that acknowledges that there are instances in which certain documents can be considered confidential and the agency is not able to disclose them under federal law, as well as a FOIA exemption, as well as sensitivity of information, because the agency has some choice often in whether to post these online, that there can be some decision-making that can occur about, is there sensitive or private information that may be subject to a FOIA exemption that we might not want to put online available to everyone immediately. So some of these concerns that were raised by agencies were integrated into these recommendations to give agencies flexibility and encourage agencies to think about a variety of ways to get information to the public about these settlements. So with that, I will turn the time back over to you and look forward to answering any questions or being helpful to the committee as I can and the plenary as I can.
Thank you, Elisa, for that report and for your work on the bigger report. Now I would recognize Committee Chair Eloise Pasakoff, please.
Thanks for the recognition. It's nice to be here. Glad we have no echo right now. That's wonderful. I'm not going to say too much more than what Elisa just said, so maybe I'll just thank Elisa for her wonderful report and for all her work during the committee process. I'll thank our wonderful staff. Alexander, it's been great to work with you. Thank you, Jeremy, as well. And I'll thank the committee. We had two really helpful, detailed meetings this fall where we tried to hash out some of the key issues that Elisa just flagged for us. I'll just say one thing, which is that I see this recommendation very much in keeping with other ACUS recommendations in support of ways to get at public availability of documents that are otherwise lost. And so because we're flagging how to design the website in a helpful way, we're also talking a little bit about website design. So I'm just kind of flagging that as we are also trying to grapple with the normal things about different kinds of agencies and different kinds of agreements and various kinds of pros and cons. So those are my opening comments. I'm delighted to be here and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Eloise. So as usual, the first order of business is to consider the manager's amendments. Is there any objection to adopting the manager's amendment by unanimous consent? Seeing none, they'll be so adopted. Before we get to the amendments, is there general discussion on the recommendation? Alan Morrison.
Alan Morrison, Senior Fellow. Although I had some specific comments, they relate to confidentiality. And since Elisa raised the issue, I thought it would be better to raise it at the beginning because it seems to pervade several things, in particular, sections 3 and 4. Section 3 says that, and I quote here, because agreements are confidential. That sounds like agreements are per se confidential. That's in what is line now 78. And then over in section 4, because agreements information is sensitive or otherwise protected from disclosure, and then it goes on to say anything else. When I first started litigating FOIA cases, the government took the position that all settlement agreements were confidential. that was quickly rejected by the courts and recognized that some parts of settlement agreements can be confidential, but just because the other party and the government agree that it can be confidential, that doesn't make it confidential. FOIA overrides that. And third is, in settlement agreements, the parties can generally take out lots of confidential information or taxpayer information. It doesn't have to appear in the agreement itself. And so I guess I'm trying to understand, am I wrong about the overall confidentiality question? And second is, why don't we just leave it to FOIA and maybe remind them of keeping out sensitive confidential information? But the government seems to be very good at remembering that. And so I guess I'm not quite sure what 3 and 4 are all about and why we should be telling them to do what they do anyway.
Okay, this would have been Alan comment number 1 in my book. So we'll consider this first. Yes, sir.
Raymond Peeler, EEOC. In response to the confidentiality issue, that is a problem for us depending on when in the process a complaint is settled. And so within our administrative process, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act actually prohibits EEOC from providing any information. We can't acknowledge the identity of either party or any details about the claim. So once we're in litigation, it's a different issue entirely. Yes, we can probably provide some of that information, but a case that settles in our administrative process, we are statutorily forbidden from sharing information on. And in fact, it's a criminal violation for an EEOC employee to share that information. So we're pretty careful about it.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Lisa first for a comment on the issue of confidentiality.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that we had a speaker from the EOC because they were generous to talk about some of those concerns with us as well. And that was one of the things we wanted to be responsive to, is that there are statutory, there are statutes that would provide penalties and not allow the agency in certain situations to provide that information. And we talked to other agencies that also pointed to federal statutes. That is in of itself an exemption under FOIA, exemption number 3. And I think the specific language Ellen was talking to was, for example, because it is confidential. And I think I understand his concern, the kind of a worry about a knee-jerk reaction saying all settlements are confidential. I don't think that was the purpose here. I think it was to provide an example because we had specifically talked to agencies that said, hey, we have statutes that prohibit us from disclosing this type of information that we were trying to be sensitive to. And one of them was the EEOC.
Jack Bierman.
Yeah, I just had one. I have a couple of amendments. I apologize. I didn't get to them in time to pre-submit them, but if we get to them, that'd be great. But if not, I understand. But I had one general question, which is there was multiple references to FOIA and to the Dispute Resolution Act, but there was no statute. I kept expecting to see something about the Privacy Act, because when the FOIA doesn't actually prohibit disclosure of anything, the Privacy Act says you shouldn't disclose things that are exempt under FOIA, right? And so I'm wondering if maybe there's a place where it would be appropriate to reference the Privacy Act as one of those things that prevents disclosure of certain matters.
Okay, Don. And then I've got to go to the computer.
I also was troubled by the broad references to confidentiality. I shared Alan's concern about that. In the area where I primarily practice, which is environmental, I suppose probably most companies that are settling would like to have the settlements maintained as confidential. And, we really don't do that. So I think this is an area where there is a broad variety. I'm glad to have the explanation by EEOC, which makes sense. And I would just suggest that you might clarify that by saying at some point, settlements that are confidential by statute or regulation, just to clarify it, because it did come across to me that you were broadly endorsing discretionary making settlements confidential as a discretionary matter by the agency. So I don't think we need to try to wordsmith that, but I think that the Committee on Style ought to clarify what you have on mind.
Thank you, Don. Let me go to the computer here, then I'll go to Eloise if you have a response to this. Allison Zeeb, please.
Hi, Allison Z, public member. I wanted to echo that comment and Alan's. I was discouraged to read in lines in that paragraph at line 32 to 40. It really seemed like confidentiality was being encouraged, and I would have really liked to see this recommendation discourage confidentiality. The statutory issue, I think, doesn't come across in the draft, either in the preamble or the recommendations, and is a obviously strong reason for confidentiality, but without specifying that that's the concern, it really just seems like sort of, particularly at 35 to 38, like it's just sort of an endorsement of confidentiality. So I'd really like something added to say that confidentiality should be an exception, not a rule, and agencies should seek to should either have redacted versions available or should seek to minimize the amount of legitimately confidential information that is contained in settlement agreements so that confidentiality is not needed.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Let
Thank
me just
you.
take two Eloise before your response. Fernando, need the mic.
Fernando LaGuardia, council member. It's interesting you say that because my takeaway in reading the draft was that it did promote confidentiality. And I was actually a little concerned about not acknowledging the costs to encouraging settlement of essentially assuming publicity of settlement agreements. In other words, that there are trade-offs that I think the draft recognizes in lines 52, 68, 71, and 74. But the overarching point is kind of encouraging settlement. So I don't know. I was going to ask as a general comment, what about the trade-offs? But with regard to the costs, my other question, I guess, is there's no definition of persons. I suppose sometimes agencies themselves can be respondents in proceedings. So I don't know whether persons is including entities, federal agencies, and other persons. But the style committee maybe can take that up and define it.
Okay, thank you. Eloise, can you respond to that as soon as we hear from Victoria Nurse, please? Conrad.
I just want to add that I don't think we should limit it to the Privacy Act. There are oodles of national security statutes that prevent the disclosure of information, and there are huge numbers of agencies that deal with them. So listing the statutes is probably not a good idea. Reference to the statutes, I think, is a good idea. And then the question is, as the last speaker mentioned, there could be some good reasons sometimes, and not, that would be pro-settlement, not to reveal it. And so, I'd just like to hear Eloise's response to the comment from last time.
Terrific. Thank you. Eloise?
Just procedurally, can I confirm that I am responding generally and we're not doing any of the, yeah, okay. So I'll just say, and then I think we should also hear from Elisa. I think we were trying to be, I would say from the get-go, many of us were pro-disclosure while recognizing concerns that disclosure brings up, which is why we were trying to walk this careful line of recognizing trade-offs. So I'll say that in lines 58 through 76, we use the repeated phrase, the extent to which, again and again and again, in an effort to capture some of this very debate going back and forth. So that's sort of one overarching point I'll make. A second overarching point I'll make is that the report itself definitely does discuss more of the individual statutes. I do not recall offhand what footnote 5 on page 2 is citing to in the report, but we could check that and see if it's to those pages where all of these, including the Privacy Act, there's a lot of these statutes that Elisa very helpfully walks through. And then just in terms of the question about the comment, I think it was Allison's comment online about hoping that there would be more offered for when disclosure is not fulsome. We were also trying to capture some of that with the recommendations at the end about summaries and various forms of redaction. So we felt ourselves, I think, very much in this trying to balance a lot of competing concerns mode, which is maybe why I'm hearing some concerns from both sides.
Okay. Let me turn to Bernard Bell on the.
Should we
on-
hear from Elisa?
on the
Sorry.
Zoom, and then-
Okay.
And then, well, all right, Elisa first. I'm sorry, Bernard, we'll get to you in a minute. Elisa, your comments?
Sorry, Bernard, just quickly, I just want to echo what Eloise was saying is our goal was to provide more options for disclosure. And what we're running up against is here that agencies are often not required to put these up online. They're making a discretionary choice and wanting to encourage that discretionary choice by saying, providing that list of reasons that might influence an agency to say, yes, they're good reasons to, and then providing different options that if for some reason they didn't feel that it was necessary or if they were not able to do so because of these statutes that have confidentiality or other concerns, that redact the information, as people have said, provide a summary. The idea was to provide some flexibility to give agencies more ideas and tools to get more information to the public, with the understanding that the FOIA process is different than just putting something up online. And when we talk to agencies that involved perhaps a settlement with an individual person who had some economic disadvantages and where the settlement talked about those in terms of reducing the penalty, that might not be something they immediately want to throw up online to the whole online universe, but might want to consider redaction, might want to consider providing a summary. So it was meant to provide some tools and thinking around disclosure to be helpful in that aspect.
Okay, thank you, Elisa. Let me go to Bernard Bell, please.
Bernard, sorry, Bernard Bell, public member. I just wanted to respond to a comment made earlier about considering the trade-offs between transparency and confidentiality. And I think one could have that theoretical or conceptual debate, but I think that debate is constrained by choices that have already been statutorily made. So FOIA prescribes generally that government records are available and specifies particular exemptions or exceptions for when that information is not available. So much as one might like some settlements to be, or some aspects of settlements to be confidential, you sure don't want to try to ensure someone that something is confidential when you can't back that up in terms of actually invoking a FOIA exemption to protect that promised confidentiality. So I think FOIA in a lot of ways covers, I think, a lot of these problems, or serves as a necessary background. So there's certain things that are covered by exemption 4 more now that the court has broadened that exemption with the Food Marketing Institute versus Argus case. And some of these considerations with regard to, is it wise for certain things to be made public? I think that would be, those are things that could be considered when an agency is deciding to whether when the agency is conducting its foreseeable harm analysis. So the basic point is that I think a lot of these, the kind of general issue about are these settlements confidential or not in general terms, are really settled by FOIA in a kind of much more precise way of protecting certain interests such as privacy, confidential information, national security has been mentioned, et cetera. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Bernard. All right, Warren Belfar is the last general discussion comment, please.
I'd just like to share a couple of overviews that strike me as being relevant to the whole recommendation. Number one, if the enforcement action is brought in court, the court would decide what goes into the judgment. And if it's a settlement, the court would decide what is public, and generally everything would be public. When we're going to an agency now, it's clear, I think, and I agree with Alan Morrison, that the only thing the agency can withhold from the public is that which is protected by the Freedom of Information Act. The agency doing the enforcement activity will negotiate what it thinks is important to have in that agreement. And if they have negotiated and concluded that it's important to be in that agreement, if it is not protected or not exempt from the Freedom of Information Act, then they could handle it that way. But it seems to me that our recommendation simply ought to be in the public interest. You ought to make settlement agreements and enforcement proceedings available to the public. And if we're going to recommend that that availability be through placing on a web page, we ought to say that you should publish what you believe would be required under the Freedom of Information Act. And that if someone has a question as to whether that was too protective or not, they could proceed from there. But for us to start trying to quibble over what part of agreement we don't know about should be published, the rule, I think, and Alan, correct me if I'm wrong, it's whatever the public can gain under the Freedom of Information Act.
Thank you, Warren. Yes, Alan, this is the very last point.
Oh, the first point is that agreements are not either entirely closed or entirely open. And so that's the first point. And FOIA makes it very clear that you've got to make available to the extent you can make available. The second point is, Louise is right on the trade-off. It's a different trade-off as to whether you put it up on the website versus whether you would have to disclose it to somebody else. And so I agree with that on that point. Third is, if we can reach, I think we have reached a consensus on understanding, and may I suggest something we've done in other situations, which is to take the draft of this way, let the committee come back and tinker with it a little bit and then send it out to the membership. It will be approved. And it's like it's an enlarged committee on style to see this done, because if we have to start voting on every sentence here, we will never get done with what we're going to do today. Thank you.
Okay, that's a novel idea. Anyone else have comments on that?
Done it before.
Done it before. Yes, Jack.
So the idea would be to take a vote of the assembly in principle that we agree with the general. I'll finish, Alan, then you can respond to me, okay? Alan, I'll finish my sentence and then you can respond, okay? Okay, no, I just that we would take a vote that in principle, we agree with the notion of publishing settlement agreements to the extent that the information would be available on FOIA, and that we would leave it to the agency to determine whether to proactively publish them or just make them available on request. And the reason I raise that as an important distinction is because there's a bunch different workload when you have to wash out the non-disclosable information on every settlement versus if you just do it when someone asks for it. And so that's why that would be my primary concern. And so in terms of the workload on the agency. So if that's the terms of an agreement and then we would go back and maybe vote online at some time in the future, that would be fine. But I think that we need to resolve those basic principled issues before we can sort of skirt the normal process in the assembly with that.
Does anyone on the council have a view on this? Ron?
Ron Cass, council member. I would just associate myself with the comment Jack made, because I do think it makes a big difference in terms of the sort of resources we are requiring the agency to expend when they're expending it and how they organize it, whether we anticipate sort of just generally everything that isn't protected by FOIA being immediately put out there. I look at the recommendation as favoring general disclosure, but as having loopholes in it and other considerations. So I would think that as written, it is not taking a position that everything that is not required to be disclosed by FOIA is immediately disclosed.
Eloise, do you have a reaction to this?
That sounds right to me, but I'm not persuaded that we should throw the whole thing out for a committee of style. I think there's a ton of specific moments here that are opportunities to make these very points around, like by law, for example, I think we could insert that word once or twice, and I think it would resolve a bunch of these things. I'm a little bit reluctant to say, dismiss the whole thing to the committee of style, because I think there is actually a lot that we could just do in terms of our line by line work.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but are you suggesting committee on style or back to the committee of origin? Jack? Alan?
Not my suggestion.
Alan, and then we'll have to have someone make the motion.
So then I'm opposed to that for the reasons I just said. Maybe I misspoke with committee on style, but I would much rather that we work through line by line in the ordinary process, because I think we can resolve a lot of this there.
And
And Joseph O'Connell, council member. I'm with Ron and Eloise. I do think there are two fundamentally different views of this, and we may not have consensus on that. I think the view of the recommendation and the view I take is that although FOIA may guarantee you certain things if you request them, the recommendation here does not say because FOIA requires upon request, almost everything should be public without a request. Instead, it says we want to encourage a lot more transparency than there has been before. So we're not going to leave everything to these requests, and there's some middle ground. At least that's how I read the committee. And I added some in the council amendments to the benefits of transparency. All the bias additions are my additions. But I think that Alan and Allison and others have a stronger, not a trade-off view, but they want to start from a presumption that it should all be accessible from the get-go and have certain limitations to that. And I think as a plenary, we need to decide sort of which perspective we're coming from.
thank you, Ann. Fernanda?
Fernando LaGuardia, council member. FOIA does specifically obligate agencies to make certain things proactively public. It does not mention settlement agreements among those things. So I think the conversation around the proposal is well taken. It's about discretion. I understand a certain hardlineness about the word trade-offs. I stand by it, but I think the document reflects them, and I think it's prudent, and I think the conversation here is better than a referral back.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to call for a motion. Does anyone have a motion based on Alan's comments? Yeah.
Specific one, I would like to strike line 78, for example, because settlement agreements are confidential. That's not a correct statement. I can't make that motion.
Okay, does anyone make that motion?
Yes, that after a motion when we get to that line. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, yeah, that's right. We've got to do the council amendments first. Okay, so there's no motion to remand to committee, just to be sure.
That wasn't quite my motion, but.
Okay, all right, 8 council proposed amendments then. First council amendment at line 18 in the preamble changes the phrase settlement agreements, promote accountability or accountable and transparent government to settlement agreements can help promote accountable and transparent government. This is meant to recognize that agencies may need to balance transparency against non-disclosure. Anyone on the council want to speak to this? Nope. Okay, if there's no objection, the amendment will be agreed to. Any objection? Nope, it is so adopted. Second council proposed amendment adds a sentence at lines 20 through 21 that reads, by disclosing how agencies interact with different regulated entities, public access may also help guard against bias. A corresponding edit is proposed in the recommendations in paragraphs 2B at line 65. And I'd like Ann to talk about this amendment, please, if she would.
The word bias was not originally in the recommendation, and I believe that transparency, one of the benefits is to counter bias. It doesn't always do that, and so I just wanted the addition.
Is there any objection to the proposed amendment by the council? Without objection, so adopted. Third council proposed amendment is to signal readers that the case law on confidential commercial information is still developing. The amendment adds citations to 2 leading cases in footnote 8. Back to you again, Ann, on this one.
Sorry, I'm in charge of the transparency chapter in the Gellhorn and Bice casebook.
it turns out there's some conflict about the B4 exemption after Argus Leader and how it interacts with the foreseeable harm amendment to FOIA in 2016. And so the sites were conveying whether the foreseeable harm is an additional mandate or sort of captured within Argus Leader. This is really in the weeds, but I just wanted to stick it in a footnote.
Warren,
I don't understand it. The cost seems to be when you decide what to delete and not publish. And now we're saying that the cost is what? If you publish the whole document, there's no additional cost. So someone's already incurred the cost of cutting back on what they're going to release to the public.
Warren, I think you're on the wrong amendment. This is just to add a footnote of a couple of cases.
And I definitely am. I was looking at line 39.
Yeah. Okay, that's next. Oh, Bernard from the Zoom.
Yeah, just quickly, I think you should add the cite to Food Marketing Institute versus Argus Leader, which is really the case that defines the scope of exemption 4. I think, as Ann mentioned, the 2 cases cited are really cases with regard to foreseeable harm when something is within exemption 4.
So are you saying that case in addition to the 2 or instead?
In addition to.
In addition to, Ann?
I agree. We could leave this to the Committee on Style, but it would be the site 552 semicolon Argus Leaders. Then you would compare the Second Circuit in the Northern District case with regard to the foreseeable harm standard from the 2016 amendments.
Okay, any objection to that course of action? Seeing none, refer to the Committee on Style. The 4th Council proposed amendment adds a clause at line 39, reading as follows: especially costs associated with deleting sensitive or protected information. This is meant to recognize that those costs associated with deleting information are the most likely to involve a significant expenditure of agency resources. And back to Ann on this one as well. Anything more you'd like to say? No? Okay. Is there any objection to the proposed amendment? Someone, Warren? This is your point? Okay, so there's an objection. Yes, Ron?
What the nature is of the information in them, what they pertain to. I think it could be a very substantial undertaking, and particularly if you have a caseload that includes a great number of settlement agreements of matters with very sensitive information. So I favor the amendment by the council.
Thank you. Alan?
I'm trying to understand. Alan Morrison, the senior fellow. I'm trying to understand this, especially because it seems, I thought, as Warren pointed out, cut in the opposite direction. That is, it costs you nothing to put the whole thing up there, and it costs you money to do the deletion. But I thought this sentence, this section was about not deleting, and so I can't understand quite what that cost is about. Ann?
And let the chair call on people. Ann, you want to be recognized?
Yes, please. I was trying, and maybe I just have the wording wrong, Alan, but the idea is that we want to promote transparency in putting up these settlement agreements affirmatively. But one of the trade-offs is if an agency has a ton of settlement agreements, it would take them time, because at least the stuff that they need to withhold, say under B3, they have to look for all the statutes and take out all those parts. That could be really costly, and that might be something we want to consider in terms of the agencies, and they might just not want to kind of affirmatively post everything, because to do that, there's all this resource intensive work to take out all this stuff protected by B3.
Okay, Alan, does that make sense to you? Okay. All right, let's do that. Refer this amendment to Committee on Style. Is that okay with you, Ann? Okay, very good. Okay. Oh, Jack, that's right. I promised you to speak.
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks. I just think that we would solve the problem by taking the words sensitive or out of the amendment. Because again, we don't want to authorize just deletion of sensitive information whenever the agency thinks it's sensitive, but certainly if it's protected from disclosure under FOIA or the Privacy Act, we don't want the agency to do it. And I think the rest of it reflects exactly one of the issues that I was bringing up, which is you don't want to force them to proactively disclose thousands of agreements where they're going to have to spend the time and effort to take out the FOIA protected stuff. So I would just take out the words sensitive or, and I think we don't need to have the Committee on Style do anything more with it, if that's okay with Ann.
Ann, Alan? Okay, so we'll, somebody else in the middle here had their hand raised at one point, no? Okay, a vote on the motion to amend the council amendment. First, any council members want to speak to this? Ron?
I do have some concern about whether we want to limit it to simply protected information, because I think there may be matters that are not protected clearly from disclosure if someone requests it, but that an agency might not want to have in the information that's being proactively disclosed. It may want to look at that sort of information and see whether there are things that maybe they're not absolutely protected, but they've raised concerns to the agency for how it's doing business. I wouldn't want to foreclose that at this point. You know, I wouldn't be, this is an area I deal with on a regular basis. So I'm not going to oppose whatever it is the body wants to do. But I do think there was a reason for putting that language in there to begin with.
Okay, Jack, I saw you nodding. Can we, and then Kai, can we go ahead back with the plan for a Committee on Style and they can consider your recommendation? Okay, very good. Kai?
Thanks. So agreeing with what Ron said, to the extent about redacting information, I definitely would think there's some things that are sensitive, even if they're not protected. My question here, I've just been trying to puzzle this through. On line 38, you're saying such that the cost to agencies required to proactively disclose them, blah, blah, blah. Aren't you saying the cost to agencies of proactively disclosing them? Where's the required coming from?
Okay, Eloise is shaking her head, yes?
Yes, I think that's.
Okay,
that's what we
then
need.
it's going to
Yeah.
make sense.
We should double check with Elisa, perhaps.
Yeah, but let me
that,
just-
I think your reading is what I understood we wanted.
Okay, because then I don't think we need any Committee on Style or anything. I think Ann's thing is completely right. We're saying, you know, look, there may be reasons for them not to proactively disclose, As a practical matter, there may be little public interest in large volumes, such that the cost to agencies of proactively disclosing them, especially costs associated with deleting whether sensitive or protected information, might outweigh the benefits. So that's just that. Assuming okay with the lease, it would be cost to agencies of delete required to proactively, and disclose becomes disclosing.
Okay, Lisa, you have a thought on that? And then
Yeah, I
Bernard
agree.
Bell.
I think that makes more sense to take out the required to, because the idea is they weren't required to proactively disclose them. They are proactively disclosing them. Yep.
Okay, since we're not going to go to the Committee on Style, I'll take a motion on this change. Oh, Nithin, I was just told you were seeking recognition.
Hi, just a quick question as to language here. Would it be more accurate to say redacting rather than deleting of sensitive or protected information in the FOIA context?
Eloise, Chairman agrees. Elisa, okay?
Yes, yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay. All right, and Bernard rescinded his motion for recognition. So we've got this new amendment as an amendment to the council amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The amended amendment is agreed to. Fifth council proposed amendment revises the following. Agencies should develop policies addressing when to post settlement agreements on their websites. At line 52, to read, agencies should develop policies addressing whether and when to post settlement agreements on their websites. Is there any objection to this proposed amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is agreed to by unanimous consent. The sixth council proposed amendment removes the second sentence of recommendation, paragraph 4, and adds the clause and delete identifying details to the extent required to prevent a clearly unwarranted invasion of personal privacy in its place at lines 90 to 93. This language, drawn from the proactive disclosure provisions of FOIA that Fernando pointed us to, is meant to recognize that using pseudonyms may not be sufficient to protect sensitive information. Okay, does anyone on the council have any thoughts on or explanations of this proposed amendment? Yeah, and replacing it with the language I read. Yes, Ron.
Yeah, as I look at this, I think that I would be in favor of saying to prevent an unwarranted invasion as opposed to a clearly unwarranted. If we have an unwarranted invasion, I'm not sure I want to raise it up to it. It has to be obvious.
Okay, Anne, yes?
The clearly comes from B6 in FOIA. So I was just trying to mimic the FOIA's language.
Mike, please.
I don't think we have to have the same language because this isn't a question of resisting a requested disclosure. This is a question of proactive disclosure.
Jack Bierman? No, he's okay. Anne, what do you think now? It's fine, really? Okay, so we have an amendment to the council amendment to rather than substitute all that language for paragraph 4, just insert unwarranted. There's who? I'm sorry. Oh, Jonathan, you moved way over there. You were there a minute ago.
I could see better from here. I think we probably want redact identifying as opposed to delete identifying for the same reasons that Nathan said earlier.
Okay, then those two changes as an amendment to the council amendment. I'm getting nods from Ron and Ann. Can we do this by unanimous consent? Do I see any objection? No objection. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Council amendment number 7 removes the phrase "and comprehensive" from line 97, which is currently written, encourages agencies to present settlement agreements or information about them online in a clear, logical, readily accessible, and comprehensive fashion. Ron, I'll turn to you on this.
I think that the other descriptions cover what we need for proactive disclosure. I think that if we want to make it comprehensive, that's a term that implies that it may sweep in a whole lot of stuff that doesn't need to be there. And the other terms, I think, capture what would be informative to the public.
Any discussion on this? Eloise, any thoughts?
I think we were just trying to match the list that we have in B, especially the parenthetical, trying to bring a descriptive word up to the top in the form of a topic sentence or something like that. But so that's, I think, what we were going for. I don't object to deleting comprehensive, but I'm just explaining what we meant by comprehensive is thinking about the case in its comprehensive function.
Okay, thank you. Without objection from the committee chair, is there any objection from the floor? Seeing none, we'll adopt the council amendment as Ron explained. The 8th and final council proposed amendment adds recommendation paragraph 7, reading, when an agency posts settlement agreements on its website, it should include a statement that settlement agreements are provided only for informational purposes and do not establish precedent that controls decision-making in unrelated cases. Fernando, I'll turn to you.
Thanks, Andy. The intent of this amendment is to ensure that settlements are posted for the appropriate reasons of promoting transparency and do not become a form of rulemaking or policymaking that's not provided for in the APA and conduct that's susceptible to strategic cost raising rivals cost activity by regulated parties.
Okay, understood. Alan?
Alan Morrison, senior fellow. I'm a little troubled by the last part that they do not establish precedent. I understand why the agency doesn't want to establish precedent, but this sounds like we're suggesting that we don't think that they have any precedential value. And if an agency settles with one company for one kind of remedies, it ought to have to explain whether you call it precedent or not, why it's doing something different. So are provided for informational purposes only, period. And let's don't talk about what they don't do, because I think that's a question of law, much more than it's a question of policy on the website. So if I could make a motion, I would put a period after purposes, and maybe ask whether the movers think that the last part of the sentence is necessary and useful and correct.
Okay, before I ask if there's a motion, let me ask Eloise if she has a thought.
I share Alan's concern.
Elisa, anything from you?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, do I have a motion from the floor then on Alan's point? Okay, Emily Bremer. Let's try to do that by unanimous consent. Any objection to the amendment as amended? Yeah, John.
So I think the word precedent is the problem. And if you could just say, do not control decision-making in unrelated cases. Because that would make it clear. We want to actually inform the public about this, but we want to also warn them explicitly that they can't rely on these necessarily. And I think if you get rid of the word precedent and you just say they do not control decision-making in unrelated cases. Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. May not control decision-making in unrelated cases.
Okay, we accepted the full language, but is there any objection to the new amendment by John Duffy to change to may? Seeing no objection. Oh, I've got to go to Bernard Bell. I got to still be better at following this thing. Bernard, you have.
I don't have an. Yeah, I don't have an objection. I just wanted to make another suggestion that unrelated be replaced with other. So there's no question about what's a related case, what's not a related case.
Okay.
I hope that's a friendly amendment.
Okay, I'm going to turn to Fernando since this is his.
I don't have an objection. I just do want to reiterate the point that confidential negotiations between agencies and regulated parties can be highly susceptible to strategic cost raising. And I find it troublesome, but I accept the amendment as an amendment without objection. I just want to go on the record with a concern.
Understood, Fernando. Thank you, and thank you for withholding objection. Can we do Bernard's by committee on style, inserting other? Oh, hi, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Hi Feldblum, public member. Do I understand that what it would now read is to say, when an agency posts settlement agreements on its websites, it should include a statement that settlement agreements are provided only for informational purposes and may not control decision-making in other unrelated cases? May not control. I just think that you've made it more confusing now by saying may not control, almost sounds like it should not control. My preference would be to end it after, which is what I understood as Emily's amendment, is simply provided only for informational purposes, period. So I would be curious, Fernando, whether you feel like it's necessary to also add the original stuff, or we could just end. That's fine. Okay, then that would be Emily's original amendment, and I would go with that.
Okay, Alan, you're okay with that? All right, so we don't need a may, and we're going to vote by unanimous consent to put the period after purposes as we had originally proposed by Emily, and thumbs up from Fernando. So this one is approved by unanimous consent as amended. Okay, now I have some pre-submitted conference member amendments and comments. Jeff Lubbers, special counsel, submitted the following proposed amendment. Add the words "and after" at line 56 in the recommendation paragraph 1 on page 4. So it now reads, instead of "and after," settlement agreements addressed in these policies should include those reached before and after adjudicative proceedings are formally initiated. This seems pretty straightforward to us. Are there any objections?
Can I say something about it?
Jeff, you want to speak to it? Of course.
Yeah, just, I realize that the first sentence talks about agreements reached in administrative enforcement proceedings. And so maybe this was added to highlight the need to do it before the proceedings, and so I was thinking maybe you could just say should also include those reached before. But then I started thinking that there might be some settlements even after the proceeding was over, after the ALJ or AJ decision was issued and there's an appeal to the agency head, there still could be a settlement. There could be a settlement pending judicial review. So I thought it might be better to say "and after."
So you're withdrawing the amendment then? Explaining it. Oh, okay. All right, we were about to get unanimous consent on this. Seems straightforward to us. Any objection? Eloise, of course.
I think, so we definitely did intend "and after" to be there implicitly. I like the addition, but I feel like it would read better if it says both before and after, because I think that then more fulsomely captures the gamut, but that's totally minor.
As amended by unanimous consent. Thank you, Eloise. Alan Morrison makes the following comment. Well, we talked about this at length. Is there a motion on the floor to address Alan's concern?
To be clear, this is about the factual statement on line 78. It says, because agreements are confidential. And then, so if I could make a motion, it would say, for example, because they do not vary considerably among, I want to leave the very considerably among us. And that's just simply a for example, but the statement because confidential agreements are confidential is not correct as an absolute statement.
Okay. Eloise, please.
What if, to address that concern, because we are trying to get at something different with the confidentiality, what about something like, for example, because of legal restrictions on disclosure? Or something like that.
I had written C. This could be because agreements are required by statute to be confidential or not, because that is the situation with the EOC.
Alan Morrison, okay. Count the rest of the council. Oh, I've got two hands. John Duffy, then Jack Bierman.
You might want to put
And
in the
Nina.
word,
Okay, I see you.
you might want to put in the word certain. So it's certain agreements are confident, because that actually works for both. Certain agreements are confidential, under law or whatever the phrase was, and then certain agreements do not vary considerably. So certain actually, I think makes it.
Okay, Jack and Nina.
I would want to insert the word proactively in the first line of number 3, if we're going to do this, because there's a big difference between proactively posting things and then turning them over in FOIA, as I was talking about before. And so if an agency wants to treat its settlement agreements as confidential and not proactively post them, I think there's no legal requirement that they do. They only have to turn them over in response to a FOIA, where they can't just say confidential and then avoid FOIA. They'd have to follow FOIA. So I thought this was one of those areas where it was directed at proactive disclosure rather than just non-disclosure at all. Because confidential isn't a reason to refuse a FOIA request.
Alan, your reaction to that?
I guess I don't care. I don't care.
That's an official parliamentary phrase. I don't care. Yeah. Nina Mendelson.
Comment was made.
Okay, sure. Okay, anyone else seek recognition? Is there an amendment on the floor? Whose amendment is this? Paul Verkyle.
Very simple, but on paragraph 2, we can trade 1, the extent to which in the opening sentence and with a colon, and then eliminate 6, the extent to which a no-brainer.
Okay, first we have to hear from the, thank you, Paul. Bill
I'm
Funk
sorry.
On the pending amendment. Bill?
Bill Funk, liaison. I think would be simpler in 3 just to put, for example, because they are confidential or do not considerably. In other words, it's just a reference back to the individual decisions not to post individual settlement because they, those particular ones, right? You can make it shorter and clearer. For example, because they are confidential, they being the individual settlement agreements.
Renee Landers. Mike, please.
I can't move it because I'm not a member, but I think that just is a style or simpler way of saying it.
Yeah, I'll ask people what they think in a second, but Renee had her hand up.
I actually wasn't listening to what was just said, and it might have been because I was thinking about what I was going to say, but that I'm talking about Jack Bierman's suggestion to add proactively. First of all, it creates a split infinitive, but second, is what we're really trying to say that the agency that chooses generally, that agency that does not generally have a practice of posting individual settlement agreements. Is that really what we're trying to say? Because proactively makes it sound kind of argumentative.
All right, since this is your amendment, any thought on that?
Yeah.
Including the split infinitive.
Well, I was agreeing with Renee that I proactively, I think is not particularly helpful here. I think what this is getting to, and I'm not sure I would mess with the chooses generally, although I get what you're saying. My amendment at the moment would just keep an agency that chooses generally not to post individual settlement agreements on its website. For example, because certain, I didn't add before, but agreed to add in certain agreements are required by statute to be confidential. I think that captures what we need to capture here, that there are agencies that have not at all thought that they could possibly post anything because we have too many, or we can, and now we are now giving them ideas of what they can do. Did that by summaries, by trends, etc., and that is very helpful. So that's the amendment before we get to your very good change, Paul, that I think would be here, and I wouldn't add anything else.
All right, anything further? If not, the vote is on Hyde's amendment. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Thank you, Hyde, and thank you for the debate. Okay. And okay, I'm told we have just 10 minutes left, and we're already 45 minutes behind when the panel was supposed to talk, speak or go forward. So let's do Morrison comment number 3 in my book at line 101 in number paragraph 6A. Alan proposes inserting the phrase "and includes" so that the paragraph recommends that agencies consider maintaining an enforcement webpage that is, quote, easily accessed from the agency's homepage and includes a site map and a site index. Alan writes that this is meant to make clear that the desired access is from the homepage and not from the site map or index. Eloise, I'm going to turn to you on this.
I don't think that is, we do not mean to be conveying the thing you want us to change it to, because we want the website to be, the page to be accessible from all 3 of those locations.
It's clear enough to you that I'm fine. Okay, thank you. Comment withdrawn by Alan. Alan also has a comment that he asked what the term case summaries at line 103 in paragraph 6B means. Eloise?
So my recollection for what we were trying to do here is to make sure that everything relevant to the individual enforcement proceeding would be captured in some link or other on that page. And because there are certain instances in which a proceeding may have related cases, we're just trying to allow for that
opportunity. If you say only one case, then it limits the universe and assumes everything always only has the one thing. Whereas there are instances where there may be iterations of the case. So that's what we were trying to allow for the possibility of, which is why it's in the plural.
Okay, Alan, what do you think of that?
But I don't understand, but I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay, Alan withdraws that objection. Jack, this is your time now. If you still have the amendments you talked about, proposed amendments from the floor. No, okay.
I'll just make, again, at the proper time now, a simple proposition that paragraph 2, I'm going to trade 1, the extent to which, and a colon, and then eliminate 6. Since everyone has the same phrase, that saves us. I haven't counted the words, but it's a lot.
I love it. And that's a beautiful example of each of these things originally had different formulations and we just in committee made it smooth. But I love obviously the making it smoother just by reduction.
Without objection, so ordered. Jeff.
This is more for the legislative history of this recommendation, but we've been talking about FOIA disclosure under FOIA, but FOIA itself is exemption 3, which references other statutes that prevent disclosure, one of which is the Administrative Dispute Resolution Act, which was amended to say that documents given to neutrals, mediators, and so forth, government mediators, or government employees acting as mediators could not be released under, had to be withheld under FOIA. So I just wanted to make sure that when we're talking about the rules of disclosure under FOIA, it includes exemption 3.
Okay, well, that will be included in the record. Thank you, Jeff. So hearing no further amendments from the floor to this recommendation, I'll call for final approval of the recommendation. All those in favor, please say yay. Opposed, no. Okay, the amendment is adopted. There we go again. Okay, do people want to take a break now or move right into the panel? Let's take 5 minutes. We got to rearrange some furniture. Congratulations. You guys have very good prompting. This doesn't.
paper to take one of those off, and then the little bucket at the bottom was where the ornaments that weren't, that you already opened should put, so we could refill them. So yeah. Oh, and Santa is wearing a harness. Santa is wearing a harness. I learned yesterday that the wheels actually can turn.
Okay, everyone, I'm going to call us back to order, please, for the panel. Got a lot of time socializing built in this afternoon or this evening after the panel. I'm pleased to announce the panel discussion based on Thomas Merrill's doctrine, rise, fall, and the future of the administration. As I previewed, our moderator is going to take a little.
It's like a lot of the opposite skill that makes it very
things.
I will see how long they stay up. I haven't like it's never good.
Professor Merrill, oh, we're echoing again.
Until January.
Turn these on. So that's just people talking over Zoom.
Yes. Okay.
This on.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Tom Merrill, as you will probably know better than I, is the Charles Evans Hughes Professor of Law at the Columbia Law School and a scholar of, among other specialties, administrative law and judicial review of agency action. He is the author of the book I mentioned, published earlier this year. Running Professor Merrill on the panel of 4 members of ACUS here in person with us today, who are also experts on the subject. Jack Bierman, Professor of Law and the Harry Elwood Warren Scholar at Boston University School of Law, authored or co-authored 4 books and countless articles on administrative law. Sam Bagenstos, oh, I had trouble with his name. Sam, where are you? Bagenstos, whatever you want. He's a very valued member of this community, General Counsel to the Department of Health and Human Services. In addition to publishing a wide array of respected academic articles and books, Sam has participated in the Administrative Procedure Act litigation involving various regulatory efforts. He counts among one of his many accomplishments the promulgation of the 2010 Americans with Disabilities Act regulations. I wanted to be sure to mention that. Ron Cass needs no introduction, president of Cass and Associates and Dean Emeritus of Boston University School of Law. It's impossible to list the number of important administrative law cases he's been involved with. He has received 7. I found this startling, Ron, 7 presidential appointments. You need a hobby. He also has he has broad range of experience on with regulatory issues, published hundreds of pieces and articles of scholarship on administrative law regulation and separation of powers. And Council Member Ann Joseph O'Connell is as I mentioned this morning, is the Albert H. Sweet Professor of Law at Stanford Law School, has extensive publications focusing on administrative law and the federal bureaucracy. Her award-winning scholarship has been cited by the Congress, the Supreme Court, DC Circuit, and other courts of appeals, which is truly impressive and featured in the national media. Our moderator is Jennifer Seelan, who I mentioned this morning, also a former professor at the University of Illinois and the University of Missouri, and our new senior attorney advisor. So I would turn things over to her. Jennifer.
Well, I have a very hard job because I'm just going to turn it over to Tom.
Thanks very much, and I appreciate the invitation to, as an interloper, to come and talk to you all today about Chevron. Most of this book was written in 2020 when I was hiding out in a cabin in the northwoods of Michigan to escape COVID in New York City. So that may help explain why some of your work is not cited, Jack, in the book. If I had more access to a library, it would have been more scholarly apparatus, perhaps. I did think it was a good time to write a kind of primer or history of the Chevron doctrine. Chevron, the doctrine, and I distinguish in the book consistently between the doctrine and the case. The Chevron doctrine has always had its detractors, including myself, in the academy. But starting around 2015 or thereabouts, the controversy intensified. Not only did Congress, when the House of Representatives was controlled by the Republicans, passed bills twice in the first 2 years of the Trump administration to repeal the Chevron doctrine. But in addition, you started getting a flurry of separate opinions from various justices in the Supreme Court, questioning its constitutionality, suggesting that it was a bad mistake, and so on and so forth.
And then even in 2020, it was clear that the Supreme Court had effectively adopted a kind of moratorium on its invocation of the Chevron doctrine. The last case in which the Supreme Court applied the two-step standard of review that we associate with the Chevron doctrine, I'm sure we're all familiar with it, so I won't repeat it. 2016 was the last time that, in a case called Crusoe Speed Technologies, that the Supreme Court itself applied the two-step standard of review. After that, all you got was a few statements and concurring and dissenting opinions. And in the last term, Chevron was barely mentioned at all in any case. It got like 2 brief mentions in separate opinions. Perhaps most stunning of all, the last term saw the announcement of something called the Major Questions Doctrine, which is clearly a carve out from the Chevron doctrine, but Chevron was not mentioned in the course of this carve out, so we really don't have any idea how the new Major Questions Doctrine relates to the Chevron doctrine. So I think it's a good time to sort of go back and review this doctrine because obviously there's uncertainty, to put it mildly, about its future and where the court is going to go from here. I also just thought that the history is fascinating independently of what happens more practically in the future. The Chevron is the most cited case in all of administrative law by a huge margin. It was actually applied, the two-step doctrine was applied by the court in 107 cases between 1986 and 2016. And of course, the doctrine's been cited over and over again by the court in various contexts. So it is a quintessential example of administrative common law. There's no suggestion in the original opinion or in the doctrine as it developed that this is somehow compelled or control or an interpretation of the Administrative Procedure Act, for example. Administrative Procedure Act is not cited in the Chevron opinion or in most of the cases applying the doctrine. So it's quintessential common law. And like common law more generally, it has sort of accordion-like quality. It expands and then it sort of contracts over time. And the subtitle of the book is The Rise and Fall. And so the rise of Chevron is sort of the expanding of the accordion. And then the fall is a sort of abrupt period of silence starting in the last few years in which the court dares not to mention Chevron in any opinion. So I think both the rise and the fall are quite interesting. There's a couple of things in between during the sort of mature phase of the Chevron doctrine that are worth mentioning briefly because they may help explain the dramatic and sudden fall of the Chevron doctrine. So the rise, I was planning on sort of mentioning briefly what might have counted for the rise of the Chevron doctrine. It was really created, I argue in the book, by the DC Circuit. This is not the first time that an administrative common law has come from the DC Circuit, but in any event, the argument is that the paragraphs in Part 2 of the Chevron opinion that set forth the two-step standard was really not intended by the Supreme Court or by Justice Stevens, the author of the Chevron opinion, to be a new standard of review, but it was seized on really a month or so after the decision was announced by Judge Patricia Wald on the DC Circuit and treated like a standard of review, and then it sort of took off from there. And also, of course, there's the relevance of the Justice Department's advocacy of Chevron over time, and there's the role of Justice Scalia, who was the foremost proponent of Chevron after he joined the court in 1986. I think I'll skip over that and mention something else because I think it's become more relevant than I thought it would. Chapter 3 of the book offers a kind of revisionist account of the Chevron opinion itself, or the Chevron decision, 1984, unanimous decision by a shorthanded Supreme Court with 6 justices. So I argue in the book, and this is all just based on kind of circumstantial evidence at best, that what happened is that Justice Stevens wrote the body of the opinion first, starting with Part 3 to the end. And the way he worked, according to his law clerks, and there's some published accounts that confirm this, is that he would
go through material one issue at a time and then would dictate his opinion as he absorbed material. So my argument is, and this is just based on internal evidence to the opinion, not on any private information, that he plowed through the material one issue at a time and dictated the opinion. And then for some reason, well, I have a hypothesis about that. After that was finished, and it was a very conventional exercise in judicial review. It was nothing sort of dramatically different about it than what you would have expected at that time in 1984. When he was finished, he went back and sort of added a prolegomena at the beginning, part 2, which was deliberately written to be kind of arresting. He wanted the other members of the court to sort of take note, I think. And so he came up with this 2-step idea as a kind of a grab you by the collar aspect before you got into the meat of the decision. And in his own mind, I think this was not inconsistent with the conventional exercise that he went through in the body of the opinion, but those 2 paragraphs were what became the Chevron doctrine because they were taken out of context in later decisions and treated like a new standard of review. The primary evidence why I think that happened this way, aside from some sort of anecdotal knowledge about how Stevens wrote his opinions, is that Stevens does not apply the 2-step standard in the body of his opinion. So if one thought that he was in fact intending to announce a new standard of review, that he would have then applied that standard of review in the body of the opinion, but he does not. And so I think that suggests that the 2-step discussion is really can be fairly characterized as dicta. Now, why do I bother you with all this? In part, and significant part is because of an opinion by Justice Gorsuch that was released on November 7th in a case called Buffington versus McDonough. He's dissenting from denial of certiorari. It's a 16-page opinion. And it cites the book. Thank you very much, Justice Gorsuch, and so forth. I don't really imagine that he read the whole thing, but in reading it over on the train coming down here, I realized that the way he characterizes Chevron does suggest to me, in fact, it must have read chapter 3, because he continually distinguishes between Chevron and what he calls, with various ways, the maximalist reading of Chevron, or the over reading of Chevron, or the extreme reading of Chevron. So this is my revisionist account was then fed into some stuff I recommended at the end of the book, which was, if you want to tinker with Chevron, you don't have to overrule the Chevron decision. All you have to do is recharacterize the 2-step thing as dicta, and then treat the body of the opinion as the true authoritative part of the opinion, and you can sort of get back to something sounder in the way of relationships between courts and agencies than perhaps what Gorsuch now calls the maximalist version of Chevron is. So I'm wondering if Justice Gorsuch, who is obviously not letting up on his crusade against Chevron, is maybe thinking along somewhat similar lines, that one thing you could do would be to sort of not have some dramatic overruling of Chevron, but simply a recharacterization based on a more careful reading of the decision. And that would at least minimize to some extent the shock of the Supreme Court overruling a decision which it had a doctrine that it had itself applied many, many times. Anyway, so that's the rise of Chevron. Very funny, very curious story. Once Chevron gets institutionalized and becomes sort of well established, a couple of things happen that are potentially significant in explaining the dramatic fall. One is that the court, after expanding Chevron was extended to labor cases and immigration cases and tax cases and so forth. It just keeps growing by like Mopsy. But then the court had found itself endorsing 2 different standards of review: the Skidmore standard, which comes out of the Fair Labor Standards Act, and was also then applied by the Chief Justice Rehnquist in EEOC cases, and the Chevron standard. So the court has got these 2 lines of cases. They have to figure out when one standard applies and the other one doesn't. So finally, in 2001, in a case called United States versus Meade Corporation, the court decides that it has to issue a definitive account of when these 2 standards apply, and Justice Souter, a common law lawyer with no administrative law background, is assigned to write the opinion. It's an 8-1 decision with Justice Scalia fulminating in the back by himself. Scalia thought that Chevron had completely ousted Skidmore, so he was very upset by this. But anyway, Souter, I guess, says that Chevron only applies when the court interprets the statute it operates under in a fashion that has the force of law. It was rather unclear how one defines this and so forth, but there's a significant cutback in Chevron that happens around that time period. The other significant development happens sometime later in 2013, a case called City of Arlington versus FCC. Justice Scalia, who was the big proponent of Chevron, but didn't get a chance to write in many cases involving the Chevron doctrine, finally gets the assignment to write in a major case that involves a question of whether Chevron deference should apply to an agency's interpretation of its own jurisdiction. He manages to get 5 votes for majority opinion that says, yes, Chevron does apply to questions about the scope of agency authority. And in order to do that, he has to adopt an interpretation of Meade, which narrows that decision quite a bit. The interesting thing about City of Arlington, and many things interesting about it, a decision I strongly disagree with, by the way, is that Chief Justice Roberts writes a dissent, which is almost as equally vituperative as the Scalia dissent in Meade was. And Roberts basically says, look, this can't possibly be right. The whole idea of Chevron is based on an implicit delegation of authority to an agency to interpret its own statute. But we can't apply that doctrine until we first decide that there's been a delegation of such authority, and that has to be done by courts under exercising independent judgment. So Roberts loses that fight, but I think he's quite exercised by it. I think it's no accident that mere 2 years later in King versus Burwell, the Affordable Care Act case, Roberts, others puzzlingly, says that, well, the statute said this was the case about whether an exchange started by the federal government was also an exchange created by a state. The statute said created by a state, and the agencies were treating it as if the tax credits were also available if it's created by the federal government. Robert says the statute's ambiguous. I don't think it is, but I think it's just a scrivener's error. But he says it's ambiguous, but then he applies something called the major questions doctrine to say that this is not an issue for the IRS. We're going to decide this independently. So I kind of think he's trying to get back at the Arlington decision indirectly that way. Anyway, so why does Chevron suddenly collapse in 2016? Hard to say. Justice Scalia dies in February. He was the big proponent of Chevron, so that probably factors into this a little bit. There is, of course, this growing animosity towards Chevron in conservative circles. The Federalist Society has decided that it hates Chevron after worshiping Chevron for the first several decades of the doctrine's existence. The Trump administration picks the first 2 Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh, people who are on record as being highly critical of Chevron. I didn't think that's an accident. I think that was a big credential for their being selected for that role. And so I think that for a lot of reasons, Chevron becomes toxic. Why the court just stops citing it is harder to explain, but my own view is it was probably it just can't figure out what to do. I think Roberts and some of the other sort of more centrist conservatives are worried about stare decisis. That's why I think maybe this dissent from denial by Gorsuch is interesting. But others like Thomas and so forth are not worried about stare decisis and would be happy just to see Chevron chucked out altogether. I think we were asked to sort of say something practical. Is that part of our instructions? No, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, you can do that now.
Let me just really quickly say, I mean, I think for people that are litigating these cases, it's very important to be aware of the fact that Chevron is now persona non grata in the Supreme Court. And I think some more with it, lower court judges are aware of this and will also resist any sort of attempt to rely on the Chevron doctrine. But that doesn't mean I think the court is going to completely give up on the idea of deference. I think it's inconceivable that the lower courts can function without some kind of deference doctrine. So my suggestion would be several things. First of all, stress the continuity in the agency interpretation. There's a lot of stuff coming out in the major questions cases, for example, where the court seems to be highly concerned about flip-flopping or sudden changes in course of direction. Justice Roberts uses all these phrases like unprecedented, unheralded, and so forth to describe what he thinks a major question is. So I think it's important to sort of try to pull back into this sort of longstanding and consistent sort of line of cases, which I think that this court is going to be much more sympathetic to than the Chevron doctrine in its sort of maximalist form. Forget about Brand X. Brand X, I think, is dead. The Supreme Court came out the other way the first three times it considered whether Supreme Court opinions or agency interpretations dominate the other. Brand X then said, well, it's different for the Ninth Circuit, applying sort of orthodox Chevron analysis for Justice Thomas. But then subsequently, the court in Home Concrete and also another case, I think it's Epic Systems, seems to go back to this idea that the Supreme Court, at least when it interprets a statute, that interpretation enters into the statute and resolves the ambiguity, so the agency has no authority to upset it. I think that you should pay close attention to statutory language and try to establish that, in fact, Congress did actually delegate to the agency authority over a particular question. Not just presume it based on ambiguity, but to show more carefully that there was space left for the agency to decide something. I think that will go down much better with the courts. And do all this stuff without mentioning Chevron. Just sort of revert to basic principles, if you will, rather than pretending that you're actually applying some version of the Chevron doctrine. But I'm interested to hear what others have to say.
Thank you, Tom. So just so that the audience is aware, I asked each of the panelists to take 2 minutes and with that background in mind, talk about one of the most underappreciated aspects of Chevron when it comes to the day-to-day operation of agencies. So for all of us that are a room full of lawyers, I am putting on my political scientist hat and pushing us all to think about what the doctrine or lack thereof and how many steps it has. If it doesn't have any steps, if even is dead, what that means for how we actually go about managing agencies, working in agencies, implementing policy, and doing just the stuff that agencies do. So what we're going to do is, I have decided we're going to start with Anne and we're going to work back to me. So we'll go in that order, and I'll ask the panelists to remember to turn your mics on when you speak and then off when you don't. And then after everyone talks, then we'll have a discussion. I promised the panelists that this would actually be a discussion and conversation. I'm happy to talk when necessary, but I'd like it to be a discussion amongst the panelists for a little bit, and then we'll open it up to the audience, both on Zoom and in the actual physical audience. And for those who are on Zoom, you can feel free to message everyone, and I will read the questions as they come in at the appropriate time. So with those procedural things in mind, Anne, you're up first.
But first, I want to thank you, Jennifer and ACUS, but in particular, Tom. As I took off from SFO yesterday, I started on page 1, and when I landed at Dulles, I was through 280 pages. So in a cross-country flight, and I read carefully, but not all the footnotes. I ignored some compelling type movies that were being offered by United because I found it incredibly compelling. So to answer Jennifer's question in the minute and a half I have remaining, I thought I would just briefly describe, I don't know if I want to call it a study, but some work I did with James Kuhnhart for Brookings. And we looked at how agency practices have shifted in light of the silence being given by the Supremes to the Chevron doctrine.
And so we looked at 51 major rules and other actions that are being tracked by Brookings Regulatory Tracker in Biden's term up to August 2022. And of those 51 major rules and actions, only 5 cite Chevron. And so 10%, and of the 5, 4 cited in a cursory manner, including one, which was the basis of my administrative law exam last year. In a Fish and Wildlife Service rulemaking, a comment had come in saying that the service's interpretation of the Migratory Bird Treaty Act is not entitled to Chevron deference because Chevron deference is unconstitutional. And so you get the cite from the agency back. And what's so interesting is how they deal with Chevron. So they say, the service is revoking the January 7th rule. This is the Biden administration. The service is revoking the January 7th rule because it does not represent the best interpretation of the relevant statute, whether the operative statutory language is plain or ambiguous. We do not opine here on the constitutionality of Chevron deference. The other 3 mentions were like either in a footnote, in response to a comment, or in a very small part of the rule, not a major justification. Now, of the 5 where the citation was to Chevron, there was one case involving the Clean Water Act, where there was more discussion of Chevron, and the agency relied on Chevron as a justification for its rule. Now, what's interesting is that the Trump administration, which had decreased citations to Chevron in court, but also in agency practice, that under the Trump administration, they too, in this rule, which the Biden administration was trying to repeal, had also relied on Chevron. So we are at least seeing changes. This is not a comprehensive survey, but of these major actions, how agencies are using or not using Chevron. And of course, the last thing I'll say is I'll just end. In the most controversial rulemakings, this is more anecdotal, we used to see agencies cite Chevron as a justification. And what's one of the more controversial rulemakings going on now is the Securities and Exchange Commission's proposed rules about climate change disclosures. And there's not a word of Chevron in that proposed rule.
Well, the first clue that I had to what was happening with Chevron was when it was renamed the Voldemort Doctrine, which must not be mentioned. Chevron, I think the most important thing for me about Chevron is that it's not one thing. It's several different things. It's a doctrine which is a shorthand for the long-established division between courts and agencies, that courts definitively say what the law is. And if a law gives discretion to an agency, then the court reviews the exercise of discretion by the agency. I don't think Chevron itself says anything but that. And it then looks at the exercise of discretion by the agency and sees how well it fits with what the agency's been given to do, and says it doesn't contradict anything clear in the law. And in addition to that, there's Chevron, the sort of sliding scale of all sorts of different things that people look at to see how much deference they want to give to an agency. And that's varied over time, and courts have had varied ways of trying to describe what they're doing, sometimes being faithful to what either the APA says or the statute at issue in Chevron, which was the Clean Air Act, which is sort of a mini version of the APA and its review provisions. And then there's also all these other doctrines that kind of spin off from Chevron. And the most recent one was, of course, the major questions doctrine, which I view as both a combination of a clear statement rule, which makes sense as a canon of construction, and a mini delegation doctrine. I'm in favor of a maxi delegation doctrine, but if I can't get that, I'm in favor of a mini delegation doctrine. And I think that's essentially what this is developing to be. I think that the real issue for somebody in the agency, if you're pitching something to courts, is to know whether you have a Chevron leaning court or a Chevron antagonistic court. If it's a Chevron leaning court, you of course wrap yourself in Chevron deference. And if not, you say this is the best argument for what the law really means. And you don't mention Chevron. And then you explain why your way of interpreting the law is the one the court ought to gravitate to. I realized long ago that I was going to receive Skidmore deference from my wife. She would defer to me anytime I recommended doing what she wanted to do. And she would receive Chevmore deference, which meant I would defer to her because I know I was better off deferring to her. So early on, I knew that there were different types of deference, and I had to be careful which one I asked for.
Okay. Well, I've been asked to do two impossible things, which is first of all, say something practical, and second of all, do it in under 2 minutes. So I'm going to do my best, but I wasn't prepared for the 2 minutes, and I already disavowed the idea of saying something practical. But the first thing I just want to say is that I got this autographed, and it's going to be on eBay in a couple hours after the meeting. So, but I read it, I loved it, I recommend it, and I just want to say a couple of things. And it's not going to be the practical stuff. I'm sorry. But the first thing is to hear that 3 times Tom mentioned that Justice Scalia was the biggest proponent of Chevron. Of course, he deferred the least under Chevron of any justice during the time when he served by a substantial margin over the most liberal justice. Basically, what the Chevron rule became before it went out of existence at the Supreme Court was that the liberals defer when the agency does something they like and the conservatives defer when they do something they like. That was it. They just had to look at the case and look at the lineup, and that's how it was. And there was the justices in the middle, like Kennedy, who would, Breyer, that would go one way or the other because Breyer was actually relatively conservative on some regulatory matters. And that was all you needed to know. So in any case where there was a split vote, it lined up like that, at least in the cases I counted. And I really hate to hear the idea that Brand X is dead because it's one of my favorite jazz bands. But the major questions doctrine is really strongly related to Chevron in the following sense. That the major questions doctrine has killed 3 birds with 1 stone for the court. Number 1, it's gotten them a neutral sounding doctrine to basically go after regulation. Number 2, it has solved the non-delegation doctrine because the major questions doctrine is formulated is basically Justice Gorsuch's dissent in the Gundy case that was a non-delegation doctrine dissent. The third thing is that it's turned Chevron into a doctrine that says that when an agency construes a trivial statute, you can defer to it. That's all. And so, and what I really wanted to do, based on the Buffington opinion, which Tom mentioned, which is worth reading, I wanted to look at something that, because Justice Gorsuch was pleading for the official end of Chevron in that. And it's an interesting case because it's the third case I'm aware of where he basically started with the human aspect of the case, that here's a person that got chewed up by the bureaucracy. We ought to do something for him. And in this case, it was the Chevron doctrine which supposedly stopped us from doing something for them because the lower court applied Chevron. And what he says is, in the Chevron court didn't even cite Chevron in the case where the whole case was argued based on Chevron, the AHA versus Becerra case. The whole case was argued based on Chevron, and the briefs totally cited Chevron, and the question presented mentioned Chevron, and then the court's opinion, which I think rightly read the statute not to be consistent with what the government had done, never cited Chevron. But so they haven't applied it. The Supreme Court hasn't applied it. The problem is that the lower courts haven't gotten the message. And this is where I think I maybe disagree with something you said, because Justice Gorsuch says lower courts have also largely disavowed the project. The aggressive reading of Chevron has more or less fallen into desuetude. The government rarely invokes it, and the courts even more rarely rely upon it. So the Federal Circuit's decision here is something for an outlier. So what I did was I went to my trusty computer and got up Westlaw, and I did the following search: courts of appeal, in the courts of appeals, Chevron/S defer with a exclamation point and date after December 31st, 2020. And on that search, I got 281 cases. Okay, and before that, I had done a broader search and I got over 300 cases. So then I said, I'm going to start reading these cases to see if what the lower courts are doing. And I read basically the first case was from this. I did this Monday night. So the first case was December 8th, where the Ninth Circuit applied the 2-step Chevron doctrine. And I kept on going, and I had to get all the way back, way back to, let me see, what was the date? August 16th, when the 11th Circuit applied Chevron.
And that got all 10, that got all 12 circuits. So all 12 circuits since August 16th have applied Chevron, cited it approvingly, and applied it in the case. And they use it to defer to agencies. And one judge, even in a concurring opinion, says, well, we got to apply it. It's still the law. And here's why it's still the law. And it's another thing that Justice Gorsuch did in the case, in the religion case, where he went after the Lemon test. He said the lower court should realize we don't apply Lemon anymore. It's dead, but they haven't overruled it. The Supreme Court needs to do is they need to overrule some more cases, because in a case Augustini versus Felton, which was a few decades ago, the lower court had not applied the Lemon test and it had upheld something the government did. And then the Supreme Court took the case, and the first thing the Supreme Court said is, you should have applied the Lemon test because we haven't overruled it. And then they didn't apply the Lemon test, and they upheld what the government did. And they told the lower courts, you got to keep applying them until we overrule. They still haven't overruled Lemon, and now they have another case last term chiding the lower court for applying Lemon. And the same thing with Chevron. He's chiding the Federal Circuit for applying a case that they haven't overruled. So the Supreme Court needs to learn how to be the head of a branch of government. And one thing it needs to do, like we expect agencies to revoke regulations that they don't want to apply. And Justice Scalia told the NLRB that if you don't want to apply a ruling you made in the Allentown Mac case, you have to overrule it. You can't just pretend that when you said yes, you meant no. And that's what's going on in the courts. So Chevron is alive and well in the lower courts. And the main effect Chevron has, and agencies love to focus on the meaning of statutes, and this may have something to do with the agency, because what it does is it gets the agency to not have to defend the merits of its policy. Because as we learned in the Chevron case, if it's an argument about policy, which Justice Stevens applied there, they lost it in the agency. We're not going to relitigate it here. And Justice Kagan says Chevron step 2 and arbitrary capricious are the same. Even though in a Chevron step 2 case, you never mention whether there's been a clear error in judgment or whether there's a logical connection between the facts found and the choice made, which is the thing agencies are really afraid of having courts look at. So instead, they get to focus on the meaning of arcane, difficult to read language. And that's the gift of Chevron to agencies, which is they don't have to defend the actual substantive merits of what they do. Of course, at the Supreme Court level, they still have to defend the substantive merits of what they do, because if they do anything novel or interesting, it's gone under the major questions doctrine.
All right, so I was thinking I agreed with everything Jack said until we got to the very end. And I think there are no gifts to agencies, says an agency general counsel these days. So I guess what I will say actually aligns a lot with what Ann was saying, in the sense that, you know, what might be surprising about Chevron, particularly these days, but I would argue, you know, for a long time, is how little Chevron matters to the day-to-day operation of agencies. It might matter, depending on the legal political winds, how agencies ultimately justify their decisions, what they put in NPRMs, in preambles, in briefs. But it ultimately doesn't matter that much to agencies on a day-to-day basis, at least a lot less. It matters a lot less than you'd think. And so I want to start with where an agency is when it's thinking about doing something, right? So when an agency is thinking about taking action, I mean, there are some agencies that operate based on complaints, and, you know, those are fairly legalistic processes. But a lot of the time when we're talking about agencies making policy on the kinds of things that, you know, came across my desk every day, hundreds of times a day when I was at OMB, and that come across my desk a lot of times a day at HHS, they're really making policy in a sort of affirmative way. They are pursuing some policy initiative that might end up being reflected in a regulation or some other kind of administrative pronouncement. And where do they start? They start not with a statute, but with a problem. Now, it could be a problem that they've come up with, you know, they're carrying out their program and they find they're not able to achieve something. It could be a problem that somebody who they deal with all the time has told them, you know, so agencies develop constituencies or stakeholders, and stakeholders come to them and say, you know, you should really do this. Or the problem could be something that, you know, somebody in the White House said, hey, everybody has something to do with this issue. You should think about that through X lens. And so whatever it is, agency staff are thinking about
how do I address some problem? And it's not completely divorced from their statutory jurisdiction. Why are they thinking about this problem? Because it's come up in carrying out their statutory program before, or it's come up in discussions with people who their statutes affect, or somebody told them, we think your statute affects this. But they don't tend to start with, let's open up the statute books and see if there's space here. They tend to start with, this feels like something that we ought to be able to address. And often that kind of analysis gets pretty far down the road before some lawyer gets called in who says, very interesting, let's open up the statute books. And at that point, what's the lawyer doing? Well, the lawyer's doing a couple of things, right? One thing the lawyer's doing is, and the first thing the lawyer's doing is saying, is there a reading of the statute that governs that I could rely on to say for me that it's lawful? Is there a plausible reading of the law under which it's lawful? Now, and the second question is, okay, so I'm satisfied, I'm not allowing an agency to do something illegal. What's the risk that one of those people with a robe is going to strike it down? Essentially, what's the litigation risk? Those are connected, but not the same question. And they both have some connection to Chevron, but also would be pretty similar in a non-Chevron world, particularly where we have this sort of weird twilight Chevron, right? So the first question, do I think this is something that's lawful just by my own lights? Well, I got to look at statutory text. I got to figure out like what is the interpretive space in the text. I also probably will look at, the past history of the agency and thinking about it. I'll look at, maybe legislative history, all of which, by the way, is now much, much, much more relevant to statutory interpretation in a major questions world, right? The textualists finally won. And then they told us, oh, wait, now, if you have a textual argument that prevails, you have to look and see whether it's consistent with past interpretations or legislative history, or what Congress was really thinking when they wrote that language, which is just, mind blowing to many of us, but that's where it is. But you don't need Chevron for any of that, right? All of that is just the stuff that you would be looking at anyway. Now, to the extent that Chevron remains on the books, and I think it probably will remain on the books, for the litigation risk kind of question, and certainly for defending litigation against an agency, you have to think about Chevron, but it's touchy for agency counsel these days, how you think about Chevron, right? So one thing is, in a world where Chevron is robustly enforced and broadly enforced, then you really do want to say in your rule preambles, we are exercising a policy judgment here. But in a world where Chevron is not robustly and broadly enforced, you probably do want to say, well, we think this is the best interpretation. The problem with that is that just opens it up for the court to disagree, right? The court is saying, well, we don't think it's the best interpretation. And, to some extent, they could say, or, if you said it was the best interpretation, but actually there are lots of interpretations, therefore arbitrary and capricious, see the DACA case, right? So there are lots of, that's why I say there's nothing good for agencies these days. My job is really hard, is what I'm trying to tell you. But, don't even talk to me about it. But particularly as you go up the chain, yes, lower courts will apply Chevron in a more robust way, but cases that are likely to get appealed and draw the attention of the Supreme Court, certainly, or draw the attention of appellate judges in prominent cases, you're not likely to be able to rely on Chevron deference. And so you really need to think very hard about, well, what's the way I can interpret this as, what's the best interpretation I could make in a world where no Chevron existed, even though Chevron remains on the books. And so from beginning to end, Chevron's there, but it's almost like it's one of these things we have to take account of at the end, as opposed to it's driving any decisions. And I don't think it's really necessary for any decisions. It's more about how decisions are packaged and defended.
So despite my promises that I wasn't going to talk, I now have a follow-up question. I'm going to use my moderator's prerogative to ask a somewhat provocative question, given Sam's comments and some of Anne's comments about regulation. But I actually have several questions, but here's the first one and the most provocative. If agencies are adapting to their environments, and we see, for example, even today, all of our recommendations were not about rulemaking. They were about all of the other things that agencies do. To what extent is our discussion of Chevron driving what agencies do? Does the decisions about deference to agencies or statutory interpretation, does that reverberate through all the other aspects of what agencies do? Or is it that agencies are shifting away from rulemaking because of potentially maybe some of the uncertainties towards other aspects of policymaking?
If we're going in the same order, but I mean, I think after the Meade case, and then I'll mention Tom's third step in a revised Chevron doctrine gives sort of extra weight to notice and comment rulemaking. So Meade kind of takes off the table most informal adjudications, takes off almost all guidance and policy statements. So to the extent that you're seeking Chevron deference, maybe just in Jack's courts of appeals, rulemaking should look attractive to you. But I could just answer the question in a slightly different way. And this is really a question maybe for Tom. So Tom, for those of you who haven't read the book, at the end of his book proposes a kind of reform of Chevron doctrine that consists of 3 steps. And the third step basically would mean if the agency acts through notice and comment, the court would accept it subject to his first 2 steps. And I wonder sort of after the Supreme Court's decision in Little Sisters, which has sort of radically transformed notice and comment rulemaking to sort of allow interim final rule comment, then final rule, the kind of procedural gimmicks, right? That we might be creating kind of this extra special category of public participation, but it's not really public participation in the way that ACUS has thought about it in the past decades, but is this kind of Little Sisters version. And then I wonder how much priority should we give to that when we think about deference?
I don't think Chevron ever really moves things in agencies. If agencies do what they want to do, they don't do things. Chevron, the lawyers in the agency think about how to package it when they want to win in court. And when I was misbehaving at one of the agencies I was at, the general counsel always wanted to argue that there was discretion. That, you know, you could have somebody crazy like this, you could have somebody doing something sensible, but that the court should uphold whatever the agency did because the agency had discretion. That was a wonderful position for somebody in the general counsel's office to take because it was something that would give you a little extra flexibility. When I was in the International Trade Commission, and I wanted to know what to do, and I wanted to look at the statute, the lawyers would come in and say, "Don't worry about the statute. It says this." And it took a long time to get them to actually pull the statute out to look at it, and almost never said they did. So I think that we're doing when we talk about Chevron is really packaging. It's not reality. It's not really substance. There may be, I think Don, one of your pieces said this, you know, it may be that when there's more Chevron deference given, there's more deference given to agencies, agencies feel a little more free to go out and do things that are a little bit further away from the norm. I don't think it's either the device they use to do it or what they do that is really being driven by Chevron. And then one last thing on this, when you were talking about King and Burwell, I think of King and Burwell the way I think about playing Scrabble. You're sitting in front of a Scrabble board, and you've got 7 letters. You know, it makes grizzle flakes. There's nothing you can think of that this is. And if you look there long enough, and you want that hardened, yes, grizzle flakes, that was a word, wasn't it? And suddenly things that were completely implausible start to make sense to you. Well, King and Burwell was one of those cases. You have a named provision, and the law actually says under this provision, under the state exchanges, not this other provision, which is another named numbered provision, not the federal exchanges. And yet, if you really look at it, you want it to be there, then you reach into law and you find a deeper purpose, which you then infuse back into the text. And I wouldn't say, Sam, that there's this great divide between the textualists and major question. Textualism always had a text in context side to it. I think that a lot of what we're looking at, if you look at the tobacco case and you say after 60 years, we finally discovered that that was being regulated here when everybody kept saying, no, it wasn't, and kept asking for it. I think it's the text and context that we're really looking there rather than the divide.
To be clear, my text was not clear. It was ambiguous. You guys can feel free to talk amongst yourself. You don't have to go in order now.
I'll take your instructions as you just clearly said them and go in order. So, but
we can do it how we want.
yeah, okay. So I have trouble responding to this because of the footnote 9 in Chevron itself and the immediately post Chevron practice of saying that when you try to figure out an agency's meaning, you use all the traditional tools of statutory interpretation. And the court never in all the years clarified whether that was taken before you did Chevron or as part of Chevron. We still don't know that. You don't know. You don't know whether Chevron's about deference to agency interpretations or whether it's a deference to agency policy decisions. I think maybe it's both. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. And that's why, the Journal of Law and Politics, I submitted an article to them where my title was a Rorschach ink black test. And that was the title. And I couldn't believe they printed that as the title of the article. Because that's my version of, if someone wants to explain to me Chevron, I hold up a Rorschach ink black test. Now, that's not what I do in administrative law class with my students. And I tell them now, other people see these other things in them because you see what you want to see. I don't see any content to Chevron. Actually, it actually doesn't. I mean, there is the two-step thing that they said, but then they took it back right away in the footnote in the same case. And I just don't know. To talk about the effects of Chevron to me is to talk about Santa Claus. My philosophy teacher said, well, if Santa Claus doesn't exist, then what are we talking about?
Yeah, so I can't decide whether I want to have a long conversation with Ron Cass about whether text in context gives up the game on textualism or not, but I'll just put a footnote there that I would. Just back to the original question. I mean, I don't think actually Chevron affects the form in which people take actions these days. What I think affects the form in which agencies act, particularly in high profile matters, is the dramatic expansion by lower courts of the notion of what constitutes a rule under the APA, the dramatic restriction of what is good cause for avoiding notice and comment rulemaking. Little Sisters provides an argument that might provide a way to get around what I might regard as overly broad interpretations of what's a rule and overly narrow interpretations of good cause, but it's not really tested. There's my own agency has been involved in some of these fights. There's inconsistent language and decisions, but I think the biggest thing is the degree to which lower courts, and I'm sure if someone had been in the Trump administration in my position, they would have said the same thing, because I think, when I was on the outside working on some of these lawsuits, against the Trump administration, you might have said the same thing about them. Just the dramatic expansion of APA review, expansion of final agency action, expansion of what's a rule, expansion of state standing so that everything can be sued about anywhere in the country now, and restriction of good cause for avoiding notice and comment means that there's a big tax if you don't do at least prominent things as a rule. And I think that's much more important than whether you get Chevron deference.
So there are really two questions here in my mind. One is the relationship between the Supreme Court and the lower courts. And I don't think it's terribly controversial to say that what the court's doing right now is irresponsible. If the court thinks that Chevron has to go, then they should tell the lower courts that Chevron is gone, because otherwise you're going to have all these situations that Jack mentions, where the various benighted regional circuit courts are continuing to apply Chevron when the Supreme Court doesn't want it to be applied anymore. I don't have a good explanation for this. I think that in this area, at least, I think that the court has become very inner oriented. Roberts is trying to orchestrate things so that certain things can come out as majority opinions under his name. And he's quite constrained in what he can do in that regard. CF the Dobbs case and so forth. But they're not thinking a lot about the relationship between the Supreme Court and the lower courts and their obligation to have a sort of clear understanding of legal doctrine that the lower courts can apply. And so I think that's unfortunate. I'm quite fascinated by this question of how lawyers in agencies interpret it or interact with the policy people at the agencies in this regard. Don Elliott has this piece, which I was quite impressed by, saying that, well, Chevron changed the role of lawyers in agencies. The lawyers' authority was reduced under Chevron because in the olden days, you had to kind of wade through legislative history and the history of the agency's past interpretations and so forth. And the lawyers were expert in all this arcane stuff. And so the agency policy people were sort of sitting there at the foot of the lawyers saying, can we do this? Can we do that? And then Chevron comes along and says, well, as long as there's an ambiguity somewhere, you do whatever you want to. And so the lawyers get pushed aside and the policy people and the scientists and so forth search the floor. I don't know if that Don said that was what was happening at the EPA. Maybe it happened that way for a while. I have no idea what's going on now. I just assume that the lawyers are kind of in a very confusing situation as to what their role is inside these agencies. Maybe it's just trying to doctor things up so that it gets more likely to be approved by the courts, or they don't have any real input one way or the other. But that's an interesting question. But it seems to me that the irresponsibility of the Supreme Court probably also affects the difficulty that the agency lawyers are experiencing.
I would love to hear from people here who work in agencies about their experiences, because the only person really who on this panel I think they really reliably answered is Sam, and he's given a pretty good explanation of. I'm not saying you all are unreliable. I'm just saying he's got the inside.
I guess because I'm not going to talk about agency, I've worked in the White House and in the Senate. And so I want to talk about this at a meta level, because I think, first of all, I agree with Adrian Vermeulen that the whole point of textualism and originalism is disruption. And I just read 300 opinions, both statutory and constitutional, from the last 2 terms. And textual interpretation is the springboard for originalism. So they're converging. There's enormous doctrinal disruption, and this is just one form of it. And it's the sneakiest form because, as Professor Merrill indicated, they're not willing to own it. Everybody in Washington knows Chevron's dead in the court. Elizabeth Preliger was just over. I was just talking to her about this at Supreme Court Institute. So, meta level. This makes law harder to do inside the agencies. It disrupts them. They have to decide. I've got a colleague working on that climate rule over at SEC, and he's like, should we include major question analysis? If it weren't for the president, I'd say, hell no. But you're supposed to let the court decide major questions, which, by the way, goes back, as Mr. Cass said, a long way in statutory interpretation before the recent cases, back to the tobacco cases. So it's going to make law harder in the agencies because there's going to be disruption, and it's going to make law harder in Congress, which is where I'm probably the only person in the room who's ever worked in that body, except for Andy Boyce. And they're going to have to, you can mess with all the delegations. So if you're going to look at the delegation language, which they used to defer to, they're going to have to go back, and it's very hard to make law in Congress because of the filibuster, 60 votes in the Senate, or division as they now have. So they're just they'll pick and choose. I think textualism is about picking and choosing text, and they're going to use that technique to undermine the ability of both Democratic branches to make law. Very depressing, but that's my conclusion from the study. So Professor Merrill has a more, I think you're right. If they're going to do something moderate, they'll do notice and comment. But I think they have every interest not to even touch it, to continue to be irresponsible, because the point of textualism and originalism is to disrupt precedent.
Point out that in the major questions cases, the latest one, the Chief Justice said, all of these cases have in common that they have a plausible textual basis in the statute. And then went on to say, but because they're major questions, we're not going to let them use that text to get what they want.
Well, thank you.
He's playing a horn with these. I'm Jim Tozio, senior fellow. First of all, I'd like to congratulate ICUS for having this kind of tutor thing for people like me, and I really enjoy hearing this type of stuff because I deal with the practical practitioners, and also I'm pleased with the chair that you've emphasized the practitioner side of this. Now, having said that, obviously I'm not a member of the academy. I tried to be, but Dean Cass and Professor Bierman said I shouldn't enroll because I probably flunked the course. So with that, if you would give me some elbow room here. The question I have, or the observation I had, I've been in this business almost 6 decades. It takes a long time before a judicial decision gets my attention. And I agree with the general counsel. We start in the government with the problem and we work away. Then we see if the lawyers tell us it's wrong, and we have to defend it. But that doesn't, in this case, the case that I think is important, I think the academy has a really important role. And here's my concern. When your book came out, Professor Merrill, I think it came out in maybe just January that I was on the press. And when I read it, or didn't all go across the country, but I read good portions of it. And you said on page 7, last paragraph, 5th line, you said the term unlikely. You said it was unlikely, my interpretation of your paper, that the court would really go with this MD major doctor questions. And you said that, and I thought it was unlikely too. I said, why would an institution based on precedent throw away the entire thing? They would use a skip one, a couple of the other ones to maybe restrain it, but they would never throw the whole thing away. And I read, MQ is throwing the entire thing down the drain. So I think, although the academy may not have a big impact on how we write rules, we start our work in the government, I think you have a big role, probably the only one that can take on the court on the idea of the MDQ. And I hope that you people would write articles on this, start selling this issue, because I personally think it's a huge issue. I think the way that you give an unbelievable jurisdiction to the courts. And here's a guy who's supposed to be the deregulator. And when he says it, I'm glad I hope no one fights there, because they don't even talk to me anymore. Of course, you guys didn't talk too much to me anyway. But anyway, so I'm hoping that the academy, if you share this, in addition to this is jettison, one of the biggest regulatory issues we have in the world. Clean air program of the EPA. So I'm hoping, I'll leave you with this question. I hope you would start publicizing the shortcomings with that MDQ. Thank you.
I can just put in a plug for Mila Sahoni, has a piece on the major questions doctrine that just came out in the Harvard Law Review. And I think it does exactly this. And I think it sort of takes the terms of the court seriously. There's a lot of other stuff that's being written. Like I would also recommend Leah Littman and Dan Deacon on the major questions doctrine. But I think Mila, for those who see attraction in the major question doctrine, because it's perhaps not, as Ron said, a lighter version of non-delegation, I think it's a really compelling piece.
I have a couple pieces in the works on the major questions doctrine. It's important to sort of read Chief Justice Roberts' opinion in West Virginia and compare it to what Justice Gorsuch is saying. Justice Gorsuch says this is the clear statement doctrine, and he kind of reinforces Justice Kagan's analysis that this is going to be some kind of preliminary inquiry that the courts engage in before they even get to statutory interpretation, which I think would be a disaster. It's basically the courts are acting as freewheeling political science pundits rather than legal interpreters. Read Roberts' opinion. He never uses the phrase clear statement. describing his understanding of the major questions doctrine. It's all administrative common law again. It's just a bunch of quotations called from a bunch of other opinions, all of them being Chevron opinions, except for King versus Burwell. Well, that's sort of a Chevron opinion too, I guess. Well, most of Roberts' problem seems to be a kind of version of the old swerve doctrine, you know, that the agencies have suddenly, surprisingly, in a novel, unprecedented, unheralded way, invoked some kind of regulatory authority that they never had invoked before. And so that's not terribly revolutionary. That's kind of like reverting back to the old longstanding consistent interpretation maxim. So I think the jury is still out as to whether or not, if Roberts can continue to control the court, the major questions doctrine is just going to be some kind of new canon of interpretation to join the other 51 canons of interpretation that are cataloged in the Scalia and what's his name's book, or whether this is some kind of new, you know, kind of step -1 or something before you get to Chevron. In which the court plays political science and tells us whether or not it's going to, you know, tolerate this kind of stuff from the agencies or not. I think I strongly, I don't think as a canon of interpretation it's all that bad because it sort of gets at some of the stuff that I believe in, like, you know, enforcing Congress's limits on agency authority. But it remains to be seen which way this is going to go.
I just want to do just a 1 minute apologia for the courts, because I think, you know, all of us in academia tend to talk about unusual cases. We tend to talk about cases where things happen that we think we can put a gloss on that is something other than regular sort of law-bound stuff. But when you look at what the courts do, when you look at what the circuit courts do, when you look at what the Supreme Court does, what's really I think lost on most of us in academia is how law-bound it really is. Because you look at this mass of cases that come up every year. You look at the millions of cases at the trial level, at the hundreds of thousands of cases at the appellate level, the 50,000 cases at the circuit level. And even the Supreme Court, where they get to pick the least law-bound and most interesting cases, the 70 of those, we talk about, what, 3, 4, 5 of them a year that we think go off in one direction or another. And I do think that when you look even at the way they've handled the review doctrines, it has been fairly predictable. You know, every once in a while a case comes up like the Kaiser case, where the hour rule is overruled without overruling it. It's just completely rewritten and now called the hour rule. And the plurality opinion says, shockingly, the hour rule is sometimes taken to mean exactly what it says. And that's a terrible thing. So we have to realize it really means something completely different. But by and large, the court behaves in a fairly law-bound way. With Chevron, the problem was that the case itself, as everyone has written about on the panel, the case itself is a fairly predictable standard case that says we're going to generally defer to a reasonable policy decision from an agency that seems to fit with the statute and doesn't do violence to it. And then it's taken to create another doctrine that sometimes is used as another doctrine, sometimes isn't. So that's given us all a lot to write about. And my hope for major questions is that it does the same. I think, you know, about 300 of those articles in process right now.
I just want to add to the conversation, because as lawyers, we talk a lot about courts, the what judges do. And with respect to the conversation about what Chevron means to government practice, it's surprising. I think of it in terms of generally deference to agencies' interpretation of their authority. And to me, that's a really interesting and compelling question inside the executive, between agencies dealing with each other, horizontally, vertically between agencies and the instruments of the executive, OMB, OIRA, the White House. And I think those are underexplored questions and maybe kind of
road damage on the road to the, political power question about Chevron and should Chevron be overturned or leave it ambiguous to collect more rents while it's ambiguous so that people can fundraise on that basis, which is one way to think about why there's continued ambiguity as opposed to resolving it. But we don't hear enough about the impact of the attack on agencies' ability to say what the law means that has been committed to them by Congress. And I don't know whether undermining Chevron means now anybody can say what my statute means because it's just about logic and reasoning. It's not about knowing my statute. It's, somebody else can say, well, you have the authority to enter into this agreement, or you have the authority to get into these resources or to undertake this program that may or may not be salient at a particular moment. So it's under-researched.
I just want to pick up on that point. That's something that I've been thinking a lot about. I think your coordination point is really important, especially, again, putting on my political science hat. It's something that I think about a lot. And from my limited understanding in comparison to this panel, that's something that the courts tend not to assume. They tend to assume delegation to one agency, and one agency is operating sort of individually. Again, I think that your point is very well taken.
So I think there's one big difference between Chevron and the major question doctrine. I like Chevron sometimes, and I didn't like Chevron other times. And agencies are in the same position, but the major question doctrine is a one-way street. It tells agencies what they can't do. And I think that's fundamentally different. And it's the deregulatory impact of the major questions doctrine that's going to be the big difference. And so it's going to be very hard to see how people who want agencies to have some discretion to do things are going to be benefited by the major questions doctrine.
Actually, Alan, there is a big difference between the two doctrines because Chevron says that if the statutes are not clear, you should defer to the agency. And the major questions doctrine says that you can't defer to the agency unless the statute's clear. So it's a reverse Chevron doctrine is what it is. Yeah.
It's still a one-way street. Well, no, they're both one-way streets because one expands agency power and the other constricts agency power. They're both if you're a litigator trying to beat an agency, Chevron always hurts you. It always hurts you. Doing things So actually, I shouldn't probably say what's on my exam for ad law. But actually, let's just say, I think it is an interesting question whether you could use a major questions doctrine to actually have a statute that's very pro-regulatory and an administration is trying to take a deregulatory approach. I think that, the major questions might very well apply to that situation and say, you can't take a statute that has some sort of small exception to it and expand that small exception to create a deregulatory program. Because that's a major question.
King versus Burwell, the agency won, which is maybe the last case ever where the agency wins on a major questions doctrine case. But John, about your point about Chevron always hurting the agency, have you ever done a correlation between this, at least at the Supreme Court, a citation to Chevron and correlate that to whether the agency wins or loses? I bet you that in the last 10 years, if Chevron cited, it makes it more likely the agency loses. But the Supreme Court, but I agree with you, Jack, what you said in your opening remarks that, the Supreme Court for the last 2 decades and maybe longer has been a different form compared to the lower courts with Chevron. Chevron, it seems like even in its origins is a doctrine that says you lower courts, you've got to respect the agencies. But, if it gets up here, all bets are off, Chevron was a reaction to hard look review. Here's a way to get a certain set of cases out of hard look review. Well, that's the one thing that you said about Chevron that I disagreed with, which is that Chevron step 2, even at the DC circuit says you still have to go through hard look review. And in the Wedgwood case, overturns says, even if it's a reasonable result, if it's not through reasoned decision making, we might reverse you. I prefer hard look review. That's in about an hour, I think.
Right.
I would just say that I agree with Victoria and Alan that although, John, there might be isolated cases where major questions can stop a deregulatory move, I think overall, though, it's going to hurt agencies which are trying to move in a certain regulatory direction.
So I have a question over here. I mean, I really appreciate a lot of the comments that were made about the Congress and the lack of some of these doctrines, you know, the failure to appreciate, you know, how Congress can always take the power back. I mean, it's Congress's power that's being delegated. But my question is this, you mentioned the flip-flopping phenomenon on some regulatory issues. One of them is, you know, who's an independent contractor, who's an employee. You know, another one has been this question of, are graduate students employees, or are they students? You know, and you know, the Republicans, you know, decide these questions one way, and then the Democrats come in and they change the interpretation. So what is the court going to do with situations like that really have a big, you know, kind of political valence? And, you know, there's no way, you know, other than getting Congress to like put its finger on the scale and you know, and deciding these questions that might, you know, have some complexity in the individual situations. You know, what is the court going to do with situations like that one? That's one of my exam questions that I've used in the past.
Yeah, this has been a big theme in the various rants about Chevron and that Justice Gorsuch has produced. He's very much of the view that people are being whipsawed by the fact that there's a change in political control of the administration, and then the law flips from one side to another. Net neutrality is a good example. The scope of the wetlands authority is an example. The climate change regulatory authority, the EPA, is an example. So that it's very hard to make investments in these areas if the agency is going to change the law every time there's an election. And he makes this point over and over again. His solution is to let courts decide these things de novo, because courts are then going to abide by their interpretations under stare decisis, and this will provide some stability, I guess. I think another solution that would be less drastic would be just to go back to the old consistent and longstanding interpretation canon. If the agency is sort of acting inconsistently, it doesn't get much deference, but if it's acting consistently from one administration to the next, it does get so, and that would inject some stability into the law that in the classic administrative law sense, without having to adopt independent judgment by the courts on every single legal issue that comes up, which I think is probably not workable.
So we have time for one last question. Because I do know that Ron needs to sprint out soon.
Thanks everyone for a wonderful conversation. This will tie into Councilmember LaGuardia's comment. I think everyone has a different version about what maybe they're worried about being thrown out with the bathwater, if at all. And so I'm going to confess to one maybe I'm worried about, which is in the Chevron decision, it said sometimes delegation is explicit, right? And that's sort of not what we're talking about here. We're talking about implicit delegation, right? And so the maybe I'm worried about is that distinction will get lost in an overruling, and there won't be grounds for what I took to be the spirit of Councilmember LaGuardia's comment, which is that there's explicit delegation to the agency to go out and also in Samscom to kind of go out and sort of implement, carry forward the statute. And we don't need Chevron for that. And there should be, in some sense, a recognition that because Congress has given this to the agency, reasonable parameters should apply. And that, I don't know, that's I think more generous than the Gorsuch view, right? But it also would allow pivots, which sounds like wouldn't survive the Merrill view. So I guess that's the baby I'm worried about. And I guess the thought for agency lawyers is, if I were in the general counsel's office, or I would be interested in your response to, just to simply really emphasize that, express that those delegations, right, give you that room.
One of the big mysteries about Chevron is, what did Justice Stevens mean when he said that some delegations are explicit and others are implicit? What happened historically is that Justice Scalia took that phrase, implicit delegations, and pronounced in a law review article in the Duke Law Journal that any ambiguity is an implicit delegation. And then he wrote that into the Supreme Court law in the Smiley case, and other justices thoughtlessly just repeated it. So that's where we get, I think, the truly overbroad version of Chevron, that any ambiguity, without regard to the context, without regard to the issue, without regard to whether there are constitutional overtones, is a delegation to the agency. But that can't be right.
Okay, well, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you to the panel very much. Couple of quick announcements before we go. First, I want to invite all of you to a little reception that we're having. I heard from a number of you wanting more opportunity to interact with your colleagues in a more informal basis. So for now, at least, this is the best we can do. We can't spend government money on a dinner. We tried to rent a room in a local bar. That was prohibitive in the holiday season. So eggnog and cookies is the best we can do, and I hope you enjoy them. A reminder to council members here and on the computer that we've got a meeting tomorrow at 10:30. Paul Burkile has wonderfully volunteered to give us a talk on the history of ACUS, which is an up and down one, to say the least. So we look forward to that. I want to thank all of you for the hard work. Many of you coming a long distance. The record is our communications consultant, Darren Katz, who came from Amsterdam. So and he's going back tomorrow. So if any of you are griping about having to come this far, he came from Amsterdam. The next plenary session is presently tentatively scheduled for June 15th. And I want to thank all of the staff who are working very hard to put on a tremendous day for all of us. And I want to wish you all a very happy and joyful holiday season. So I hope to see many of you in a minute. Yeah, God bless. Yes, yeah. That makes sense. You wow, so we just start out, Okay. Yeah.
I've been waiting on the plan. Yeah. It's just getting. Yeah. Very empathy. Last. I'll take that any day. Yeah. I would say, it's great to see. Yeah. And, yeah, exactly. I was just asking as the president. Yeah. No. I think I have. Yeah, no, I think I have. Yeah, no, I mean, everybody's thinking about it, say that. Okay, yeah. This is the man. Great. Dinner with you. Yeah. You make that you can stay. Yes. Yes. So I it's like now it's mainly the sound. Russia, right? Actually, see. I'll take a look at that. But I was excited to see the other thing. Yeah, it's good to get that. To nominate things I want to trust your good judgment. That's right. Okay, so what's that? Yeah. Just like it's so. It's something else. Okay, because that's not now. That's fine.